Good morning, Multiverse. This is the Multiverse Fundraiser. Welcome to day 3 of our awesome programming. I'm your first host this morning, the prophet of pop culture, John Pica. You can call me Johnny. And this is what the Multiverse Fundraiser is all about.
The Multiverse Fundraiser is a benefit for Oscar-nominated actress Valerie Perrine. Ms. Perrine is known for her roles in Superman, Slaughterhouse-Five, Lenny, and so many more. We've teamed up with documentary director Stacey Souther to raise money for Valerie's medical expenses and other needs. Every donation and every post share gives you the chance to win super prizes. Go to the website listed for details.
And that website is themultiversefunraiser.com. And we're going to have this banner running down below that has all of the details about how to make a donation. The tinyurl.com MVFR 2020 or 22. Sorry. I'm bad with numbers. All right, so let's get this kicked off. Our very first panel this morning is New Comic Readers Advice. You are not behind. And we've got a very interesting panel this morning. Joining me is the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, the host of, and I quote, and It's Nerd Culture, the one, the only, Ryan Permisson. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning, good sir. Thank you for having me. This should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, so tell the viewing audience who you are and why they should listen to you.
Ooh, that's a great question. Well, my name is Ryan of Nerd Culture. I host a number of shows on our YouTube channel, which you can find in the description of my name tag here. Simply at It's Nerd Culture, I host a show called Bubba's Weekly Bounty, where we talk about the latest episode of the Book of Boba Fett. Thursday nights, 8 p.m. EST. I do a show on Saturdays called And I Quote, where I interview content creators of all shapes and sizes. Join us from any and all corners of the nerd universe on Saturdays at 12 p.m. EST. And why should you listen to me? Because we talk about all things nerdy on our channel, and we want to help embrace the nerd within you. So make sure you check us out, like, comment, share, subscribe, do all that stuff, and I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. And as I mentioned before, my name is John Pica. I am the prophet of pop culture, artist, author, podcaster, the host of Back of the Cereal Box, which is hosting this fundraiser. And so I've been reading comics, Ryan, since I was maybe 6 or 7 years old. My first comic book that I remember was Iron Man number 100. And it was my grandmother who bought that for me. But I started buying comics with my own money, starting with Avengers issue 222. To give you an idea how long ago that's been, they are now at issue 750. So I've been reading and collecting comics a long time. And at one point, I had over 17,000 comics in my collection that were lost in a flood in 2010. And now I'm probably up to maybe only 7,000 since then. So rebuilding that collection. How long have you been reading comics? And when did you get started, Ryan?
Gee whiz, that's a lot of comics there, John. But even so, I got started in the year of our Lord 2017 AD. My friends finally convinced me to go to a comic book store with them, and I went in there, and it was during Batman Day in September of 2017. So it was in the month of September, towards the middle part of September. Went into a local comic shop, and I finally, bit the bullet, went in there, and the person who was there was at Third Eye Comics in Annapolis, Maryland. Shout out to those wonderful people over there. Trish, one of the co-owners of the Trish, one of the co-owners of the place, was like, "Is this your first time here?" I'm like, "Yes." "Have you read anything before?" I'm like, "No." She's like, "All right, let me take you to the back." She takes me to a beginner's, new readers, beginner's aisle type thing. And I bought a couple trade paperbacks, which I may or may not be discussing as we bring up our suggestions here in a little bit. So I don't want to give too much away in the realm of spoilers. But one of the first comics I read was DC Rebirth #1. That was one of the first ones I read. And also Batman Rebirth #1 by Tom King. Great writer, good stuff. Met him at a convention. Tom King, what's up, buddy? Nice guy. And so those are the first single issue comics that I read, but I started really diving into it with trade paperbacks, which we may or may not be discussing momentarily. So I'll just leave it at that. Well, so I've been reading for about 5 years and change.
Okay, so we've got the old school comic guy and the relative newbie with Riot. So there's a lot of questions that a new comic reader might have, because as you're a relatively new reader, 5 years. Your first trip into the comic book shop, you'd never read a comic before. What was kind of the sensory experience? Were you overwhelmed? Were you like, what is this all about? Where do I start? And talk about that just a little bit.
Sure. So when I first went in the comic book store, it was a lot to take in at first, but then once the employee, in this case it was Trish, she said, "What's your name? What have you read before?" She's like, I said no. She's like, "All right, well, let me show you, our beginners, rack of recommendations that we have here in the store." She took me back there, and I just looked through them. I looked on the back, looked at the synopsis of each trade paperback, which one fit my fancy. I did tell her that I was a fan of certain characters, so that kind of helped with the recommendations that she placed on me, which I totally.
Were you a movie fan?
Yes, I grew up watching the Tim Burton Batman films, the Christopher Reeve Superman films, R.I.P. Christopher Reeve, as well as the Batman animated series, the X-Men animated series, Spider-Man. I mean, I'm a '90s kid, so Fox Kids was my jam.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about this very specific problem, because you probably face this right off the bat. Having come from a fan of the movie and TV properties, being introduced to comics for the first time, and one of the big problems that a lot of movie and TV fans have is that they pick up the corresponding comic title of their favorite character and they start flipping through, and the characters don't seem to resemble anything they saw on screen. And most, one of the biggest examples of that, and I'm flipping through an issue of Avengers 750. This is one of the latest issues of the Avengers. And, fans of the Avengers comic book, they might go to the comic book shop and want to read their favorite Avengers story. And these are the characters that they see.
Wow.
None of which have ever appeared in the Avengers films. And this is a big problem, I think, for comic book publishers who want to attract fans of the movies and the TV properties. If you can't look, here's another panel. Now, yes, you've got Black Panther, Captain America, Iron Man, and Captain Marvel. But if you've been watching the movies, you're like, wait a minute. Tony Stark is dead. Captain America is an old man, and that's been taken over by Sam Wilson, the Falcon. And wait a minute. What is this about the Ghost Rider being a member of the Avengers? What? And I think there's a huge disconnect for a lot of fans. Would you agree with that?
I'm sorry. As far as I would say you do have to separate yourself from comics and movies, because they're very, very different. And also, you may see, and you just brought it up, some of these characters are dead in the MCU. Some of them are still alive and well in the comics. That's two separate things. So you got to separate the two, because the comics are separate from movies. Movies are separate from they're two different mediums, and you can do as many creative things as you want with both mediums respectively.
Well, but one of the problems is new comics fans don't know that, right? Yeah, so that's the first thing I want to tell people watching. If you're thinking about getting into comics, you need to understand, one, that movie and TV canon is different from the comic book canon. Sometimes they sync up, most times not at all. But I think, Ryan, that I don't know if you've heard the news. It's been a couple of months ago that they announced it. Kevin Feige has been put in charge of Marvel Comics as well as Marvel Studios. And one of his goals is to have more synchronicity between what's happening on the pages and what's happening on screen. And the first iteration of that, the first example of that we're going to see is the new relaunched Captain America series. There's going to be two: Captain America, Sentinel of Liberty, and Captain America, Symbol of Truth. Captain America, Sentinel of Liberty is the traditional Steve Rogers Captain America, carrying on the legacy numbering for Steve Rogers fans. But Captain America, Symbol of Truth, is the Sam Wilson Falcon Captain America. So there will be two in the Marvel Comics going forward. But part of that effort is because, the Falcon and Winter Soldier television series was informed by the Captain America series, because for about 3 years in the comics, Sam Wilson became Captain America, and the costume in this TV series is comic accurate. But in the meantime, he left that role and went back to being the Falcon. Well, now in the MCU, he is Captain America going forward. And so that's going to be reflected in the comics more closely for this very reason. So that might make some fans' heads explode, like they feel like they're behind, but they're not behind. And we're going to give you some suggestions on how you can integrate and really kind of find a passion in comics. Because, Ryan, would you say that since you dove deep into those trade paperbacks, you found a passion?
I would say so. Yeah, the more trade paperbacks I read, the more I enjoy reading these different stories about these different characters from these different writers and artists, because the artwork in a lot of these trade paperbacks, or just single issue comics respectively, mind-boggling. Such good artwork. I mean, even if I haven't read that comic, even the cover of a comic is so mesmerizing. You think to yourself, I need to put that somewhere, and I need to put it on my wall, or just keep it in my collection just like you Google at it, because it's just such a ridiculously good-looking cover. But yeah, it all depends on what you're looking for.
So if someone just wanted your list of top 5 suggestions to get started, what would you recommend?
Excellent. This is a great question. So when I went to a comic store, Trish introduced me to some trade paperbacks, and I thank her for this, because these are actually some of my favorites. The first one I would want to bring up to them is specifically, it's from the DC universe. It's by my favorite comic writer, my favorite comic artist. So I'm just going to start off with the WrestleMania of all trade paperbacks, the World Series of paperbacks. This is the Stanley Cup of trade paperbacks. It is DC's Kingdom Come by Mark Waid and Alex freaking Ross, who is a boss. This story is so good. Now, Kingdom Come, just to give you a little bit of an idea. So Superman, Wonder Woman, all your favorite heroes that you may have heard of, whether it's the Batman, the Superman, the Wonder Woman, all the other veterans, whether it's Flash, Green Lantern, Hawkman, Hawker, all these heroes, they're aging. They're getting older. They want to retire. They want to settle and do something else. So they leave the Justice League in charge of a new group of heroes. But unfortunately, this new crop of heroes is not exactly doing things the right way that the OG Justice League would want to have it done. So Diana Prince comes to the farm in Smallville and begs Clark Kent to come back and reshape this thing and give these new heroes, this new team of people, a lesson in, truth, honor, respect, and how to really patrol the world and save it and do good work. But it's going to come with its fair share of battles. It's going to come with its fair share of obstacles. So you see an older Superman, you see an older Wonder Woman, you see an older Batman. These people are just grizzled, brooding, they're tired, they're beat up, they're retired, they don't want to do this anymore, but they have to reluctantly come back into the fight. But will they or won't they? So this is a great story. The artwork by Alex Ross is so good, and you see this story through the viewpoint of a citizen who has witnessed a lot of great acts from the previous generation of heroes and the new generation of heroes, and how he feels about these heroes. He treats them, he thinks of them as like as godlike figures, or the person that we're seeing the story through believes, did God send these people down to Earth to save us, or did he send them to enslave us, whatever. So he's questioning his faith and his beliefs in these heroes and these villains and all the things that are going on in front of him. So you see this story in a way through the point of view of a citizen who's witnessed a lot of this stuff in his life. So whatever age you are, whether you're 80 or 10, this is one heck of a story. So I would strongly recommend that you pick this up. You're going to like the way you look after reading this graphic novel, I guarantee it. And it's Mark Waid and Alex Ross, two of the best in the game, probably two of the best in history. If I had my Mount Rushmore, I'd probably put them on the first two spots on my Mount Rushmore. So there you go. DC's Kingdom Come, look it up.
So speaking of Mark Waid, Waid is a phenomenal writer.
Love him.
And, Kingdom Come, it is a good story. I don't know that I would call it the Grand Slam or the World Series of graphic novels, but it's good.
Yeah, all good.
But for those of you who are looking to get into Marvel Comics, and Marvel Comics has, and DC Comics both have over 80 years of history and continuity that you have to kind of delve into. Well, Mark Waid created this book, The History of the Marvel Universe. It's a big book. It's actually a vinyl cover. But what he did was he took 80 years of history and wrote one narrative storyline from beginning to close to the end. They'll probably have to do a volume 2 in maybe 20 years or so. But this is it's all of the history of the Marvel Universe in one continuous story, chronological order. And this is a great place to start for Marvel Comics fans, because this is going to highlight all of the major storylines over the last 80 years. It's going to give you a flavor, a taste. And each story presents a jumping off point. And as Ryan mentioned, a lot of these publishers, all of the publishers, put out trade paperbacks. And they collect the entire run of a story in one edition. For DC, it's DC Showcase. For Marvel, it's Marvel's Epic Collections. Or sometimes and the Epic Collections are like, and the showcases are like the biggest key stories for that specific character or character. And then you can get even deeper with individual trade paperbacks, like Ryan just mentioned with Kingdom Come, or one of the other ones, Ryan, like what are your other top 5?
Great question. So the next one I want to throw out there, once again, this goes back to the DC side of things, and it's a great scenario. If you have the ability to go so fast that you can go back in time and change something, what would you change? So I'm going to go with DC's Flashpoint by I believe Jeff Johns and company. Now, Flashpoint's about the Flash. He lost his mother, and he uses his powers to go back in time to save her. But after doing so, it creates a ripple effect in that timeline that he's in, and it messes everything up. So Barry has to figure out a way, what exactly went wrong? How do I fix this? What do I have to do to make sure that certain things don't transpire, certain things do happen, certain things don't? You see, in this Flashpoint timeline, you see a different Batman, you see a different side of Wonder Woman, you see a different side of Aquaman, you see a different Joker. Hello, a different Joker. I don't want to give away who the new Joker is in this scenario, because it's just so cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs that you got to read this thing. Otherwise, you're not going to believe a word I'm saying. So DC's Flashpoint, good one. Jeff Johns, good coloring, good illustrations, great. I think some really good dialogue, some deep themes about loss. How do you deal with a loss? How do you get over it? Do you want to go back and change it? Or how do you move your life forward? Those kinds of questions are posed during the course of the story with Barry Allen's character of the Flash. So this is another one I got to recommend. I like DC's Flashpoint. It's one of my favorites, and Jeff Johns, he does some good stuff. So check out Flashpoint when you get a chance. It's got some good surprises in there too.
Jeff Johns is a phenomenal writer, most known for his run on Flash and JSA. But here's where this gets interesting, Ryan. So Flashpoint is the source, what we call the source material for everything that's happening on CW's Flash TV series. They dealt with Flashpoint in the TV series several times. Yeah, they've revisited this source material several times. The animated films, they did a Flashpoint animated film.
Oh yeah,
and the Doomsday War, I think it's called. Armageddon War. So I have it on video behind me. But it deals
Justice League Apocalypse War.
Yeah, Apocalypse War. Apocalypse War. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. See, there's a lot of movies out there. And yes, I do own the Flashpoint Paradox on Blu-ray.
Yes. And all of that material is sourced from this graphic novel, and the upcoming Flash movie is going to be dealing with this very topic. And so if you want to like be up to date on what they're doing in film and animation and movies, you start here.
It's good stuff. Yeah. Good stuff. And the trailer, there was a teaser for the new Flash film with a certain iconic Caped Crusader from 1989 making his most anticipated return, Michael Keaton. Can't wait to see that. That's going to be boss.
I am Batman.
I know. I want to hear him say it so bad. It's so good. Keaton, welcome back, buddy. I didn't think it was going to happen. I didn't believe it until I actually saw the teaser trailer and I saw the back of this cow show up at the tail end of that trailer, and I'm like, oh, Michael Keaton did come back. It's real. Okay.
So for Ryan, it's Flashpoint. For me, one of my favorite characters of all time is Iron Fist.
Ooh.
And I actually am one of the people who loved the Netflix Iron Fist series.
Hot take.
I really did, because I am a fan of the character. I've read the source material, but in particular, I've read The Immortal Iron Fist, which is basically the stories that they based the TV series off of.
Interesting cover.
Oh, it's a fantastic cover. Written by Matt Fraction, who's and Ed Brubaker.
I like Brubaker.
Amazing writers.
I like Brubaker.
And various artists. But this is a massive edition, too.
It's kind of a big one.
Yeah, so it collects the Immortal Iron Fist number 1 through 16.
Oof.
Their annual number 1. Immortal Iron Fist, Orson Rand, and Green Mist of Death, number 1. And then Immortal Iron Fist, The Origin of Danny Rand, number 1. And Civil War, Choosing Sides, number 1. So this is massive.
That's heavy.
Lots of story, but all of the concepts that they pulled for the TV show are right here. And so things that you're going, what? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. What? Huh? If you had read the source material, you're like, oh, I get that. Oh, what an awesome reference. What a great nod to the original material. It gives you a richer experience when you're watching the movies that these stories are based off of.
Might have to add that to my list.
Yeah. So I saw a couple on your list that I'm really excited for you to talk about. What's your next one, Ryan?
Sure. So the next one I want to bring up is something that now granted, I grew up on the Christopher Reeve and the Batman film, all that stuff, but you can't really, I like that stuff, but you got to go back and see what certain characters were like in the past. You got to go way back. But this one was written not too long ago. So it was kind of a somewhat still set back where it was, but also a bit of a tribute to the modern part of it. So I'm going to go with The Shadow, The Death of Margot Lane by Matt Wagner and Company. This is from Dynamite Comics. So we're off the DC and the Marvel thing. Let's take a step back from the two big fish in the pond. Dynamite, that's dynamite. So The Shadow, The Death of Margot Lane. The Shadow is a character that was created based around in and around the 30s and the 40s. And Lamont Cranston is a, playboy. He's a billionaire, but he has an alter ego, and that would be the Shadow, where he has the ability to, make himself invisible, make himself have different mystical type powers, but he also is very good with those two guns that he's holding in his right and his left hand. Hello, knows how to shoot. And he's got a ridiculously good looking outfit with a fedora. Who doesn't like a fedora? For Pete's sake, Clyde Hall, I know you're watching this, buddy. So the Shadow, the Death of Margot Lane, Lamont Cranston, the love of his life, Margot Lane, unfortunately gets taken from him during one of his missions when he's out patrolling and trying to stop a deadly enemy from taking over New York and the world. But don't let this title fool you, because there's more to this title than meets the eye. So the Death of Margot Lane, you may think that she's dead, and she is, but maybe something else may or may not have happened. I'm not sure. Don't want to give too much away. Spoilers, don't give it away. So the Shadow, the Death of Margot Lane, tribute to the original character of the 40s, Lamont Cranston. You got some familiar elements from other characters, but the Shadow is a great way to get into, like, what was the old school version of comics like? What were some of these characters that I may necessarily never heard of or didn't grow up on as a kid? Well, this is a trip to the Wayback Machine, and it's written by a great team at Dynamite Comics. So if you're looking for a vigilante who's got a love interest and some other secrets of his own that he's trying to keep hidden, and some crazy enemies out there that will do anything to take him out as well as overrule the world, it's really, really good stuff. And the artwork is great. It's a great setup for the 1940s, throwing it way back. So definitely check out The Shadow, the Death of Margot Lane. It's a great way to respect the past while embracing the future.
So this is actually one of my favorite stories. For those of you who know me, you know that I've been into retro and diesel punk for years and years and years. Yeah. And the Death of Margot Lane is an example of what we would call diesel punk comics, retro futurism. But here's the thing you need to know about the Shadow. And if I don't bring this up, Ryan, as a Shadow historian, other Shadow historians watching this, like Brian K. Morris or Clyde Hall, will jump down our throats. So the Shadow is one of the original comic book superheroes
of the pulp era.
Yes. So
very true.
Created by Walter B. Gibson, who was also the ghostwriter for Harry Houdini. Walter B. Gibson was a magician, and he created the Shadow. And the Shadow, along with the Phantom, is one of the two templates that all modern day superheroes are based on. And Doc Savage, those three.
Definitely Doc Savage.
But this is going to be a hot take for you, Ryan. You may not have ever heard this, and this might wound your sensitive ears a little bit. Batman is a direct ripoff of the Shadow. If you've never heard that,
no, I believe it.
Yeah,
100%. Because you see him wearing a cape, a mask, even though it's a red, scarf and a hat. You're thinking, oh, well, if it weren't for this character and some of the other characters of the pulp era, the old pulp era, we would not have gotten some of these other characters, known as Batman and the others. So
more than that, the very first appearance of the Batman in Detective Comics #1 featured artwork that was traced.
There you go.
From the Shadow pulp stories.
There it goes.
It's shocking when you see them side by side. And of course, the Shadow was the first hero, American hero. The Scarlet Pimpernel was the first to have an alter ego. But the Shadow had not one alter ego, but two. And this gets very confusing for a lot of people. He's most commonly known as Lamont Cranston, but he has a second alter ego that inspired another hero. His alter ego of Kent Allard.
Oh, yes.
Kent. Does that name ring a bell?
Kent. Yeah, that young scrapper who works as a reporter for the Daily Planet, right?
Yeah. And Superman
was my favorite character of all time is Superman. So there you go.
Yeah. And Superman was a ripoff of Doc Savage and John Connor of Mars, but that's another story for another day.
We could go all day with certain history lessons.
Yeah, as you've noted and seen before, I am a fount of trivial history knowledge.
Yeah. You're always ready to present a dissertation on whatever characters or properties that we bring up on our shows.
I can do it.
If you don't believe us, check out Boba's Weekly Bounty when he showed up on I think it was either the first or second episode. He wouldn't stop yapping. Show went on for almost 90 minutes because he wouldn't stop giving us a dissertation of Star Wars.
Hey, you put me into something that I'm passionate about. I'm going to talk about it. All right, what's your next pick, Ryan?
Oh, love the Shadow. Thank you for those of you who introduced me to that character. I love the Shadow so much. Anywho.
By the way, that title,
yes.
Death of Margot Lane.
Oh, yes.
Written by Matt Wagner.
Oh, yeah.
He also did Shadow versus Grendel. Which was phenomenal.
I have that actually.
But what's great about this is you can tell through the story that Matt Wagner is a fan of the Shadow. This book, this Death of Margot Lane, is like a love letter to the Shadow stories of the past, what has come before.
Oh yeah. One of these days I got to get myself a Shadow shirt. Seriously, I got to get on that. But anywho, so the next recommendation that I want to place out there, if you don't mind, is something that, once again, is a little bit off the beaten path. But then again, if you grew up in the 90s, like myself, you would realize that there was one thing that echoed in the hearts and minds of every child who grew up in the 90s, and that is, go, go, Power Rangers. So I'm going to bring up Boom Comics, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, specifically the storyline titled Shattered Grid. Now, Shattered Grid is a universe-based storyline where what if Tommy Oliver stayed evil as the Green Ranger and didn't stop being evil? Like, he was just full-on evil. And he ate it up with a spoon. And so much so that he got the Green Ranger powers, the White Ranger powers, everything in between. And he wants to rule over the universe, and he wants to rule over the morphing grid. He wants to choose which Power Rangers are going to serve him, which Power Rangers, may disagree with him. If they do disagree with him, they're going to die. So all your favorite Rangers from 1993's Mighty Morphin all the way up to, I believe, it's Samurai, maybe Mega Force is thrown in there for good measure. They are all involved in this storyline. So whether you grew up in the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s, you're going to see a lot of your favorite Power Ranger veteran characters in this series. Now, granted, this Shattered Grid storyline does take place during a run of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers series from Boom Comics, from the writers over there, if I'm reading this right. Yeah, Kyle Higgins and company. So, but this is a storyline that you can find available in a trade paperback, simply titled Shattered Grid. This is what the cover looks like. This is how it's presented. And it's about I believe it's between an 8 and 10 issue series, but it's so good because it brings together all your favorite Rangers from all the seasons. Whether you grew up during the Zordon era, the Neo Saban era, or the New Saban era, you're going to see a lot of your favorite characters, a lot of your favorite villains, some past 6th Rangers that you haven't seen in a hot minute if you look at your watch. So the power is going to protect you, or will it? So check this out. It's great stuff. I know Tommy is the most popular Ranger of all time, and some of us may be a bit tired of the whole Tommy Oliver saga, but at the same time, this storyline makes a lot of sense, and it's good. It's so good that it's great. So as a Power Rangers fan from the 90s to 2001, when I stopped watching after Time Force went off the air, this is some good stuff. So if you want to get back into the greatness that was the 90s and see where some of your favorite characters have gone past their respective seasons and what they've been up to since then, check it out. It's called Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Shattered Grid by Kyle Higgins and company. This is from Boom Comics. They've done some excellent, more phenomenal stuff with the Power Rangers series as a whole. Not just with Mighty Morphin, but they got a separate storyline called Go-Go Power Rangers. They got another storyline going on right now from Boom Comics. So go to your LCS, which stands for local comic shop, for those of us keeping score at home, and check out some Power Ranger comics and relive the glory days that was the 90s.
Now, this is a great example of the opposite happening. So much of what we see on film and TV is inspired by the source material, but this is a comic series that was inspired by the television source material. So it's kind of going the the opposite way. And there are a couple of other examples of this. Like if you were a fan of Firefly and you hated that it ended with one season, well, guess what? Joss Whedon continued the story in comics. And there is an entire Firefly and Serenity Comics series that you can dive into starting with season 2. They did the same thing with Buffy the Vampire Slayer and with Angel. And there are several of these TV properties or movie properties that people want to see the continuing story of, but there isn't that original source material, so they adapt to comics. They did the same with Ghostbusters. IDW has a great Ghostbusters series. If you want to follow the further adventures of the Ghostbusters, comics can be a great medium. And the great thing about this trade paperback, Ryan, with the Power Rangers, is you don't have to have read anything before it or after it if you don't want to, right?
That's true.
This is a standalone, self-contained story called Shattered Grid. But the hope is that you become so invested in these characters in that story that you want to go back to the beginning and read it from the beginning, and you want to continue it. And that's where your local comic book shop comes in. Ryan mentioned that you can't just go to the grocery store or to the bookstore and buy individual, what we call floppies of comics. You have to go to a comic book specialty shop, your local comic book shop. And that's where you can go to the back issue bins and you can start at an issue 1 or, start at the oldest issue that they have available. And that's what I did with the Avengers. Avengers 222, blew my mind. It made me a sold out fan. And so I started going to the local comic book shop, and now I've got every issue of the Avengers from issue number 56 to 750.
Jeez.
Yeah. And I've read
that is a plethora.
Yeah. I've read all of the stories through other collections or through Comixology, digital comics.
That's Comixology is a big one, yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a minute before we leave. What's your 5th pick here?
Yes, sir. So I want to take this opportunity to thank the individuals who introduced me to these trade paperbacks that we are bringing up today, whether it's Third Eye Comics in Annapolis, Maryland, whether it's Collector's Corner in Parkville, Maryland, or the t-shirt that I'm sporting today for this show, Famous Faces and Funnies, Comics and Toys, which is located in West Melbourne, Florida. You can find them online at FFF Comics on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and all that jazz. They have Facebook Live sales 1 million times a week, so make sure you're following them and Rick Shea over there and the crew. So the next recommendation I want to bring up was presented to me through the wonderful staff over there at Famous Faces and Funnies, and we're going to go back to one of the bigger fish in the pond here, and this is from the Marvel Universe. This is called Marvels, and once again, this brings up a name we mentioned earlier, Alex Ross. The cream of the crop, yeah, he's the best ever. So Kurt Busiek and Alex Ross put together a story known as Marvels within the Marvel Universe. Now, this story is somewhat similar, but at the same time, it's different from DC's Kingdom Come. Yes, the artwork is Alex Ross did the artwork, so let's give credit where credit is due. But this story is about a young man who is trying to be a reporter. He's a photographer, and he's trying to get a job with the newspapers and all that stuff. So in a way, the way he does this is by seeking out where the heroes and villains are fighting, where are they battling, what exactly is going on in New York City or other parts of New York State or outside of the state of New York, I believe it is. So he takes his camera, photographs these things, and you also see what the other onlookers are looking at. So basically this story is, how does an average everyday citizen see the Marvel Universe? How do they see these characters? How do they see Spider-Man? Do they really see Spider-Man as a hero, or do they believe that he is a villain that, what's his name? J. Jonah Jameson keeps calling him a Spider-Menace. He's horrible. He's evil. He's a menace to society. So you're left with, what do the citizens of New York or outside of New York truly think about these heroes? Well, you see that through the pictures that this young reporter is taking pictures of all these adventures and situations and missions that these Marvel heroes and villains are on. So once again, it makes you question, why do I like these characters? Why do I believe in Spider-Man? Why do I believe in Doctor Strange? Why am I such a fan of Iron Man? Is he really a good person, or is he not such a good person? Like, what exactly is going on necessarily behind closed doors, or what goes on behind the scenes? in an average everyday life of a superhero or a supervillain. And that's where this story comes in. And I got to thank the crew at Famous Faces and Funnies, because I've heard of this story over the years, but I never actually gave it a chance until they said, "Hey, Ryan, we got the Ultimate Edition of Marvels. We'll give it up to you if you want it. So just let us know in the comments and we'll set it aside for you." And I said, "Yes, please do it." So they set it aside for me. They shipped it. And I read it and I realized, wow, this is like the artwork, the way these characters are interpreted is so mind-boggling. You get to see the Marvel Universe in a whole new light. And it's in the words of our good friend Marty McFly, it's been educational. So check out Marvels by Kurt Busiek and Alex Ross. You will not be disappointed. And once again, thank you to Rick Shea and his crew over at Famous Faces and Funnies, because they're the ones that turned me on to the Shadow trade paperbacks. They're the ones that got me into Marvels and a few other things. I mean, if it weren't for them, I wouldn't have some of the trade paperbacks that I have in my possession right now, Dark Moss on Dathomir. So, as well as a few others. So congrats to everybody for recommending me these titles. But yeah, check out Marvels from Kurt Busiek and Alex Ross when you have an opportunity.
So that's a great one. And Kurt Busiek is one of the granddaddies of comic book writing. His run on the Avengers is considered one of the seminal runs of all time. I'm going to give one other recommendation. This is another collected edition, but this is a standalone story. This is it even a collection? I think it was written as a standalone story. Mm-hmm. And this is Black Canary and Zatanna.
Ooh.
And this is written by Paul Dini, who may sound familiar to fans of Batman the Animated Series. He created that. Mm-hmm. And the artwork is by Joe Quiones. Mm-hmm. And it's a standalone buddy cop style adventure featuring Dinah Lance and Zatanna, and beautiful artwork. It takes place in Las Vegas and has some cameos by people like Hal Jordan, Green Lantern, and it really dives out. And here's Green Arrow, Oliver Queen, and this is just one of those fun stories that you can pick up. You don't have to know anything about the characters before, and everything you need to know about them is included in the single story, and you can just enjoy it on its own. And it is a fun story. Story. And I believe I actually covered this on Back Issue Breakfast Club here on the Back of the Cereal Box Network. And that's a great segue to talk about where can you find recommendations for stuff that you're going to like. Ryan, you mentioned the local comic book shop. You mentioned some online dealers. I'm going to recommend some shows like our Back Issue Breakfast Club and my New Comics Yum, where I talk about new comics coming out. For example, this week, if you're into werewolves and cyberpunk, you might want to check out Lunar Room from Vault Comics. This is not the big two. This is an indie publisher.
There you go.
Some of the indie publishers give you the best quality.
Yeah,
because they don't have to answer to stockholders in the suit in the white ivory tower. They can just tell the story they want to tell. Phenomenal story. If you're into Pacific Rim and the kaiju and the Jaegers fighting, brand new book also by Vault called We Ride Titans.
Whoa.
And this is basically, what happens when a family has been in charge of the Jaeger program, but one of the pilots becomes incapacitated because of an alcohol problem, and the only person who can take his place is an estranged daughter in the family. And so now, how are they going to deal with mending that relationship and dealing with the fallout? So that's the kind of stuff that we cover on our shows. And there are other shows like Comic Book Spectrum on the Rising Tide Network. They do the same
Thursday
thing.
nights, 7 p.m. EST.
Yeah. And those shows can introduce you to stuff that you wouldn't maybe be exposed to normally. So your local comic book shop, they'll recommend stuff. We'll recommend stuff. And if there's something specific you want to see us cover, let us know. We'll do it. We absolutely will do it. I'm looking for a reason to read new comics every week. Wednesday is like my birthday. And if you're into supernatural time travel with real historic figures trying to redeem their lives and move into heaven, The Heathens is a great, great book from Aftershock Comics.
Oh.
And it's got this beautiful watercolor type. Anyway, so we will recommend stuff to you, your local comic book shop. Don't worry about being judged either. Did you feel like you were being judged, Ryan, when you went into that first time?
Oh, at Third Eye Comics in Annapolis, Maryland? Heavens no. Trish said to me, you're new, we'll recommend some stuff. What kind of characters do you like? I said, well, I'm a Superman fan. I like Batman. I like Spider-Man and X-Men. And she says to me, we hear some stuff that we recommend, but you go ahead, you look over there, see if you like it, see if anything sticks out to you. If you have any questions, just let us know. I'm more than happy to help. And I said to her, thanks. Appreciate it, because this is in the words of our good friend Scott Weinger's character from Aladdin, it's a whole new world. So it's a whole new world for me, and I've been a part of it for almost 5 years. This year in September will be my 5-year anniversary. Maybe I should throw a party. So with that being said, yeah, I'm into it now. I like comics a lot, and I tune into these Facebook Live sales all the time because I know they're going to throw stuff out that I may want to snack on. And Famous Faces and Funnies is very good at taking all my freaking money. Ricochet, I blame you for this, man. I know you're watching. And if you're not, I'm going to share this video with you later. So it's awesome sauce. I mean, just the other week, I got the collected editions, the color versions of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The original run of Ninja Turtles, the remastered color versions. And I got those from Famous Faces and Funnies because I asked them, you got any TMNT you would recommend? Because I grew up in the 90s. I like Turtles. And they say to me, yeah, we have the colored versions, volumes 1 and 2. If you want those, we'll sell it to you at a good deal. And I'm like, cowabunga, let's do it. Anyway, Krayley's in the chat. What is she saying now?
She's saying you are not behind. I cannot stress this enough. No one could ever read all of the MCU or DC content that's been published to date. You start where you are.
Amen.
And that is true.
So true.
What I love about what a lot of publishers are doing, a lot of old fans complain about this, but they'll often start over with a new number one.
Ugh.
Now, I know
all the time.
Yeah, there's some controversy about that, but
they do it all the time.
One of the things Marvel does, though, is they might start with a new number one, but they keep what they call the legacy numbering. So this is issue 50 of the Avengers, but the legacy number is 750.
Oh, so there's a bit of context there, so you understand what you're getting into.
Yeah, but what a new number one does is it provides you with a jumping on point for a brand new story.
It's true.
So you don't have to be intimidated. Oh my God, 750 issues?
That's a lot.
It's a
many.
But you can start there, and a lot of publishers are doing what they call limited series, and they will put on the cover issue 1 of 5, and they'll give it a title. The story like Shattered Grid, or like Hellboy, The Hidden Land. I just reviewed that last week for Back Issue Breakfast Club. It's 6 issues. The Hidden Land. It was a set run, and they've collected it into one edition. So you can go buy the floppies, which I recommend you do anyway. I'm going to recommend that you go to your local comic book shop and you buy the floppies every week, because here's why, Brian. If people don't buy the individual issues, you never get the collected editions, the trade paperbacks that people love so much.
Yeah, because I remember going out and getting issues number 1 through 6 when the Justice League did a crossover with the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Once again, that came from Boom Comics. There's a collected edition and a hardcover, but there's also variant covers that they came out with. Like Wonder Woman was on a cover with the Red Ranger, the Black Ranger was on a cover with Green Lantern. I'm thinking to myself, that's awesome. I want that in my collection now. And I actually did end up getting it. Bless those local comic shops' hearts. So, yeah, you got a good point. I'm more of a fan of the paperbacks, but at the same time, I do respect the OGs and the floppies and all that jazz. I mean, Cindy Kep just came out with a new comic series for Animal Eye. Issue number 1 is out. I got the floppy of that. Why? Because it's cool looking and it's a collector's item. Hello, Cindy Kep. Go to ckoepp.com for more details on that. And something I didn't get a chance to clarify a moment ago, John, if you don't mind me bringing this up real quick.
Go ahead.
Is that Marvels is also a standalone story. So you don't have to read anything else that came before or after Marvels by Kurt Busiek and Alex Ross, respectively. You can just jump in it immediately, in the words of Chris Pratt, right now. So that's one thing. But yeah, no, local comic shops are a great place to start. Also, if you want to hit me up on Facebook or hit any of us up on social media, we'll give you some titles. I may not be the smartest person in the room because John kind of is. So I'll leave that to him. But also another podcast we're going to want to check, is just debuted a few weeks ago, Comics Unlimited by Ted Davies and Glenn B. Fleming on TedDaviesArtistry.com. Check it out. See, the plug machine is rolling like crazy. That just started, and great place to ask questions, get recommendations, and also Comic Book Spectrum. Granted, it's with 4 guys who like to talk for like 4 hours at a time. But if you watch that show and ask them questions in the comments, they will answer your question. Just last week, I asked them, for someone who's new to the universe that's Jack Kirby, where would I start? And they gave me like 3 or 4 or 5, 6 different recommendations. And then finally, someone just dropped the hammer by saying, you know what? Google Jack Kirby's work, look at what characters you're a fan of, and then just start with the ones that you already know of and go from there.
Because I would tell you Captain America.
And I like Captain America.
Because his Captain America is my favorite.
Oh,
but other people will tell you the Eternals or the Inhumans or the New Gods. Yeah.
New Gods, yeah. Big fish.
Yep. So for those of you who are just now tuning in, we are wrapping up our panel on new comics readers. You are not behind, and giving some advice and recommendations for brand new comic readers. One of the last things that we want to mention is if you like a character from a movie, and you want to dive into the comics version, another resource for you can be Facebook groups or, social media groups. And you got to be careful about this because there is a lot of toxicity on Facebook. A lot of old school fans that are like, well, if you had read the comics in the beginning, you would know what's going on. And sometimes I've been like, get off my lawn, even me. But here's the deal. If you ask the right question, and here's the right question. Hey, I really loved we'll use the Eternals.
Sure.
I really loved the Eternals movie. I want to read the comics, but I don't know where to begin. Then someone like me could say, well, the movie is based on the classic run by Jack Kirby. You can buy it in a collected omnibus edition at a local comic book shop. But there's also a great story, standalone story by Neil Gaiman.
Ooh.
And you can check that out and read that as well. And those 2 books combined kind of give you everything you need as an Eternals fan.
It's a fair point. As a matter of fact, the trailer that dropped last week for Moon Knight, I don't know much about Moon Knight, but when I saw that trailer with Oscar Isaac, I'm thinking, this is an intriguing premise with an intriguing character that's new to me. I know the character's been around for years and years and years, respectively, in other mediums within the comics, but for me, it's new. I don't know who this person is. I never met this character. I don't know anything about them. But when I saw the trailer, I thought to myself, this is a character I'm intrigued by. I want to read some of these comics. So
yeah, and I am a Moon Knight fanatic.
Oh boy!
So I've been all over Moon Knight for years and years, and here's a great place to start. There is a Moon Knight Epic collection from Marvel, $20, trade paperback. It's got all of the key stories from his origin story to one of the most recent series. But then there's a Brian Michael Bendis series that was phenomenal. That they're pulling a lot of the material for the TV show from that. But yeah, there's a lot of richness in Moon Knight. But start with the Epic Collection from Marvel, and then follow the rabbit hole down, down deep below to the land of the lost. All right, guys and gals, we need to wrap up. Ryan, any last comments?
Yeah, I would just say once again, thanks for having me. This was a great time. It was a great panel. And if you're watching this and you're brand new to comics, welcome to the Funhouse. It's only going to get better from here. And if you've been a comics fan for a number of years, welcome back. Good to see you again. It's nice to see you too. Grab a seat. So this was great. If you're new to comics, enjoy the ride. It's going to be wonderful. Visit your LCS. Go online. Look at the forums. Look at the lists. Talk to your friends who are comic book fans. Talk to Facebook groups. There's a lot of them. I can send you some links. John B. Pica and his crew over back at the Stereo Box can send you some links because they know a thing or two because they've seen or read a thing or two. So thanks for having me. Make sure you check me out. All forms of social media, simply at It's Neuroculture. New stuff is being posted each and every week. And if you want to talk some comics and make me go broke by recommending a million titles, which I may have gone broke by listening to John B. Pica enough already, feel free to do so and hit me up with the DMs. But otherwise, congratulations on comics because comics are awesome and life is better when reading, John.
Ryan, let me wet your whistle a little bit here. I am not a comics collector. I'm a comics reader. Yes. Now I have a collection, but I have them because I bought them to read them. When I get a collected edition, I give away the single issues to friends and sometimes strangers on the street. Random acts of comics. Here you go. So, if you're ever in the mood to get a collection, let me know.
Yeah, you may be getting a DM from me later on. We'll see.
Well, Ryan, you've been awesome this morning. As always, thanks for joining the Multiverse Fundraiser here on Back of the Cereal Box. I'm going to let you go, and we're going to reset the room for the next panel, which is cosplay using our powers for good.
Amen to that.
It's going to be great. Thank you, Ryan, and have a great rest of the day.
You too, sir. Thanks for having me.
All right. For those of you who are just joining us, we are at the Multiverse Fundraiser. Our current total, we are raising money for Valerie Perrine, and our current total is $240. Our goal is just over 1,000. So we need everyone who is watching to join in the fundraiser and contribute. And what does that mean? So we have some great prizes for everyone who makes a donation. We've got signed books, we've got swag, we've got clothing like hoodies and candles, and we've just got all kinds of fun stuff. And when you make a donation, you are going to be entered into the drawing to win these prizes. Every donation gets an entry. There are over 40 prizes. Now, you guys can't read these rules, but you do need to provide a proof of your donation. And you make the donation at tinyurl.com/MVFR22. And then after you make the donation, this is super easy. All you've got to do is send an email with proof of that donation to phoenixsyscosplay@gmail.com. And once you do that, you will be entered to win one of those fabulous prizes. And that will be awesome. So our next panel is coming up in just a moment. I'm going to reset the room. We're going to remind everyone why we're here. And when it comes back, I will be gone and Willow Schuyler will be in my place. It's like a magic trick.
The Multiverse FunRaiser is a benefit for Oscar-nominated actress Valerie Perrine. Ms. Perrine is known for her roles in Superman, Slaughterhouse-5, Lenny, and so many more. We've teamed up with documentary director Stacey Souther to raise money for Valerie's medical expenses and other needs. Every donation and every post share gives you the chance to win super prizes. Go to the website listed for details.
Welcome to the Multiverse Fundraiser, everyone. I am Willow Schuyler. With me today is so many great cosplayers, and I cannot wait to meet them all. So we got... Hi, how's it going?
Good. Hi, how are you?
Good. All right. Okay.
I'm underdressed.
This should all be all the cosplayers. All right. So I'm... let's start with Robin. Who are you, and how did you get started with cosplay?
All right, so my name is Douglas, and how I got into cosplay was many years ago. I did a Comic-Con, and I ran into someone there who was like, yo, that's a great costume. And I was like, thanks. Fast forward, I met a friend named Kelly who got me into some charity groups, and I've continued it since.
Awesome. All right. Emperor Palpatine.
Good morning. I actually got into cosplay, about 10 years ago. I was at an event here locally where the 501st Legion was one of the local science museums had a sci-fi family day, and I started talking to them and started to realize that, hey, I could do this too. And so kind of one thing led to another. And it's an addictive substance. You start off with one and now you've got, costumes. I think I have over 20 now. It's just crazy. And so. Willow, I think you're still on mute.
Yeah, sorry.
It keeps going back that way.
My husband's gaming in the background, so I'm trying very hard to not compete with him. Valerie, how did you get into cosplay?
I'm the weirdo who's been doing this since before cosplay was a word, even in Japanese. I talked my dad into taking me to StarCon Denver back in 1981. I saw an announcement for it after Doctor Who on our local PBS station. And I went on Saturday and I saw grown-ups in costumes wandering around. And I'm like, I have found my people. And I have been there ever since.
All right. We have someone else joining us. Mila, how's it going?
Hey, I'm like super washed out.
Oh no, that's okay.
If I shake my face, you can see me a little bit. Maybe if I lower my blinds, because I'm like, there we go. I apologize.
You look amazing.
I apologize. I told you I would do my whole kit and caboodle for my Wonder Woman suit, but alas, I'm a single mom, so I was running around like a crazy person trying to set him up for success, and I was like, well, leather Wonder Woman jacket it is. So
that's fine.
But I got the tiara on. So.
Hey, I'm entirely incognito. So.
There we
Tell
go.
us about you. Tell us about yourself and how'd you get into cosplay?
Oh man, I'm a little bit behind Valerie. I was doing it along the yesteryear generation. My uncle invited me to a convention when I was 18. He's very strategic in his process and when and where he invites me for certain things. That was a MegaCon back in I don't even know when, and I debuted as Supergirl. At the time, I was also working for Walt Disney World and was very adjusted and trained, seasoned to working with little kids. I was doing character performing for the company. And so combining Supergirl, seeing all the little kids dressed up, being in the world of my uncle with comic books and whatnot, it just was a beautiful marriage. I don't know if you can see my cat. He's walking right in front of me. Anyway, it was a beautiful marriage for me in the cosplay world that now, fast forwarding, oh my gosh, 13 years. Now I'm working with Toys for Tots and doing cosplay for them, and among many other projects that I'm trying to launch this year for kids. So yeah, it's very
fantastic.
addicting to go with Space Pope costume.
That's awesome. So I started cosplaying back in 2019 was pretty much my first time that I walked into a convention. I remember like I kind of did cosplay before, but it wasn't like a big thing. Halloween was definitely my time to shine. It's like I'm gonna be a superhero this year or a zombie or something, and I try to create as close to certain movies or characters as I could get it with limited, amount of, supplies. So I apologize again. My husband's gaming, so but yeah, he when I was walking around one day around my neighborhood and I saw a sign up at one of the local game shops that cosplay contest convention, this is all our guests, and I'm just like, wait, we have a convention here? Why am I only finding about this now? So of course I'm just like, okay, Adam West is going to show up and I can only go for one day. So let's make this good. So yeah, I ended up cosplaying as like a very comfortable version of Black Cat. And, and I have a figurine of her in like a tank top and a pair of tights and like the fur around the boots and stuff like that. So I bought myself like a go-go boot covers and put fur on top, and yeah, that was my costume for the day.
Nice. I love that. Makeshift costumes are sometimes the best creations that we can come up
They
with.
really are. And sometimes they will get the best reaction for them, and they can be comfortable, and it's just the best.
You can
and
plan
kids,
you can plan all year for a costume, and then all of a sudden someone out of nowhere will come out with like a closet cosplay or something and be like, that's the winner.
Right. Because there's an essence of feeling how much thought and heart, creativity went into it.
Yeah.
I'm a hybrid of having someone build me something and then makeshifting last minute. So, and these are more fun. These projects are a lot more fun because it's that you're confined in the, you have an obstruction of how do I make this? And then it really catapults that creativity that all of us adore from the creators. And then we get to have a little moment with it. So.
Yeah. Well, and it gives you, on our topic, it gives you a moment with the kids. Because I mean, I've been, ad hocing costumes since I was yay high. I remember there was one time we had our library's summer reading program had a sci-fi theme, and I had forgotten that the final celebration of the summer reading program was going to have costume contest. And it was like 1978, and I happened to be wearing this little shirt with the hood on it, and I had big old honking glasses, and so I decided that I was the Galactic Goggle Jogger. I just made that up on the spot. I didn't even play. I was already at the event. So kids need to start off right away knowing that whatever they come up with, somebody's going to appreciate.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I love it.
I'm very much kind of a last minute cosplayer. I will just throw stuff on. I'm like, okay, I'm a Green Lantern today, kind of thing. And then there was one time where I kind of mixed a furry character in with my cosplay as well. And I'm just like, okay, I'm just going to go as, a Green Lantern squirrel just for the heck of it. And people were coming up to me, oh, are you this character? I'm like, I just put on a tail and ears.
Yes, I am. I am whatever you need me to be. I'm here for it.
But that's absolutely something that the kids can look at and say, hey, I can do that. Where, my 450 hours of Padme, they're just going to look at and go, which is also fun. But I love having somebody they look at and say, hey, I have something in my closet that looks like that. I could do this too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love that. And they get to be proud of it. They get to be proud of their creation. And with my experience with little ones, they love to talk about it, you know, rather than the store-bought situation, which of no prejudice or anything, when the little one's like, I put this here because it's for this reason, and then I super glued this and I burnt my finger, and then, you know, and then I was sewing this, my mom taught me how to sew, and this didn't fit right, so then we just put it to the side, you know. It's just like, it's a whole story time, and you just get to sit there and talk with them about their amazing creation, you know, and it's so funny. They're so funny.
And they're the ones who'll be ready for prejudging when they grow up.
Right. Exactly.
So I hear the Space Pope has a fun story for us.
It's probably the story of how the name came about. And I was at a C2E2, and one of the other costumes I do is Q from Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Oh, awesome.
And in his judge, you know, medieval looking judge robe, and have a really cool, you know, necklace that he wears there and so forth. And of course, not everybody knows who that character is. And I was walking in the costume through the con, and this little boy taps his mom on the shoulder and goes, "Hey, Mom, check it out. Look, it's the Space Pope." And I thought,
nice.
So there's the name. I'm like, I literally was just laughing. It was just perfect. So there you go.
It's declared by the mouth of me.
And Doug, do you have any great moments where you've had, you know, children run up to you and just adore your costume? And...
Oh yeah, multiple. My very first con ever, I did a makeshift Robin costume, and I'm thinking, all right, not that great. Not even 10 minutes in, this little kid dressed as Robin sees me and yells, "It's Robin!" And immediately ran over and wanted a photo. And Mom's like, "Is it okay?" I'm like, yes. And my one friend, she had like a tear in her eye because she was like, "This is the most amazing thing I've ever seen." And I was just like, it was fun. 'Cause, you know, for like that little kid, he honestly thought I was Robin. And it was just great to see him have a smile on his face. And that was one fun story. Or the other one, kind of how the Space Pope came about was in one of my groups, we have a guy who does Alfred. And we were doing this event, and this kid looks at him and goes, "It's Mr. Monopoly." We burst out laughing. And ever since then, we don't call him Alfred, we call him Mr. Monopoly. Because he literally looks like Mr. Monopoly.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's meant to be.
It was.
I enjoy going to different charity events, and one of my friends held this one event where it was just a photo shoot, dinner photo shoot. We watch movies, whatever. Those events are one of my favorites as well. There was one guy that dressed up as Alfred, and literally, like all the groups that were there, like we had Batman, I was dressed up as my Tomb Raider character, and then there was like a couple other groups, but Alfred just fit with every little group.
Every group has a rich person with a butler.
That's awesome.
Correction. It always
bankrolls the group.
Yeah, exactly.
We wouldn't get very far.
But yeah, that was like one of those moments where it's like our unplanned costumes that it just merged together as one group, and we did another video shoot where we just took a song and just made it a Batman theme, and we had the police show up trying to figure out what we were doing, and they wanted pictures with us, and so yeah. Those moments are just hilarious where it's like they're like, "What are you guys doing? We're curious, and we're nerds too." Have you guys had moments like that where the police showed up, or yeah?
Oh yeah, we had an event, and the police came later, but they were scheduled, but they didn't see the superheroes. So as soon as they came in, they like stopped and they stared at us, and they're like, "What's going on?" And we're like, "Hey, hi." And then they go, "Do you want a photo of on the armored Jeep, and of course everyone's like, oh, and then you have me going, yeah. So there's a photo of me like on top of their armored vehicle, just going crazy,
That's
and
awesome.
the guy who does Batman's just looking up like, what are you doing?
Well, and their own events. I mean, there's DuPage Sheriff has a safety day every year that's just this huge community event that I've done with both Customers with a Cause and with the 501st and Rebel Legion. And that was, if anybody follows my social media, may have seen pictures of Ray climbing the climbing tower. That was the day I did that. They had their little remote control robot out there that, oh my gosh, the stormtroopers were having a field day with. And, you know, and they don't get the chance to be big kids very often. And a lot of them, you know, they have kids. A lot of them are in our organizations. And, you know, when they get out and have their community events, or like the national night out, you know, I think I'm sure there's a certain element of, okay, these people are out here in a costume and the kids are paying attention to them, but also they get to play too.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't have a lot. I just recently was asked by a military sergeant to go and visit a family that had lost one of the parents, and that specific parent was a part of his group. I don't know the terminology of the military, but and that was a lot of fun being able to go visit the boys. Both were under 11, and that was a lot of fun. But I think one of my favorite experiences with the police specifically, was during the Black Lives Matter of 2020, that whole apocalyptic year. And I had an epiphany hit me, and I actually talked to my uncle about it, and I felt like I needed his permission. I don't know if you're aware, but my uncle is George Perez.
Okay.
And so I chit chatted with him, and I was like, you know, this is something important to me personally, but I had a thought come to me that instead of going to my local march just as me, what if I kind of went as a hybrid, you know, wearing pants, some dance tights, that are thicker and whatnot, just to give a little bit more modesty to Wonder Woman's look for such a delicate situation, and wearing her bodice. And it wound up being one of my favorite experiences for two reasons. One, there was this little girl who was hugging, like strapped on to her mom's thigh, because I mean, that's a little nerve-wracking going to a march. It's a lot of people, it's a lot of energy, and she was so intimidated. And I looked over and I spotted her. We locked eyes throughout the whole presentation. And then she kept seeing me lift my shield, and my shield had a message on it for I stand with those who stand for justice and things of that nature. And she wound up, I guess just from watching Wonder Woman lift her shield for the huzzah moments, she asked for her mom's sign and she would do it with me. And so she went from being really scared and intimidated to watching, you know, an icon of a sort being brave and standing up for something. And then she was able to do it. And it was just such an iconic moment for me. I was like, I don't know if I showed up for her as Wonder Woman today or not. And there was no photo ops or anything like that. But like that one little girl of color was just so powerful. And then as I was walking home, this other mom on the other side of the road was like, hey, Wonder Woman. And she had a daughter with her. And she's like, see, Wonder Woman stands up for, you know, whatever it was that she said. And then literally, as I'm trying to get into my house, like all these cops stopped me, segued into the police scenario. And they're like, Wonder Woman, can we have a picture? It's like, yeah, let's do it. So that's one of my prized possessions, is a photo of all of our local policemen with Wonder Woman and the sign of I stand with those who stand for justice. It was really special. But I wanted to ask my uncle, because of his career and relationship with Wonder Woman, I was like, would this be something that you think as a writer, artist of Wonder Woman, that she would demonstrate for, you know, that she'd show up for? And he said, Mila, I've never been more proud of you. Go. And I was like,
I'm pretty sure he's drawn scenes like that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I
felt like in my gut, I was like, I need the creator's permission.
That's definitely life imitating art, though, and that's what what us cosplayers are like striving to do. And when it comes to the superheroes, and I'm a huge superhero fan. I love dressing up as superheroes, and there was one time where I was dressed up as Princess Leia, and I was at a gaming convention, and this one kid comes through the door, and she barely got her jacket off to come give me a hug, and she goes, "You're my favorite princess." I'm just like, this is the greatest moment ever.
It really is. I mean, you get so many of those. I think my favorite has to be at the Superman celebration in Metropolis a few years ago.
Yeah.
I was out as Supergirl, and I had taken pictures with a few little, and the sudden it was a couple of reasons it was fun. It was really the first time my husband saw me interacting with kids in costume, because he'll hear me describe it. He's like, "Oh, okay, now I see what this is." But this little girl, probably about 4 or 5, I'm suddenly attached to my leg, and I hear this, "You're my favorite you're my favorite superhero."
Just magnetized, right? She wouldn't let go.
Well, and she started to say princess, and she says, "It's Kara." She's kind of both.
Yeah.
But, and I had the little interaction with her, and then I turn around and Gwenda Bond is behind me. She was there. She had just released the Lois Lane book that she had written, and she went, "That's the cutest thing I've ever seen." I'm like, okay, this day rocks. And you get so many of those moments. I mean, you tell people you volunteer and it's for cheer, and they're like, "Oh, you raise the money, that's cool," and it is, and it's great, and I love saying we made X amount of money for Make-A-Wish or whatever. But for me, it's about those interactions with the kids, and especially like my favorite are the library events, because you get the kids at those who might not be able to go do something else, And I was the kid who thought Disney was for rich people. I've been to Disneyland once. I was 45. And these kids are, they have classmates who go every year. They get to have that experience. They get to interact with us in a way that they're not going to get to do anywhere else.
For sure.
Yeah. I don't do much cosplaying at hospitals because we up here in Canada we have strict rules about that. But I know I'm sure a lot of you have done the cosplaying at hospitals. And what's your initial feeling doing stuff like that when you see like kids in cancer wards or whatever? Like how do you guys not become so emotional seeing all that?
I've done a lot of hospital visits at children, and it's tough, but in my mind, they're the true heroes. And unfortunately, I know what a lot of them go through. As a couple of years ago, I was diagnosed with cancer, so I can kind of relate with them. And I always tell them, "You're going to make it. You're going to just fight through it. You're the true superhero." I usually then tell the parents, "Don't worry. Doctors know what they're doing." It's tough. There are times where, me and someone else will have to step out of the room because it's just too much. But it's just, it's tough. But I always tell myself they're the true heroes, because when we walk in, they smile, they're excited, they're happy. And, it's just like the world for them is, it's a mess. But yet when they see us, they're happy. They put on a happy face and they have like the energy. And I'm just like, like I said, they're the true heroes. I mean, the fact that they are happy to see us.
And you have the child life staff to help you out. The best advice they almost always tell us, you're here to give them a moment away from this and not necessarily talk about why they're here or what's going on. So for me, it's easy to just have that moment of, as I would with any other kid, because that's what they need. Yeah. They had that experience of being, for that kind of takes them out of that space for that little bit of time. And most of the hospital visits I've done have been with 501st Rebel Legion. And so usually you'll always get, when we're changing, somebody's like, "Oh, I don't know how you could do this as a face character. I'm going to be crying in my bucket." And I'm like, these kids are so happy. I'll cry all the way home after I think about it.
Right.
But in the moment, you're just having fun with them.
One thing I would add to that is that I think a lot of people don't realize that a lot of these kids live at the hospital for months, years, and what do they do there? Well, they watch their favorite characters. So it's really good to kind of brush up on the history of your character. I remember one time I was in my Star-Lord costume for an event there, and this little boy literally knew everything about Star-Lord and started quizzing me, and I was like, oh my gosh. So I think, again, it's something that people don't realize, that again, that's, these kids really get to love a lot of these characters, because they're kind of stuck in a building a lot for a very long time.
Yeah, it's kind of on top of the usual experience of, the kids between probably about 9 and 12. You get that they're just starting to figure out that you're a person in a costume, and they want to kind of flex their I'm starting to grow up muscles and be cool and be smart. We had a little girl, and the child life specialist warned us she was 12 going on 37. And we got up to her room, and she's like, oh, I mean, just the epitome of, I am much too cool for this, and why are you doing this? And then BB-8 rolled up, and she went, BB-8! She had a blast. It was the best. Yeah, and I've never been so happy to be upstaged by a droid, because the child life specialist is like, if you don't crack our shell, it's okay. She's like that. She's got the cynical thing going on, and just she'll still be happy to see you. She just won't admit it. But that droid rolled up, and boom, she was like a little kid.
We all have that geek out moment where we see other cosplayers, and we like I'm a huge fangirl, and as soon as I saw you pop up, I'm just like, but I will do that with even my own friends.
Where I'm such a toddler. Literally, for when I go to conventions, I'm like, oh my gosh, like panic attack. The very first time when I did Star Wars weekends as a guest, I literally cried walking through, because it was like Audrey's Municipal Band happening, and I was like, it's too much, because I was a Star Wars baby. First and foremost, wanted to be Luke Skywalker and Leia at the same time. I was that little girl. I was like, I want best of both worlds, and it will happen. Anyway, so I understand. I'm that girl too. Like, my uncle and I are ridiculous when we're together, just walking the floor, because he fanboys over these things and I fangirl, and we just throw each other our phones to take pictures. We're a sight to see when we're just walking the floor. It's fun. It's a good time.
I've seen it. It's fun.
Yeah, my husband is my handler. And like he's often told me, oh, I want to get into cosplay, and so I'll be like, okay, so we can do Jane Cobb for you. We can do like all these different other gruff type characters. He wants to do a Star Wars character, and it's like, okay, so let's try to plan this out. And then of course she's like backs out at the last minute, and it's like, but.
Right.
Well, Mila, my husband occasionally does Brainy, so he has definitely experienced you guys firsthand.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well,
the Legion of Superheroes will make
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, Legion of Superheroes will definitely make him come out. Ding dong.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
We forgot the clock.
I have my great grandfather's antique clock over here that I stopped winding the striker on for exactly that reason.
Nice.
That was smart.
Very nice.
It took me a while to figure out that I could do that.
They're tricky that way.
And I think that that's kind of our secret weapon, that we can, if we still do that, it's because people new to the organizations will come and they're like, oh, you're so easy with the kids. How do you do it? I'm like, we're just playing make believe. Just put yourself back in that space. You may be out of practice. Some of us aren't out of practice because we just never stopped, but you can find it again.
Yeah. So do you guys have any advice for like new cosplayers that are just getting into the cosplay hobby?
Pick characters that you love. Because if you don't love them, you're not going to have the energy to get through the build.
Mm-hmm.
You got to have the love.
Absolutely.
And if you're getting into the volunteer angle specifically, definitely that applies, because you want to be someone like like Fred said, if you need to know who they are top to bottom, because the kids will. They're going to gravitate to their favorites, and they're going to ask you, my favorite conversation I ever had with kids, and it's not necessarily even knowing the facts about the character, but how they would react to things. I love being with Ray and being new to everything. We did a walk, and we were going across a bridge, and kids were trying to tell me that the eels in the river were electric, which seemed very unlikely in downtown Naperville, but Ray didn't know that. So they're explaining to her about these animals that not only live in the water, but they will shock you. And it was just the best.
I love it.
So stuff like that, just be, and so that's about the performance side, and don't be worried about your costume being perfect, whether you make it, whether you buy it. And that's going to be different from one group to another. If you're coming into the Legions, they were founded for the purpose of making screen accurate costumes, and the charity work came a little after. So the emphasis is a little different there. But you come in to say Costumers with a Cause, if it's recognizable as a child-friendly character, you're good. We have a guy who does Buzz Light, who for somebody finally gave him an upgrade, but for 3 years he was doing Buzz Lightyear in a Halloween costume with the inflatable wings. And at every single event, the kids loved him the best because he was Buzz.
Yeah.
So I almost think that this side of the hobby is one of the best for new people to get into, because every organization is made up of people. Everywhere there's people, there's drama. You're not going to be free of it anywhere.
No.
But I think there is less of it in this part of the hobby than in a lot of others. You're not going to run into as much of the competition. You're not going to run into as much of the negativity that we're trying to fight in other areas of the hobby. But I think in this one, we're fighting it the hardest because we have something else besides just the presentation and the love of the work itself that we're here for. And I think that's a really great way for new people to come in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've covered some really great points about the costuming, the performance, what's your angle. And then another thing I would say is find your cosplay family.
Absolutely.
Go to the conventions and get to know people. Go to Facebook groups, Instagram, and just reach out. I mean, you have an open invitation for me. If you ever just need a friend, or if you want some conversation about questions that you have, I'm open to that, because I've been there. I've been there where I was alone at a convention or an event or whatever it was. And, it's so much better when you have a friend at least, or a whole family. And so that would be my 2 cents is find your Lego blocks that connect to you, because then you have a support system, and you have people to reach out to for specific things that you might need to know or practice with. So going with Valerie, if you're going toward the angle of charity work and performance, then you have someone to role play with, to practice how to interact with kids. You can also watch a friend, which is really helpful for me, to watch how other people interact, so on and so forth, and kind of pick up what they do and add it to my toolkit, if you will. So, get your family.
So we got a message from Trish. Thank you, Willow, for sharing. The virtual con means a lot to our disabled house. You are so very welcome. And that's another thing that I'm huge into is cosplaying. I believe in cosplays for everyone. And even if you are disabled, you can still make a fantastic cosplay. You can use your crutches as props, and you can use your Mila. You have something to say to add to that?
Yes, I do. One of my very favorite. I have a lot. All of us have so many favorite memories, but it was Trish or Trisha.
Trish. Yeah.
Trish. So one of my very favorite memories is of one of my very early conventions, and this little one was in a wheelchair and a foot cast and an arm cast. like just all over the place, just not, he was disabled for anything. And he caught my eye because I think his posse that was with his family was out, maybe 10 feet away from him doing pictures or whatever. And he was just kind of sitting there. But he was wearing a Superman shirt and blue shorts and whatever it was. And he just looked so melancholy. I mean, who wouldn't feel melancholy at a convention surrounded by everybody as a kid, completely strapped to a wheelchair and casts? And I walked over, I happened to be Supergirl, coincidentally. And the whole conversation, kind of to support what others have said, we were just talking about how we both have been banged up and bruised and broken. I had died a few times and snapped back. We just talked about, we just trip a lot. It takes a lot of practice to become super, happens to the best of us. And that was that conversation because, he had been in casts, meaning he broke a bone, so on and so forth. But when it concerns permanently disabled or born this beautiful way, supporting Valerie and also Kelly Phoenix, that and Space Pope, it's that intuition as a performer. If they need you to create a whole new world and share that moment with them, or if you need to sit in their world with them, and that in itself is the magic. And whenever they want to cosplay, usually you're making a whole new world, because they put that effort in there. And so it's just,
and building on that, that's the reason it's important to have members with disabilities. It reminds me a little bit of a story of one of our customers with a cause members who has, chronic illness, is a part-time wheelchair user. And there was a teenage girl wheelchair user at an event that we went to, and she was sitting there. She was there as Wonder Woman, and she happened to be walking that day. But there are also days that she's out in her chair. She's usually Ariel when she does that with her tail. But, she was talking with this girl about 14, 15 for probably 45 minutes. And they were trading stories about invisible disability, about the days that people, how people react when they see you stand up out of a wheelchair and call you a faker and all those things that nobody else could have had that conversation with that kid. And she had that conversation with Wonder Woman.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And it brings people encouragement. Like I've seen the cosplay bullying online, and I've even been bullied. I know how to handle situations like that because I've been bullied all my life, and it's just I become like it's all about justice when it comes to bullies. It's like nobody will bully me in my circle, so. When I see other people getting bullied, I'm like, I become their protector. I'm like, no, you do not do this. So how do you guys handle your cosplaying bullies? If you guys have ever had one.
We electrocute them.
Adults.
I like that.
No quarter.
What I do is,
with kids. Go ahead.
Do you want to go first?
Go, Doug. Go.
All right, thank you. So what I do is, if someone's bullying, if they're making a comment on that, I'll be like, all right, that's your opinion. If they try to keep pushing the thing, as silly as it sounds, I just block them on Facebook or Twitter, because it's like, you know what? You're obviously just being toxic. I don't need that in my life. And one of my friends, I stood up for him. He's smaller than me, and he wanted to do Spider-Man. And someone made the comment, "Oh, you're too small to be Spider-Man." And I looked at them and I said, "So if he's Spider-Man, if he likes to do the character, let him do it. I don't see you making a costume or anything. So why are you trying to boss someone around when you're not even doing anything?" If that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I feel about it too. And again, cosplay is for everyone, and I love this. Mike in a wheelchair is Mario.
That's great.
That is adorable. I've seen people turn their wheelchairs into TIE fighters, and
Well, there is a charity that exists specifically to do that builds
Yeah.
cosplay wheelchairs for kids.
Yeah.
I
That
can't
is
remember the
awesome.
name of it right now, but every year usually they do their big reveal at Dragon Con, and they'll put out, or I guess they started doing it at San Diego, but they'll have 4 or 5 or 6 that are there. They'll bring together makers from all across the country and do this huge project, and people can nominate a particular child to be the beneficiary of this.
Yeah, I've seen them.
And again, it's people, because so much of their money is going to the child's care. This is not an opportunity that they have necessarily to do. Some families are able to get that creativity and do that for
Right.
themselves, and some people don't have anything left. And to see these kids, just get into that new world.
And what are your guys' favorite material, or like, do you guys like working with Evafoam or Worbla for your costumes?
I'm mostly a sewist. The non-sewing bits, I'll figure it out as I go.
I was gonna say something about bullying just before we moved on.
Oh yeah, sorry, go ahead.
It's for me, I'm so I hate bullying. I hate it so much. And so I have to work really hard not to be reactive, but be responsive.
Yeah.
And just because I feel that instinct, just like you, of, you've hit an electric fence, I want to electrify you. Or I want to send an electric shock to protect so-and-so. But it is a defense mechanism, or it's kill them with kindness. And either one of the, it just depends on what's been said toward whom. I do agree with, like, if their only goal is to be toxic, best to just remove that completely, immediately. Don't toy with it.
Yeah.
Poisonous. Don't touch it. Don't respond to it. Treat it as poison, because our heart and our mind are so, we're not all strong like some people. So just best to remove it. But also it could be a teaching moment for both people, of how to treat someone with kindness. Like, hey, that's your opinion. I respect that. But if it's negative, please keep it to yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
And I will say an experience I had with this concerning the march that I talked about as Wonder Woman for BLM. And I had a friend of mine from high school who is of color, a girlfriend of mine, and she reached out to me and she just hit me with all of this really negative, just condemning my reaction, or my actions. And I was like, whoa, I just didn't expect that, and in some of the form of it, it might have been seen as bullying. It wasn't constructively delivered. It was very much condemning, and for all of these opinionated reasons. But instead of reacting to it defensively for this particular case, I sat and I thought about, where is this person coming from? What is their background? What have they been?
Sorry. Good.
It's okay. It was like the dawning from the gods. They're like, this is a good opportunity. But long story short, because I took a moment to reflect on the person who was saying the
You
negative.
just want to pick it up and move it somewhere.
Just
Or,
throw it softly. Yeah. We wound up having one of the most constructive educational conversations, where I listened to her opinions and I was able to just sit with them. And because I did that, it became a catalyst to a YouTube channel I'm about to launch for children. Like, I took a bullying situation, and it wasn't poisonous, as I said before, but there was something in there that sat with me that I wanted to be constructive with. And it really, I stayed up till probably 3 a.m. because of the things that she shared with me from a heartfelt place. Because I considered her source. I considered her, And it really did. And I was able to build something from that experience that is I'm really excited about, that's for children, and it incorporates the things that she taught me. So there's opportunities to flex different muscles when you're being bullied.
Yeah, I'm so proud of you doing that. By the way, that's
it took a lot of breathing. It took a lot of breathing.
I don't know if I could be that that way. I am a very defensive person, and I react. And if I don't have an out, I'm just I will
like
kind of do my
I've
panic move.
I have been there.
But,
you need the pillow.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sorry. So how do we construct our costumes? Go. Sorry, I just wanted to share that.
It's okay. I'm glad that you shared that story. But yeah, what is your favorite material or stuff to use for your costumes?
This.
She's right.
This. Notice it's in arm's reach. This is my work table.
Okay.
In arm's reach. And a needle and thread. Yep.
Always my go-to.
Glue, a needle, and thread. That's me.
Yep, pretty much. And have you guys ever got so mad at a project that you just kind of rage quit on it and just threw it down?
I'm very fortunate that I have enough space in my house that I can put it away.
Okay.
And come back to it when I have learned more. I'm old. There's a benefit to being old. I have a bigger house. and it's on that, it actually kind of ties back to the bullying thing. People are like, oh, I think there are people who think that somebody flips a switch when you're 30 and you can't have fun with this stuff anymore. And I'm like, honey, that's just when you're starting to be able to do it.
I just turned 30. My name is Mila Vella, and I approve of that message.
Yay! It's like, and even, and I'm finally at a point in my house, and I cleaned my basement enough that I can actually put it in a bin and get it out again when I have learned enough to look at it. So, and maybe I won't, and then it'll sit there in the bin.
That's kind of where I'm at right now with an Elvira costume. It's like I threw it down because working with sequins, bad decision.
Yeah. This is also why I'm usually working on 3 or 4 costumes at any given time, because if one starts to frustrate me, I can set it aside, work on a different one, and not lose my momentum.
You know the sequin frustration, right, Space Pope? You know all of the glitter. I understand. As the Emperor, I know that you get it. I get it.
I was just gonna
actually, I really want to see a blinged out Palpatine.
Oh my god! Show up for that assignment.
There's a stormtrooper that's all blinged out.
That's what I was gonna. That's what I was gonna say. We had the disco trooper, disco ball, as he usually calls it when he signs up for the 4th of July, because oh my god, that 4th of July parade in Bartlett is invariably just the most punishingly sunny day of the year, because there's no shade on a nearly 4-mile parade route. We call it the Death March for a reason. And so the year that he wore that for that, it started being referred to as a disco ball. We're like, you can't wear that anymore. We're all going to go blind. Ooh. The thing is covered in 30,000 Swarovski crystals.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I think
it was a
couple of years.
Right? That he was about to retire, and his wife said, "Let me play with this." And 36, I think it was 9 months and 30,000 Swarovski crystals later.
Yeah.
Entire stormtrooper.
Yeah. At the top.
Do any of you guys suffer with the ADD? When you start a project, you must finish it. I suffer with that one, so I don't tend to get into that frustrated thing where I throw it and get angry at it. I get even more invested.
Hyper-focus.
Like I'm hyper focused, and then 12 hours later of no sleep and eating, I'm like, now it's done. But I haven't slept or eaten. That's kind of my downfall. So anybody out there who gets hyper focused and loses all track of time and life, I'm on your team. That's our team.
Yeah. There's a lot of that in the community. I think, and I think that's, you know, to your point earlier of find your family, find your people.
Right?
I think each of those families, first of all, you can find your tribe, like the people who are all like that, like in the wider community, but also your little family needs that person, and needs a person who can't focus for anything, and needs a purpose, you know, needs at least one of like every kind of mode of engagement with the work.
I'm unfortunately one of those cosplayers. Like I have costumes like everywhere around my house. Like there's pieces everywhere. And I will get like, I'll try to plan out, okay, this is what I'm gonna, I'll like buy pieces throughout the year for a costume, and then like the week of the convention I'll be like, okay, I need to do this now.
Or worse, you show up to the convention, you're like, oh no,
Oh, yeah.
forgotten it. I've been there.
I've done that.
Yeah.
Worked so hard on it. And then
Or
it's
if you
like,
show up to a community event and one of the kids notices what you're missing, because they're the ones who'll notice. And then you have to come up with an explanation.
With the new Wonder Woman thing, she's got that arm cuff. I promptly lost that.
Mhm.
And then
I hate that thing so much.
The kids are like, where's your arm? Where's your arm cuff? Or where's your arm
Then you got to
bracelet?"
come up with a story.
Right. And then I'm like, I flung it at someone.
You lost a dream battle.
Yeah. See, the nice thing
I
about
love to
Diana
turn
is like
around
all
and
of her
borrow my tornado
jewelry
bracelet.
can be weapons. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I can.
I learned that from the old series, much to the chagrin of the teenage volunteer in a haunted house I went through once when I was about 7, and I was dressed as the Queen of Hearts, and I had my mom's prom tiara, and this poor kid dressed as a vampire jumped out around the corner, and under the influence of Linda Carter, I grabbed the thing off my head, whacked him in the chest with it as hard as I could, and it broke in half. This poor kid was probably like 16. I'm sure he still remembers this insane child attacking him
Rhinestone
in a haunted
mark the
house.
wife across the face. Man. Do not
So-
try that
It was
at
on his
home,
chest,
kids.
but still.
So makeup for cosplay, Space Pope, you're amazing. Like, okay, do you make your prosthetic pieces, or did you?
No, I did not. There's a gentleman down in Alabama who this is actually a full head silicone mask.
Oh wow!
Wow.
So he does incredible work. But yeah, I did not make the mask. I don't quite have that talent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Something I'd love to learn, but it looks like
Right.
it takes somebody to kind of mentor you, and some toxic chemicals that I don't know if I really want around the house.
Sure. And that's a great point, though. A lot of people do shaming or bullying, more so the shaming of like, you only buy your stuff, you buy everything. I've seen that a lot. And it's like, but the people who make it, their MO is not to wear it.
Yeah.
They love making it. They love the chemistry, literal chemistry. They love the science.
Literal.
Right, and they enjoyed the trial and error over and over and over again. You know, those are the sciencey people of creation that we depend upon to deliver props, to deliver costumes, so that people whose MO is to wear, conform, you know, have no stage fright. They get to wear it, you know, so it's a beautiful teamwork, and there's no shame at all. You know, if you bought something head to toe to support another artist, that's something to be proud of. You know, it's kind of like people are like, shop locally. Well, that's in its own self. When you buy through
Shop
Etsy
in our
or
community.
websites.
Yeah.
Exactly, you're supporting another artist. So there's no
I
shame.
do have a lot of I make a lot of my own props, and I enjoy that part of cosplay too. It's the challenge of trying to figure out how to make something similar without a big budget.
Yeah, no
I
kidding.
really enjoy that challenge. But you also have to know your limitations. I know I couldn't make any of this, and I don't know makeup that well. So you kind of got to know where to draw.
I go on YouTube for all my makeup tutorials. If there is one skill that you can learn, it's usually like the YouTubers have fantastic tutorials to teach you this stuff. Or you can even ask your cosplay friends. It's like, okay, is there a way that I can apply this to make the bruises look more realistic? Is there a way that LARPers is another like get into LARPing and you can learn all kinds of cool skills from them.
And it doesn't have to be expensive either.
No, it doesn't.
I'm cheap. Like I'm like embarrassingly cheap. Like I have never bought MAC or Sephora, none of that stuff. I cannot afford it. So for those out there that might feel intimidated by maybe some YouTubers or Instagrammers, whatever, who are like, this is the such and such company that has the best pigmentation. You can only get this look by this pigmentation, and this palette costs $375. Right. And I'm like, no, can't do that. So there I go to whatever, next door community store that has like Wet n Wild. I'm like, well, that looks good.
Yes.
Like to this day, I'm using CoverGirl for foundation. And I also try, if I can throw my 2 cents about makeup and cosmetology, I try to shop vegan. I try and pay attention to what goes into the product, what the company kind of stands for. And I know that there's a great support out there, but honestly, CoverGirl is not of those things either. So find out what works for you and your budget will be my thing. And don't shame people.
Exactly. No. I'm curious. Okay. Robin.
Yeah.
My brain just went out of the window. Your mask. Did you make your mask?
Okay, so this is a funny story. So the black part of the mask itself is I bought off of Etsy from a guy who is no longer in business. It's rubber, so it can form to my face.
Nice.
But the lens itself, me and my one friend Nick, we were talking about this, and I'm like, if you look at the comics, all the Robins, the mask, the eyes are whited out. And I'm like, I've seen guys do contacts. I can't wear contacts to save my life. And he's like, well, why do you just not buy a cheap Spider-Man mask, cut out the eyes and glue them in? I'm like, is that going to work? He's like, well, let's try it. So we went over to his place one day. We cut out the material. We test fitted it and it worked. And I'm like, you know what? Great.
That is smart. I
Excellent.
like that.
And people, I get asked that all the time. Like, how do you do it? I'm like, just take the mesh material you get from a Spider-Man mask, cut it into the shape you want, test fit it, and it works. And it's great because it looks good, but at the same time, I can see everything clear as day. But when my parents first saw it, my mom looked at me and went, "Yeah, I don't like that. That's too creepy. Like, I can't see where your eyes are." And I'm like, "Oh well."
That's the point of it.
That's the goal.
But I've heard of people using cheesecloth to if they're doing the blank face cosplays, and it's just like that's smart too. And but yeah, no, I like learning new stuff when it comes to cosplay, and I'll have to remember that trick.
Yeah, I mean that's the beautiful. I think I mentioned before, when you're constricted, either budget or whatever, if you're constricted, it forces you into that toddler brain. Like, what do I have around my house that could work? What's in my recycle bin? I cannot tell you how many times I have visited my, not the literal, take it to the bin, to the curb recycling, but I store things and I'm like, I bet this could be used later. I might be a little bit of a hoarder that way. But anyway, if you're a crafty person, you typically have your hoard of, I can't throw this away because I imagine one day it'll be used for something. But there's so many fun ideas, just like our Robin was saying, what's something super cheap that could also work? I cannot tell you how many times I've had that thought, either for my house or running to Walmart, or the dollar store. Mm-hmm. And something just magically, it was aligned in the stars to have something under $5 work,
Yeah.
Well,
and the trick of that is, you look at the shapes, you look at the properties, like, oh, this is something I can see through from one way and not the other. What can I use this for? And that
Yeah.
if it's something if the back of your brain is always doing that, then you'll find an application.
Yeah.
Like a puzzle.
Well, like, to say what you said, find stuff cheap. Because Robin uses a bow staff. I really wanted a good-looking bow staff, but you can find these expensive ones. I'm like, as a broke college kid, that's not in the budget.
Yeah.
Went to the dollar store, bought a shower rod, took it home,
Yes!
and I weathered it. I weathered it because I do models, so I weathered it. And you know what? Everyone's like, "Oh, that's so amazing! Where did you get it from?" And I'm like, Dollar General.
Yep.
I'm very much I cosplay on the budget and Value Village, like all secondhand stores.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like
Thrifting is the best.
So
Love
yeah,
it.
And
I
don't
will,
forget the home department.
And around Halloween is when they want to get rid of a lot of their stuff. So
I love
but
The sheets and the curtains and
y'all, like this is a thrift store curtain that was like
Yep.
$1 for both pieces. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, no shame. Go to the
don't be
thrift
afraid
stores.
to.
yeah.
Yeah.
I just recently had a prize-winning costume that was like a Renaissance-inspired thing, and the chemise and the partlet of this wonderful sheer white that's got these bits of gold shot through it. It's literally a pair of $3 curtains from Goodwill.
So the point is, everybody,
It's
don't
also
be
all
ashamed.
polyester, so I can wash my red body
No.
paint off of it.
Cosplay to suit your needs. That's
Yep.
And it's a lot
All
more
right.
fun to use that
Yeah.
creativity. Well,
And
it's-
don't be
it's
afraid to
different
reach out to us or any other cosplayers because we will we'll
Yeah.
sit with you
About
and
making, about performing, about where you can find groups to volunteer with. I have this
Mhm.
ambition, and I've been saying this for 5 years, and I say it on every panel I'm on in the hopes that somebody will pick it up and run with it, so I don't have to do it. There needs to be a directory of volunteer cosplay organizations, so that anybody can go to this and say, if they're a costumer, they can say, what can I join that's in my area? If they're an event coordinator, they can say, where can I get this character? And I mean, my
I'm going to
personal
work on
website
that,
is 3
Valerie,
years.
for my city.
Yeah.
Thank you for the
Excellent. My personal website is 3 years out of date, so I haven't gotten around to doing it. And and somebody once said to me, "You should stop telling people that they're going to steal your idea." I'm like, "Please do. Then I don't have to do it."
Yeah,
Do it.
absolutely. Absolutely.
I think that's amazing. I'll talk to my uncle and a few friends I have for Florida. So
Fantastic.
Excellent.
If somebody took that on, I would promote the heck out of it, because you run into people like, "Oh, you do this? I don't know how to get to that. I live in such and such a place, and I might have heard of a group where they are,
right.
but I don't know. It's just what I know off the top of my head. If I can send them here and say, look up your city, this is who you can volunteer with, it would be the
That's
best.
amazing. That's amazing.
All right.
I'll put it on my my YouTube as well.
Excellent. So we're running a little over time, so I apologize to those waiting in the green room for the next panel to start. It happens. So okay, we are sitting at $340 for our fundraiser. Thank you everyone for their hard work, and look at all these cool prizes that you could win.
Ooh.
And all we're raising money for Valerie Perrine. And here, there's a little blurb that explains it better than I can.
The Multiverse FunRaiser is a benefit for Oscar-nominated actress Valerie Perrine. Ms. Perrine is known for her roles in Superman, Slaughterhouse-5, Lenny, and so many more. We've teamed up with documentary director Stacey Souther to raise money for Valerie's medical expenses and other needs. Every donation and every post share gives you the chance to win super prizes. Go to the website listed for details.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for popping in. I appreciate you guys coming up, and I look forward to geeking out with you guys again soon.
Love you guys. Here we go.
Nice meeting you all. Bye.
All right. So let's bring up the next panel.
Hey.
All right. Hey.
Hello there.
I will
Hello.
remove myself.
Hey, hello there.
Hi, Sarah. How are you?
I'm okay now.
I've been watching with interest, and I wondered if I'm going to be geeking out. I don't think I've ever geeked out, but the
Yeah.
last people were geeking out, so I'm ready to go. I don't know what it means, but I'm willing.
All
How's
right.
that?
Yeah, that sounds wonderful. I'm Tyler. I host a podcast called The Krypton Report, where we talk about all things Superman related, and I got the honor to talk with you today.
Well, it's great to meet you, Tyler. Thank you for inviting me in, and what a great cause.
Yes. Yes, it is. I was gonna say I turned my camera, and if you can see, like it's a little reflected, but I have you're right over here on my poster for Superman 2 right here.
That's what we like to see. Excellent. Excellent. I know. And how many years have you had that poster, or is it a new one?
Well, let's see. I want to say my friend, it was about 5 years ago. He got me the whole collection of all 4 actual
Wow.
theatrical Superman
Fabulous.
posters.
Fabulous.
So they're all framed and designed right
Beautifully
here,
done.
and
I'm impressed.
it's wonderful to have.
That's more than I have, believe me.
So, like I said, I wanted to thank you for being here today. Got a few questions from people I talked to and myself who I was told I was going to get to speak with you today. One thing I wanted to ask you was I was thinking about, Superman 1 and 2 and how they were filmed. Did you ever get to spend time with Valerie on set or anything like that?
Not you're absolutely right in that we basically were with kind of ships in the night, but of course we spent a little bit of time. It wasn't until the actual junket, the press junket, the traveling around that I really got to know her, and that was a long time ago. Her scenes obviously were quite different, but because there was so much hanging around, as you know, I mean, it was endless. Sadly, no, I didn't, and I obviously didn't get to work with her. But what happened was, I mean, you've got to remember this was a many months, because we were shooting Superman 1 and Superman 2 together, which we knew about. But we had started really shooting Superman 2 first, and that went on for many weeks until somebody up there, executive-wise, said, wait a minute, guys, we need to get 1 completed, which of course was a lot of Valerie, before we continue with 2. So I was put on hold, or what is wonderfully called pay or play. And I waited to play. I didn't play, but they paid me, which was one of the best summers I've ever had. And then I came back. But it was during the subsequent press junkets that I really got to know Valerie. And then, of course, over the years, and in the latter years, because we were both in LA, I first, probably back in the early 80s, which was not, I mean, I think we shot around about, what was it, 77, 78, 79. I mean, it was when we were shooting. It was in the early 80s that I ran into her. Well, actually, I ran into her. She had 2 enormous Great Danes, and I ran into them walking up on Mulholland Drive with my dog, and our dogs encountered each other. And my German Shepherd and her Great Danes had a few things to say to each other. But then coming rushing along behind them was the delightful and divine Valerie, and that we reconnected at that point. And I was able to visit with her. I was in LA just before Christmas, and was able to go over and visit with her, which I do whenever the opportunity arises, because she needs all of our support. And she was brilliant, and still has a smile on her face and the makeup on, and just coping with the everyday business of not being well. Just that's all there is to say. But she's brilliant. She's a wonderful human being and deserves all of this attention. And of course, that wonderful documentary that Stacey did. Have you spoken with Stacey? Has somebody spoken with Stacey?
Yes, I believe Stacey was on the.
Was it yesterday? Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Good. Yeah. I mean, that was a real labor of love, and to drag us all. I shouldn't say drag, it wasn't the right word. He didn't drag me in, but to manage to get us all, and that took him some work, because he was somebody I knew him, but a lot of people didn't know him, a lot of the other actors. And so it was a leap of faith, and a well deserved, the accolades that he got. And of course, Valerie, who looked spectacular, as always in the film. So I'm glad to be here. There you go.
Well, we're glad to have you. And it's wonderful to have someone who knows Valerie. And speaking of knowing, yesterday I did a panel where we talked about the works of Richard Donner.
Uh-huh.
Could you speak to what it was like working with him and the kind of like person? Because I've always heard good things about him, but I've never got to
Absolutely.
speak with anyone who's actually worked with him
Really?
before.
Well, firstly, I have to say I'm one of the fortunate actresses. I believe I was fortunate that I actually got to shoot Superman 2, a great deal of it, twice. So I got to shoot it with Richard Donner, and then again with Richard Lester. And never have two more different directors existed. Donner, I met when I went for the meeting, and I was already shooting something, another great epic called The People That Time Forgot. And I was shooting that with Doug McClure, and we were over at Pinewood Studios. And when I got to meet Dick, I was at the time, I mean, my idea of an American was somebody with tinted glasses and slightly long hair, a Californian, and a bit hip and a bit cool. And of course, he did not disappoint. I walked into this office, and there he was with the tinted glasses, and just as I said, the epitome of, to me, as a little English girl, of a Hollywood director. What was wonderful about Dick was that he was an actor's director. So in other words, he really listened to us. He let us find our voices. He let us work with what we had. I mean, I don't remember an enormous amount of direction from him, but obviously he gave us a lot of direction. And I say this because I can compare it to Richard Lester, who absolutely was working with 3 cameras and was giving us very precise directions. Now, I have to be honest and tell you that it actually worked better for me working with Richard Lester, because dear old Dick would give you the idea that, not that you had all the time in the world, but he let you explore the character, explore the scene. And for me, that could go on for weeks, exploring, if I wasn't curbed. Richard Lester, of course, came in and said, right, you're going to do this. I mean, you're going to do this. You're going to hit the piece of wood, and you're going to flip the manhole cover, and you're going to catch it. And you're going to do, he was very, very, very precise with what he wanted. And consequently, because I wouldn't say I was terrified of Richard Lester, but I found him, it was like a very scary schoolmaster. Whereas Dick was just somebody you wanted to hang out with. And consequently, I think everybody did hang out with him. Certainly the rest of the cast spent a lot of time with him, because we have to remember, they were on location. I lived in London. So every evening I went home. They all were on location. They all had wonderful expense accounts and nice places to stay in London. And consequently, I think there was a lot of after hours partying that went on. That's all I'm going to say. But we were at that time enjoying ourselves. No, he was great. He was great. Yeah. Go on.
You mentioned him being an actor's director. Do you feel that Lester was maybe more of like a technical director? The way you're talking about his directing, like he didn't focus as much on character as much as this shot, this timing.
I mean, that was my impression of him. Certainly for me, he very specifically instructed me, directed me, and told me exactly where to go. And he said it in such a way that I had no doubt that I could do it, because what he was asking often was quite difficult. I remind people that Christopher Reeve came into the job and came in doing terrific weightlifting, exercise, getting himself in shape, getting himself ready. I just arrived on the first day. There weren't gyms in London. There was nowhere to go. I mean, the first gym that I went to in London, all it had was a stationary bike and a jacuzzi. It didn't exist in the 70s. It's very much an American thing. So I wasn't remotely prepared. I just happened to be quite fit. But I mean, that was in itself is a miracle, really, that I was fit, but I was. So to be told that you could do something that really seemed quite impossible, for me was the way to go, because there was such confidence in it. But of course, right from the beginning, right from the first weeks of shooting with dear Dick, we're talking about somebody that said, okay, I remember him saying, you go up to that windowsill, you're going to stand on the windowsill, and then you're going to jump off and you're going to fly. And I can remember thinking, oh, you know, it's all very well. I'd never be, you know, this. And it was an enormous set. It was the Bond set. It was the largest soundstage at the time, certainly in Europe. And it was vast. And, you know, you've got to have terrific faith in your director, in your, obviously the stunt people who advised you, but the technical crew, to just jump off, which is what we did daily. We just jumped off that windowsill and off we went, you know, flying through the air. But it was, no, he was great. But I didn't get to know him as well as Margot Kidder and Chris, and all of them did, because I didn't have those wonderful after-hour get-togethers that they all did. You know, it was, I mean, it goes without saying, and they all continued their friendships when they went back to LA, whereas I stayed in London. So I didn't know him anything like as well as all of they did, which is why, of course, when it came around to him no longer shooting Superman 2, most of the cast, well, all of the cast were absolutely up in arms, and they were furious about it, and they were very vocal about it. And I don't think that you all, the fans, knew for a long time that it had been reshot and redone by Lester. I'm right about that, aren't I? When it first came out.
I believe, you know, it's hard to tell. Like, I've done a lot of reading and research, you know, at the time when the second one, I wasn't born yet.
Yeah. No,
so
yeah, it is. But I mean, it was you know, the others were very, very vocal, which is also, I think, how I came to be the person that did all the publicity for Superman 2. I did the world tour, so I alone went off around the world. I mean, literally around the world over a period of 9 months, because of they opened Superman 2 in a completely different way. Warner's did. So they opened it. Australia, was it Australia first, something like that? Yes, and sort of New Zealand, Australia, and then it slowly but sure, England, then America wasn't until quite a few months later, the following summer. So I was going all over the place opening it, and it had been open there, then we'd go again. Nowadays they open, I think, in literally 2 regions, don't they? It's sort of all of Asia and then all of Europe or all of the Americas. Back then we were doing a country at a time. So I went off, and part of the Warner Brothers decision making was definitely was based on the fact that I didn't have a lot of stories to tell about Dick Donner, Dick Lester, how upset I was. I know that Chris was very, very vocal, as was Margot, about how upset they were that he had been basically let go. You know, I didn't really understand it. You know, I was out of all of that. I was just asked to do the publicity tour. I was completely set up by Warner Brothers in that they said I was to go and meet a couple of executives over in some fancy hotel in the West End of London, and I was to go in and to talk about doing the tour. And when I entered this room, there were probably 15, 18 people around a big table, and they turned out to all be the different heads of the different regions. And from Japan to South Africa to Australia to France, they all had questions for me. And of course, back then you had to be, I mean, Australia was quite chauvinistic. Their remarks were quite different from anything I was used to, compared with Japan, where I was to go to after Australia, who were very, very respectful, and you had to be very careful what you said and very polite what you said. And for instance, in Japan, they edited the scene where I kicked the astronauts between the legs, she said politely. That scene, that was edited out because the Japanese didn't like that, to see a woman doing that to a man, you know, sort of stuff.
Interesting.
So I was put through a sort of a test. Well, it was a test to see how I could handle this sort of quick fire remarks and, you know, the different sorts of remarks. And certainly in South Africa, you know, because apartheid was going on and everything was, they had a different approach to things there. They needed to be sure that I was going to say the right things, and consequently I did say the right things in that meeting, and from there I was then set up to do all the publicity. So I mean, obviously Christopher and Margot, they went to, we went to Washington and they went to Paris, but the worldwide tour was me. And in fact, Terry Stamp said, he said, you'll do it once. He said, you'll never do it again. And it's true. It was a killer. But, I was 28, 29, something like that. And the world was my oyster. Plus, everything was first class. It was very exciting. Lots and lots and lots of bars of soap and lots of ashtrays I stole and lots of towels.
It was you kind of getting back for living in London while everyone was on location, getting to have fun. You're like, it's my turn to be on location.
And I certainly made up for it. Believe me. Yeah.
What was the kind of dynamic and friendship that did you build with between Jack and Terrence and yourself, being the, that most all your scenes are together?
Yeah.
The three of you like.
There again, you've got two of the most different human beings. Terry had just come from his experiences. He'd been living in India in an ashram for, I don't want to get the quote right, I don't want to get this wrong, whether 7 years or 9 years, but he'd been away for many, many years, living a very different sort of life in an ashram. And he returned to England to do this film. And he tells lots of funny stories about how they found him in a monastery somewhere and got in contact with him. So he was, without doubt, was very, certainly when we started shooting Superman 1 and 2 at the beginning, was very, very quiet, very peaceful, very spiritual. Jack was Jack. Jack was very full of all the wonderful Jack stories that we've all known. He also made it perfectly clear that nobody messed with our Jack. And he delighted in the fact that he had a bit of a reputation, which I can honestly say he still has now. And having just spent some time with him just just before Christmas again, he's a very dear friend of mine. And he is the one person in the world that I know that if ever I was in any trouble, or if you were to say anything to me tonight that I wasn't pleased about, and I told Jack, he'd know somebody in your neighborhood that would come and have a word with you. Let's put it like that.
That's
he
awesome.
Was great. He's
like a big brother.
Yeah, he's great to have on your side. But Terry was, I can remember being fascinated with him because he wore he'd got beads, things around his neck, and he drank mint tea. I'd never met anybody who drank mint tea. But of course, the marvelous thing about him was his stillness. And I'm very fidgety, as you can see. I'm just, I'm never still. And he definitely brought a stillness to our trio. He was able to, he was the one, although he doesn't remember it. He was the one that suggested. He one day, right at the very beginning, he said, we are basically aliens. We are different from these Earthlings. We need to find a way to show that we're a little bit different. And it was his suggestion that we moved in a sort of we had a coordinated move. We sort of moved with a fluidity. Now, how we did that, I mean, I look at it now and I go, bloody hell, it's pretty neat, because we just moved smoothly together. We did everything in that sort of wonderful unison. Having said that, he was very naughty. He has, and I think it's common knowledge, has probably had relationships with some of the most beautiful women in the world. And just before we started shooting any sequence, he would come up with a new name. Julie Christie, Julian Shrimpton, all these wonderful names that I was like, whoa. And then he would start to tell you, and then they'd go action, and you'd go, no, what's the rest of the story? He loved winding us up. Jack, meanwhile, had his own sort of stories, which were pretty much the same sort of stories, but with a whole different sort of bench to them. So I had the best time with those guys, and continue to do so, which is wonderful, because we're talking before you were born, as you just kindly told me. Thank you very much. I'll just have a sip more of my Coca-Cola.
Hey, that's the best.
Yeah, I tell you. So yeah, it was a good time. And Gene Hackman, of course, I was absolutely in love with him. He was just such a regular guy, and I just adored him. And I did spend time. I did hang out with him in the evenings. Was lucky enough to be invited out a few times, and went to the theater with him and different things. And I loved him. Absolutely fabulous. I mean, how lucky was I? I was 27. Brando. I mean, I don't even know if any of the kids today have any idea how staggeringly, enormously fabulous Marlon Brando is and was, or was and is. He to a young actress to be having a scene with Marlon Brando. Oh my God, he had such an aura about him and was just such a presence. So, didn't get much better than that.
You're speaking about presence. Can we just say how amazing your presence was? I mean,
Thank you.
watching. Oh, you're welcome. I mean, I grew up with, and I tell stories before about how Superman 1 and 2 in my mind as a child kind of existed as one movie. I had, I think, a VHS tape from TV where they played them back to back. So it was years later, so I realized it was two different movies.
Oh, wow.
But I just remember the scene, like the first scene where they say the Lady Ursa, and like the camera turns and you kind of like step into frame. It's intimidating, as a child watching this, like, especially because, as a kid, a lot of times you don't, I didn't think of like the female villain. You're like, you kind of expected like the big puff male, but you had this presence and this stare that was haunting. It was powerful.
Thank you.
That still resonates now when I watch the films. You can see what you bring, and I mean, definitely you're a lovely person to speak with. It just shows the greatness of the performance.
Yeah, I can honestly, I do have to pat my own back, because it doesn't. When I look at it, I can't believe that I managed to pull that off. I'm not aware of trying to have that stillness and that power. Now, I do know that every morning I left for the studio very, very early, and I did have a very long sit in that makeup chair. I had very long hair at the time, way down to here, and every single bit of my hair had to be put up in a wig, and they would put that up, and oh yes, it was a wig, and so that pulled my face up. White makeup, because supervillains don't have freckles. I do, so I had to have white makeup everywhere. My eyebrows were stuck up with glue to lift them up. The boots, the harness, the whole thing, and it still wasn't 8 a.m. And most of the time, by the time I had pulled those boots on, I felt mean. I probably hadn't had as much sleep as I should have had, and it was a daily meanness that came over me, which helped. Plus those outfits, were so simple and so plain and so powerful. We had somebody asked me the other day about comparing it to one of the later Supermans, or the latest, I don't even know which one, I've lost track of them all now. But I remember saying to this person, I said, yeah, but we didn't have weapons. They've all got the gear now and the weapons, the villains when they come along, Feora and different things. I said, we were just there, which I think it's brilliant, the fact that we had that power and that clout, and that presence. So it is, I can look at it and it's not me. So I can say, okay, yep, that's good. And I'm glad I scared you.
Good. Yeah, you have a lot of good comments talking about here your quiet strength, and right here this one when she saw Superman 2 when she was 11, and
Valerie,
it was amazing.
Thank you. That's great. I something I have to say, that all these years later, I mean, it takes quite a lot for me on a Sunday evening to sit down and do what I'm doing now. I mean, but when it's Superman, and of course for me it's Valerie, which is to me Superman. The fans, the Superman fandom is extraordinary. I meet people all the time, and of course now I'm meeting people all the time like you that tells me that they weren't born, which I find totally scary to think you weren't born.
Sorry,
but I'm meeting
I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. Meeting all the different generations, and you have to. I don't know whether Americans really understand that in England, back in whenever it was, 77, 78, Superman, I kind of knew who Superman was.
Mm-hmm.
But he wasn't that big a deal. I'm not sure we had a cartoon. I don't think there was a cartoon on television. I know that at the cinema, when I grew up, there certainly wasn't Superman. I mean, we're talking about, I don't know what we're talking about. We're talking about a Lassie and those sorts of things. But there wasn't Superman. We weren't. We didn't have that wonderful sort of image of Superman that I later discovered that Americans have. Everybody I know in America that loves Superman has told me some sort of Superman story or something about the strength of Superman, the strength of, the fact that he's the good and all things sort of American, and just when they said Superman to me, I had to sort of go away and kind of get an idea of who he was. I vaguely knew. I knew who Batman was. But it wasn't until I arrived in America I realized how much people embrace Superman, all the different Supermans, and how fabulous is that? I mean, I just think it's,
Yes.
Truth, justice, and the American way. I think it's brilliant. And I'm still being spoiled all the time by lovely remarks and kindnesses and thoughtfulnesses and also lots of stories from grown gentlemen that tell me about being little boys and loving Ursa. My goodness me, they did love Ursa. I'm quite shocked at how much they loved Ursa.
Well,
Some of them.
It's amazing. I recently did an episode of my podcast where we talked about how Ursa and Feora, how they're two different characters, but for a lot of people, they kind of blend them in their mind as the same one. And we kind of talked about the differences. And nobody else has played your character. Ursa is your character.
And I thank you. I really, I really, really, really appreciate that because I'm very proud of her. I'm very proud of that whole, certainly Superman 1 and 2, the whole package is, how lucky am I, How lucky am I at my age now to be looking back and to still be able to talk about, I mean, this year I'm off to, to do Superman events because people still want to talk and still want to meet. And obviously Feora comes into it with, periodically people mention it to me, but I do see the comparison, except I don't get it because, like I said, she seems to have weapons. And I just, my Ursa was just there. She was a presence. So,
my friend and I, he does a Superman podcast as well called Digging for Kryptonite. We talked about how I would love to see, and like we kind of were creating the story as we went, of Feora and Ursa together, because a lot of times I see Ursa as being more this powerful, and like in the comic book there was one that Richard Donner helped write.
Right. Yeah.
Ursa is very like a she likes to torture her prisoners. She's very, she's evil, and I always see Feora is bad, but like Ursa's more of that, she's like the enforcer, and I would love to see that dynamic of like just two, BA female Kryptonians, instead of always separating the two, let's have them together.
Yeah.
Let's see their power.
I know. The only thing is about that is I'd have to step aside for some nubile young thing to play Ursa, and I don't know how well I would take that. That's the only thing. So unless we've got them at, in later life, that might be rather sad though. I don't think I could get.
We could do it. We could do it in animation, because I know that
animation's good. Animation's good. Yes, there you are. Animation's perfect. I think that's a very good idea. I think the fans would love that.
I know you did. In my notes here, I was writing like you did do voice work for Mala on Superman the animated series, which Mala was kind of one of those weird characters where they tried to make her. She kind of was an Ursa-esque type character, but it was one of those they made for the series. You worked on Green Lantern, the series, Batman Beyond. So you've kind of hung out in the DC world, like you did Swamp Thing Returns.
I was. I've got a phone going here. So excuse me.
Oh no, you're fine.
This person off. There we are. I was very. I was disappointed with Green Lantern because I was really. I knew where the story was going with my character, and it was very exciting. And then it got cancelled. But I'm told, and I don't really understand how these things work, that as far as animated goes, that if the movie doesn't do incredibly well, and therefore they don't get incredible merchandising, that it doesn't, the animated series just fades away, which is what happened. Because I was ready. I'd got a great storyline that they'd given me. Anyway, there you go. And as far
It was
as
a really great cartoon. Like, I discovered it and watched it with my son. Like, it was one of those things I had when after he was born, we watched together. Like, I had the set, and
Yeah.
I wish it had continued because it was very fresh feeling.
Yeah.
It was a story that hadn't been told.
Yeah, I don't know so much about the technical side of things, but I do know that at the time they were very excited by the animation because they were doing something quite different that they told, they said would be, that people would love, and it would be the first time it had been seen. There was a great excitement around it. But anyway, and the other Superman, that character, what was the Superman cartoon animation called? It was
The Adventures of Superman. It was Mala.
Yeah, and I remember thinking how wonderful I'd got that tiny waist. It's always a surprise afterwards to see the way. I thought, oh, okay, I can take that. Yeah, it's now that I've come back and I'm in England. I don't have access so much to the, to all of the animations, to all of the voices, and they haven't. It isn't happening in England. I know we can do them transatlantically and everything else and in a little studio, but I mean, I loved going into the studio in Burbank and wherever, and getting together with the other actors, and doing boof and boof and boof and all of that. So it was great fun. It's great fun. Certainly better than having to learn my lines. That's for sure. Just getting to read it. Anything to learn stuff.
What was it like coming back and doing your part in Supergirl? Kind of stepping back into a live action super world.
Yeah, everybody knows that I was very disappointed because they'd asked me, something else had come up a couple of years before, which I wasn't able to do because I was working. So when that came up, I was really quite excited. But of course they told me about the character and they told me what it sounded all good. I didn't see a script. Shot in Vancouver. I was working on something in England. I had to fly back to LA, and then I had a costume fitting, and I was thrilled. But then I saw the script. Then I saw that I did nothing, and it was a real shock to me. I thought, God, I'd made this terrific effort to get here, and I felt. I was booked for 1 week's work, and I was paid for an episode, so there was no reason for me to think I was not going to be doing something. I was very disappointed to find that I was doing so little. Let's put it like that. In fact, I've never really done so little. So I thought, bloody hell, after all this, and I know the fans were very disappointed because,
it was exciting to see you. It was one of those like, oh, it was like, oh, look. And of course my wife's like, wait, who? And I'm like, yes.
To get the look and everything else. It was a bit of a mystery to me, the whole thing, what exactly I was doing there for a whole day. I went to Vancouver for a whole day. It's like, really? I don't know. I was very happy to be there. The fans were the fans were pleased to see me, but they were very disappointed, as was I, because I'd only just got going and suddenly I got zapped and that was me done. But hey, I'll take anything. Now what do I have to work on? There's something they keep saying, oh, that's it. There's a Star Trek, whatever there's a couple of things that they keep saying, you've got to get into that. And I said, well, I'm here, I'm willing, I'm able, there's only so much we can do. And I think it's down to people making these things that are old fans from way back, that Superman fans, because I go onto a show and they go, oh God, I really wanted to meet you because you say, okay, fine. That's absolutely fine. Anything that gets me a little bit of extra work is fine by me. But Supergirl was a disappointment to me because of the lack of opportunity. I was just getting going. Having said that, the set was they worked so damn quickly. I mean, I worked quickly anyway on obviously lots of TV shows we go that quickly, but it was quite different. I'd never done well, I say I've never done. Of course, V was sci-fi, but that was back in the 80s, so it doesn't count. The enormity of the set and the speed that they all worked, and I was slightly in awe of the whole thing. You know, you're on the set. This is it. You get over there, and it was like been and done and gone before I'd even realised I'd arrived. You know, but I guess that's the way they work nowadays. I'm used to sort of a slightly slower approach, but you know.
I was going to bring up Kristen brought up a great question. I was getting there. Good job, Kristen. I was going to say my family and I, like as they came out every year, my wife and I watched the Christmas Prince films, which was delighted to see you when you appeared. And then this year, of course, like with our kids, as they're getting older, we were able to watch them all, and they were able to watch them with us. My son just turned 7, and my daughter's 4.
Perfect.
And Kristen here asked, "Do you think there's a hope of a 4th Christmas Prince film?"
Well, I have to tell you, firstly, we absolutely, the cast, we had the very best time, and I think that comes through.
I would say it does.
Yeah, we are all, in fact, just earlier on, I was just reading we have our WhatsApp group, all of the cast, we're all in it. We all speak all of the time. We have the very best time, and we really, really were so hopeful that the 4th one was going to be made, but then it was the beginning of lockdown 2 years ago. We all of us came up with incredible ideas as to how they could possibly shoot this thing at the beginning of the pandemic. I think now it's got relatively, they worked it out, haven't they? I mean, obviously they've worked it out because lots of stuff's being done. We came up with all sorts of things. We had, Christmas Prince on a deserted island somewhere. You know, we'd got it all figured out because again, the Christmas Prince sort of franchise, and it's out there. People love it. I would like to think it's going to happen again. I hold the hope. Our lovely Princess Emily, who was a little tiny girl in a wheelchair, is now the most delightfully sexy young woman now. I mean, I look and I go, oh my God, she just looks so gorgeous on her. So perhaps it's time for them to get her married, you know, perhaps it's time.
That would be a great storyline for a 4th one.
Well, you know, we just, as I said, we just hope that it happens, because I don't really understand why it doesn't. Netflix, of course, have now taken over pretty much the running of it. In the beginning, it was Netflix, but it wasn't the producers. You know, we made the thing, and then I guess it got sold to Netflix. That's how it worked. And now Netflix have got very much control of it, and it's for them to sort of decide, and it's for them, I think it's for the fans to say, hey, you know, it needs one of those little campaigns, because it was, even though we know it was corny, we know it was schmaltzy, but it was a good family entertainment. Everybody could sit down and enjoy it. And so I'm just, you know, I'm ever hopeful that we can, you know, come back and, you know, Mrs. Avril isn't too old. Maybe I'll have a little bit of love this time. Who knows? Who knows? I love doing that. You see, that's my sort of role. I just loved it being, you know, in the beginning I was quite mean, and then it was decided that I shouldn't be so mean, and they started to just, you know, make me a bit sweeter and a bit kinder. So hey, you know, who knows? Maybe it's
called an arc. Yeah, you had a good arc. You know, you started here and moved along. And,
absolutely.
You've done a lot of things, like in a vast different, like you mentioned V earlier. You worked with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yes.
I mean, that's pretty awesome. I did want to ask you, is there a film that you had done that, first question, is there a film that you had done that you'd wish had gotten more notice or more people knew about it that didn't quite reach where you had really hoped for it to be? Like any particular, like this one film that you're like, oh, this is going to be awesome, and then it just kind of, it didn't take as you had hoped.
Well, no, not particularly, in that there were a couple of things that I did that I really enjoyed doing because I wasn't playing the villain. And before Superman, I was always the, you know, my famous quote is, I play the nice girl who's a little bit naughty on the side, sort of like Mrs. Avril, definitely a little bit naughty on the side. And then once I started playing, you know, evil bad. You know, I started going down that path, and that was all the work. I had tried very hard not to go down that path originally. But then you want to work, and things come up, and things like, you know, for instance, as you mentioned, V, and then, you know, you start getting into the sci-fi, and it's Stargate, and it's Babylon 5, and the fans are loving it, and that's what's coming my way. So there was a tiny little, and it was only a short film that I did called Changing Directions, which was made by a young Swedish director. And off I went to Sweden to do this little film, and it was set in the 60s. And I play a very sympathetic character, and kind of not frumpy at all, but dressed in the 60s clothes, and I certainly wasn't too glamorous, and married to a vicar, and it was just small and sweet, and I long, and I wish that they'd hoped that they would do this, and then she would sell it, and then she'd make the big film. I mean, in our dreams, but I long for a really lovely little, no, not little, but a lovely, sympathetic, wonderful role. I watched something the other night which I just adored called Coda, which is one of our nominated films, Child of a Deaf Adult, which is, this small film. You know, it's been made not for a lot of money, and you can tell that the cast really believe in it. And they all turn in these wonderful performances. And I believe I'm right in saying that they just won the Screen Actors Award for an ensemble cast. I long for the day that I get something like that. You know, that I'm working with other people that you just bond together. Because really and truly, I haven't done anything that's been overwhelmingly exciting for quite, other than, I mean, Christmas Prince I loved. I mean, there's no question about that. That's my favorite. But I long to show, you know, I want to do a bit of I want to do a bit of acting before it's all over. You know, some serious acting. No, I don't mean serious, but I mean something that really shows,
I get what you're saying.
Shows my abilities. And I don't feel, you know, I got a script this week on Monday. And my agent said, "It's an offer for this." And I looked at the title and I thought, oh God, you know, it's another, you know, this was another psychological horror thing, nastiness, you know, and I was playing yet again a psychologist who did nasty things to her patients. You know, I want sunshine and bunnies. You know, I want light in my life. I want to feel really proud of something. I remember years ago I did a film on the life of Salvador Dali, and I played his wife, which again didn't get as much attention as it should have got, because it was the most bizarre mishmash of American Spanish money and making it in Bulgaria and being dubbed in this language, and the sound crew didn't speak English, and so it was all a little bit chaotic. However, I was playing a character that I could actually look about. I read about, I learned about Salvador Dali's wife. I was able to do some proper research instead of playing, you know, another evil, wicked queen, basically. Yeah. So, you know, I'm just looking for, I say I'm looking for that. I'm just hoping. I can't off the top of my head remember the name of the film that Terry Stamp did not so many years ago with Vanessa Redgrave. But it was a very moving film about, she had cancer and he was the husband, I believe. And it was what I would consider a small film, small budget, but he wasn't playing the handsome, gorgeous Terence Stamp. He was playing the husband and nursing a wife who was very ill. It was very, very moving, and it was wonderful performances. And when I saw him afterwards, I said, oh, God, it was so wonderful. He said, that was the best time I've had. He said, you know, just working on, and I absolutely get what he meant. You could tell he was just really, all of those other films he's done, all those gorgeous epic films, all those marvelous parts. This was a small film where you actually felt that this was a small company come together, and they really, really, really gave their all, and incredible performances. And in Coda, as I mentioned earlier, there are 4 characters who have they just give their all, and it all comes together. And I think, God, that's what I want. That's what I want. So I'm waiting. Anybody out there, get right.
I think it would be just talking with you. Just I can see the sunshine and bunnies, like just coming from you. It's like
you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, you got
Yeah.
you got Pinhold. You did an iconic performance that's lasted, and then everyone's kind of taken that and pulled that from you.
You know what?
Song of Marion. That's the film.
What's in
Kristen's
Song
telling
for
us.
Marion? Thank you. That just came in. Song for Marion. Yes, somebody just said that was the name of the film. Terry Stamp. It was very moving. It was quite wonderful. I'm just going to quickly back up with the Superman thing. After we finished Superman 1 and 2, I spent about 2 years turning down work because we were trying for me not to play another evil, wicked queen type role or another sci-fi role. So for 2 years, I wasn't doing that. I kept my hair very long, which, as I pointed out, I was wearing a wig, so that I wouldn't get typecast as that girl, which of course now in retrospect, maybe it's not retrospect, but it would be different now if I was doing that today, because really and truly you're a commodity, and if you're going to make it, I mean, this is not Meryl Streep or any of the great actors. This is the Sarah Douglases. This is us that have got an opportunity and we're grabbing it and we're running with it. And really and truly, if I had run with Ursa, if I had cut off my hair when I came to America, or wore a short crop wig, or entered a restaurant with that whole Ursa image, I went out of my way to enter the restaurant as Sarah Douglas Sunshine and Bunnies, and people didn't know who the hell I was. And when I went to meet a director, they were waiting for me to stride in my leather-clad dominatrix role, and da-da-da. And of course, I was going in being terribly keen, and hello, how lovely to meet you, and all very English. And people were delighted to meet me, but they didn't know what the hell to do with me. It threw everybody for a loop. And so now, as I look back over my career, not that I would advise this, but it was the one thing we went out of our way to work on, me not being that person. And consequently, when I arrived in America 2 years after I hadn't really worked, Falcon Crest fell into my lap. One episode of a sort of glamorous tough girl, but I was only one episode, and then it ended up being episodic, and I ended up being the girl everybody loved to hate. And during that period, V turned up, and then Conan, and then suddenly you're thinking, well, I'm not going to turn down any of these roles because they're coming my way, and that's great. So I did them. But if we had social media, if I was doing it today with social media, my God, the sky would be the limit, wouldn't it? Because you only all know me because I got out there in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s and publicized my stuff and got, people start to talk. Nowadays, you do it like that. I mean, I've just done it for this, the people on Coda, the young actress, Emily, I'm sorry, Amelia something, and I apologize, I can't remember her name, an English girl. But she, here I am talking about this young woman who was just fabulous, and I was so impressed with her. That didn't happen back in my day. I got my quote in Variety as the leather-clad dominatrix, and that'll do for me. But not everybody reads Variety, right?
Right.
So it's a whole different way of presenting now. And as I said, it's like being a commodity. You sort of pitch yourself as a certain way, and you market yourself, and other people market you. This is what you get now. I'm happier down the bottom of my garden, really, but we won't tell anybody that.
We have a question. Do you enjoy voice acting by parts?
Yes, I there's all sorts of, like I said, when I was in the States, in LA, where I've only just left, but I was living there for 20 years, to go into the studio to do voice acting was an absolute joy because you're sitting with other actors. That is much more fun than doing it on your own in a booth. Although I got involved with a wonderful podcast called Tara Tremendous, which is one of my favorite things that I'm doing at the moment. I've been doing it for the past couple of years now. And it's just me doing my part. So I'm having to imagine everybody else, which is not so easy, but it's a challenge. It's a challenge, and it's a great challenge. Of course, I'm playing a mean person in it, so it's not that much of a stretch, but maybe she'll get sweet one day. I don't know that I will. So I do enjoy it. Voice acting is great, and I love doing audios, and I've always loved doing audios and reading books. You know, and basically, I'm really happy just to still be standing at my old age. You know, I'm just really happy that guys like you are interested enough to want to speak to me and to hear about the good old days.
You know,
Mind you, if
I was.
I told you about the good old days, I think we'd be taken off the air. So I better not.
They were really good old days.
Oh my Lord, were they good? Yeah.
I was sitting there thinking, like, you know, like I was sitting there thinking about everything you said about your, and I think I just kind of drafted a story. Here's my pitch for a movie for you.
Okay.
You play basically two sisters. That the one sister, the sweet Sunshine and Bunny sister, her husband has passed, and she and her sister comes to town, who's more of the mean, the rough sister, and now the two sisters have to reconnect. So it's basically, the story is you get the drama and the smallness of these two sisters who drifted apart for some reason. Maybe they both like the same man, and the one sister won out. And you know, now you get to show the two sides of your personality and your acting. You get to be the lovely bright, and then you get to also play the mean, and then how the two reconcile together. And it would be this, you
Get
know,
writing. Get writing.
I'm on it. I'll do it.
You know, let me tell you, when I finished Falcon Crest, at the very end of Falcon Crest, I was asked to do a pilot with my old friend Jane Badler, and we were playing sisters in that. Jane Badler, of course, from V. I could not get them to release me from Falcon Crest to do the pilot, but we were playing twins, which would have been great. I don't know that one of us was good and one of us was evil. I'd like to think that I was the good one, but maybe not. I don't know.
I think it. I'll go with it.
Yeah. Yeah. But
Kelly
anyway,
here.
that's a great idea. I mean, yeah.
Kelly here says we would love to hear about the good old days. So maybe we'll have to do some sort of a podcast later, so we don't get kicked off the air.
There you
Me,
go.
you, and Kelly can sit and chat.
Oh boy, I tell you, we sat many years ago in Smallville. They had a wonderful event, and Jack and Valerie was there as well. We all flew in from LA, and Jack, I remember we sat at a table, and the mayor and all the dignitaries and everybody around, and of course, you know, we all get together. Valerie's got some good old day stories. Oh boy, does she ever! But we all got together, and we'd had a bit of wine, just, you know, and we were getting louder and louder, as one does when one's drunk a bit. And of course, we were telling stories, and Jack was telling some of his stories, which are really extraordinary. And Valerie, and I can remember suddenly realizing that the whole room was hushed, because we were all at different tables, as everybody was listening in, as Jack told us the story of two nubile young things that had come to his dressing room, or whatever the hell it was. But when we get together, we have the very best time. And of course, Margot, dear Margot, who's no longer with us, I mean, we had a good time. That's all I can say at this stage. But for any of you that were born then, you know what I'm saying.
My friend Ryan here asked, do you have a favorite line from Ursa?
Well, I do think "Let's just hold hands" is one that I love. I know that people say, go on, do, oh, Superman. They're always saying, do that one, you know, shout from across the street. But I don't know whether I can tell the story, because you'll get it. I was 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago doing a play in the West End. And I went to a coffee bar at 10 o'clock in the morning. And I'm looking very rough, feeling very rough, grabbing a cup of coffee. And the young man in front of me, it's quite common to see people, it was quite common to see people with "Kneel before Zod," which is a line obviously from Superman. And people had a t-shirt on and "Kneel before Zod." And it became quite the thing for people to have a t-shirt, which I hadn't yet seen, with "Kneel before Ursa," for those people that loved Ursa and just loved the idea of it. It was a bit of a joke. So this young man went up and got his coffee. And he was quite fey. I can remember thinking, and his hands were going. And he turned around, and he had got on his t-shirt, "Kneel before Ursa." And our eyes connected. And as often happens, you see a moment of perhaps recognition, which it usually isn't, but you just don't know. But I saw that look on his, and I looked down at his t-shirt that said "Kneel before Ursa," and I said to him, "Go on then." And he looked at me and, of course, was horrified. And he went, "Pervert!" and shot out of the coffee room. And he obviously thought I was some old lady hitting on him. He had no idea that I had paid her. And of course, by the time I put it on Twitter, I think the poor young man was reduced to deep embarrassment somewhere in the east of London somewhere. But it was great. He just said, "Oh, pervert."
Oh, that's awesome. My favorite, I'll
I'll
say my
tell you.
favorite Ursula line, I think, speaks to the character's arrogance, is when she is like, they need machines to fly. You know, and I'm like,
Yeah,
I
know.
always love that.
Yeah, people that write in for autographs, and you know, it's amazing. They all want, you know, what kind of a man are you? What kind of a creature are you? You know, they've all got their favorite lines that they want me to write, and that's fine. I'll write anything. I'll write anything they want. You pay your money, you get whatever you want. I'm hoping to be in the, well, I'm due to be in the States this year, so I'm hoping to be, I'm going to Smallville again without Jack, I think. I think I'm going without Jack, because last time, I don't think they'll let us in, but I think that's in, I want to say that's in June or July, June or something. And then I'm supposed to be in Knoxville. I've got a couple of places coming up. Actually, I've got 2 or 3 places coming up in the States, so I'll be out there. So anybody that's listening today that can come and say hello, please do.
I plan to come and bring the kids this year. Yay! We had planned to go before, but last year we bought a house, and then of course the year before that they didn't have it. So we're planning on this summer, you know, coming to, and that'd be lovely to come, and I'll kneel before. You'll know it's me because I'll show up and be like, and I'll have my hat and I'll kneel, and you'll be it's that guy.
Yeah, yeah. I will look forward to meeting you. That will be my pleasure.
Kristen here says, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just reading what he said without my glasses.
She said she stepped off the planet. Yep, the planet Houston. I know. There's
some great lines from that. I'm also fascinated with, you know, people keep saying to me, didn't you keep anything from Superman? And you know, the sadness of all of this is, no, why would we? Back then, you know, you didn't think of it. So I'm always amazed when I saw my wig come up on eBay not so long ago, except it wasn't my wig. I think it was a stunt girl's wig. And then, you know, there's a couple of boots that are floating around. But they've got a museum there at Smallville. I think they've got quite a few bits and bobs of mine. But, you know, there wasn't a lot for me to actually take. In fact, I met a guy who, one of those big auction type houses for celebrity auctioneers, and he said to me a few years ago, he said, didn't Marlon Brando give you anything? And I said, no. He said, are you sure he didn't give you like a bracelet or something? So no, I don't think so. And of course afterwards somebody said, you silly thing, you could have said he did, and then you could have sold it for an absolute fortune. Terrible. But of course, now I'm thinking about it. Hey, who's to say? So if ever you hear me say, you'll know I'm on hard times. If ever you hear me casually say, "Oh, I've got this little trinket." No, there was. I'll tell you why I say that, because you know, there's a very dear friend of mine, Jim Bowers, who is very good at defending everything that Christopher, his autographs and anything to do with Superman. And one of the things that I discovered years ago, there was a guy going around taking tiny little bits of supposedly Christopher Reeve's cape and putting them in a bit of Perspex and saying that it was Chris's cape, and people were paying good money for these things, and it wasn't at all. You know, it's a hell of a business. You know, it's you know, people are very gullible, and I don't like to see that. So, you know, so it's always something to be aware of. But I mean, Jim is over at Cape Wonder, is very good at authenticizing. That's too big a word for me. But, you know, things, and, you know, you have to be very careful what you purchase. Don't believe all you see. But I am the real deal. So you've got me for free tonight. And hopefully we'll get some money going for Valerie.
Yes, let's see.
Oh, it's almost time for me to say goodbye.
I know. It's horrible. It makes me sad. Hey, Willow.
Hello.
Hey, Sarah, it was a pleasure meeting you, listening to you chat, talk, and I appreciate you being here.
I am delighted. Sorry, I had a momentary panic because I am not sort of too au fait with these things. And I got my little MacBook, I got everything all set up, and then it didn't work. But luckily I had my iPad as well. So here you are in very small, but nevertheless, I watched earlier on all of you. My goodness me, those fabulous outfits and costumes. That's cosplay, isn't it?
Yes.
It's just, and tell me something, because I haven't got my glasses on. You don't have a black eye, do you?
No. The character that I'm portraying is looks like she's crying.
Now
So,
I see.
yeah.
No, now you've caught it now. Well, I'm relieved. Listen, guys, I wish you all the best. I look forward to meeting you wherever, but it'll happen. I'll be out there.
Thank you,
and
Sarah.
Thank you, and good luck with your fundraiser here. You're doing a fabulous job, and it's much appreciated, because Valerie is one of the loveliest people on earth, and she needs all the help that we can rally. So thank you.
Absolutely.
I'm
Thank you very
much. I'm going to go and have my Sunday supper.
All
Bye-bye
right.
now.
Enjoy. Bye.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
All right, so we're gonna close up here for this panel. We have Lacey Clegg on her in the green room. Tyler, much appreciated. Thank you very much for handling Sarah.
Oh, you're welcome. It was a pleasure.
Looking for more panels with you. All right, so we are gonna do the next panel right away. Photography with Lacey Clegg. I really hope that I'm saying her name right. But okay, so we're still at 300. Oh, we're up to $360 right now for the fundraiser. All the great prizes that were given away. And I'll play this little blurb.
The Multiverse FunRaiser is a benefit for Oscar-nominated actress Valerie Perrine. Ms. Perrine is known for her roles in Superman, Slaughterhouse-5, Lenny, and so many more. We've teamed up with documentary director Stacey Souther to raise money for Valerie's medical expenses and other needs. Every donation and every post share gives you the chance to win super prizes. Go to the website listed for details.
Oh. And I'm being a dork. Okay, so Cranny, hi.
Hi, Willow.
I will give you the room, and I'll just be in the background if you need me.
Yeah, thanks for all your help, Willow.
No problem.
We love you. You're doing a great job today.
Thank you very much.
All right, everyone. It is my supreme pleasure and honor to introduce you to cosplay photographer Lacey Clegg. Aside from having done several of our Phoenix Sisters cosplay photo sets that you've seen, or some of the solo ones of me, she also photographed my wedding. So, I mean, all of my compliments of her may seem a little biased, but I wouldn't have booked her for all of these things if she weren't amazing. And one of the things she does is she goes to conventions in the Indianapolis area and elsewhere, and it teaches people how to do great superhero poses and various other photography poses. So without further ado, this is the Multiverse FunRaiser, and we're about to do Posing Like a Superhero with photographer Lacey Clegg. Hi, Lacey.
Hey, Graylee. Hey, everybody. Super excited to be here and to participate in the fundraiser. Plus, I'm digging like this digital environment instead of having to, put real pants on and go to the convention. But I'm really excited to talk about posing and how you can be more dynamic, whether you're taking your own photos or whether your friend is taking them. Like if you're working with an amateur photographer in the middle of a hallway, or you're working with a professional photographer like me. There's a lot of just tiny little tips that I'm going to condense into a bunch of stuff right here. But feel free to put any questions that you have in the chat. And I know the girls are going to be popping them through, and I'm going to try to keep an eye on them too. So that way we can kind of get through those. And I'm not here to gatekeep. I'm here to share all of the knowledge. So let's get started. If you want to throw up that first panel, and then let's get into this information. Awesome. So this is just kind of my title. This is kind of just some samples of my artwork and stuff. I've been doing this professionally for going on almost 20 years. And I've been going to conventions actually since the first Gen Con here in Indianapolis, which was 2003, I believe. We've taken our kids who are now 16 and 18 to the conventions, whether they were in strollers and cosplay, running around with their girlfriends. So now they're like grown adults and they still go and get 4-day passes with us. But I travel all over the different Midwest conventions, and those are all located on my site. What I do in 2022, everything from like Origins, FairyCon, C2E2, Gen Con, PopCon, Comic-Con. I love the small ones like In Conjunction and Hoosier Con and stuff like that too. The first thing that I always let people know is that it does not matter what you are wearing, whether it's a thousands of dollars costume that you bought or that you put together a closet cosplay, or as I call a Goodwill cosplay because it's the night before and we've decided, oh, we're going to do this. And like, we just run to Goodwill and throw stuff together. I can make you go wherever you want to go, but you need to have that story. You need to be able to say, you know, I want a certain environment for my character. Cosplay is very personal for a lot of us, and I want to embody that in whatever imagery I create. This is a sample that we took at C2 in the hall with some lighting. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. But it was just some natural lighting coming through the window. But she showed me that she wanted to be in this Breath of the Wild atmosphere. She wanted to be on a rock looking out at her future. And so that's what we did. I wanted to put her out on a cliff somewhere. And this was a great pose, lots of triangles, which we're going to talk about later. But it's something that I can embody in any image. So this next slide is showing something that we did in studio. Well, not technically, because we did it at a local game shop here in outside of Indianapolis in Brownsburg, Valkyrie's Vault. And this is Amy. Amy put together just a simple gypsy cosplay from her closet, and she wanted to be like a tavern wench, a D&D tavern wench. She wanted to have, you know, little sparks coming up from a fire, which you'll see in the right-hand corner. She wanted to have barrels. She wanted to have candlelight. She wanted to have a little bit of magic. She didn't have time to touch up her hair before we shot, but that's okay because the magic of Photoshop, I could digitally go in and paint in like the green highlights and the things that she wanted. I wanted to give her little elf ears too. But we ended up nixing that because she wanted to be a human, and that's fine. But just creating that environment is so important. The next slide here is something that I really love to work on, is duplication of images. So this one was actually commissioned by Wizards of the Coast for Magic the Gathering. It was when this first expansion was getting ready to release, and they wanted promo images. So they picked out so many, I think it was like 10 cosplayers and then 10 photographers, and they paired us up to recreate a card. So I was able to go in and duplicate. We worked on the posing. We worked on how I digitally painted the backdrop. You can see how we were able to kind of put this together. And little things that you might notice, since we were able to do it in my studio, certain things are not super cohesive, but you want them to look great if you're at a convention, right? And I'm talking about the arm paint and the hand paint and the face paint, right? So if you're here for a photo shoot, then you don't have to necessarily do all of that. I told her, I was like, do what makeup you can. on your face to give me an idea of how. But honestly, I could have digitally painted all that in, and you can see that I did kind of change the hue. But like on her arms and hands, I was like, don't worry about it, because I can add that in. That's something that can easily be painted in and adjusted just for the tone. So it was a really fun project. Here's another example. This is Lee Tapscott, he is pretty known, and he judges a lot of different cosplay competitions, and he has the most fun cosplays ever. He works with so many different people. We did this, I think at Days of the Dead or Horror Hound in Indy, and he wanted like a spooky, mansion-y backdrop, candles, all kinds of stuff. The dress, if you'll notice a little detail, the bottom half was kind of sheer, and she had mentioned that she wanted it more solid, more long, elongated, and elegant. So that's what we did. We just kind of, create whatever imagery that you need us to create, if that makes sense. Yeah, Lee is such a great guy. Here is another one. Now, and you can see in the sample image, this is a really cool family. They get together and do a really cool cosplay for Gen Con every year, and they're all family. There's a bunch of them. There's actually, I think, 2 different aliens that they made. The littlest one on the bottom right is actually one of the kiddos in the family. But we were able to do a different shot of every person individually, and then I pulled it all in together. But we were able to do this in the middle of a hall, but they had an image of, they wanted to be on one of the ships. They wanted to have the aliens crawling on the ceiling. They wanted to have smoke coming out of the guns. Little details like the smoke on the cigar, things like that. I was like, you just tell me what you want to make this vision. The more information I have from a client, the better it is. I always tell Crayley and Kelly, I'm like, just tell me, sky's the limit. What do you want? Because whatever details I have, I can break those down and kind of create magic with that. Oh, and we're making progress. I see we've got an update. We're at 395. Here's another example of some cool stuff that we can do. You just got to put your imagination to it. This was a quick shot at a wedding. My typical day job photography is families and newborns and maternity and the few weddings that I do. But we can always make it geeky. We just shot a couple little things at the very end. One of my clients, she's a huge Harry Potter buff, and her husband to be is this huge Star Wars buff. So we did a bunch of cool stuff. So here's some of the basics that you need to know. You need to relax, be comfortable. In the studio, I usually have music going. I prefer like jazz or something with an upbeat that kind of get you in the mood for whatever you're doing. If you want to do some angry poses, we can play like something harder. If you want to do more pretty princess stuff, like we can play Disney songs. It's literally whatever you want to do. If you are comfortable, you're going to do better in your posing, because the more uncomfortable you are, it kind of shows on your face. Something that I always like talk about every time I do any of my panels at any of the conventions is also to be safe. Do not be afraid to bring a friend or multiple friends or family members, whether you're meeting in a hallway at a convention or you're coming to someone's studio. I think it's very important to have safety, to have those friends around us. Unfortunately, not every person is a good person. So I just always like to touch on that, because I do see a lot of kiddos that come in that are, 15, 16, 17 with their cosplays. And I just want them to be safe. I want everybody to be safe. I'm doing it now, but my next thing is hunchback. It's always good. I always tell people, I'm like, just roll your shoulders. So you can get kind of that. It just naturally sets those back, right? But I was sitting here like this, hunched over. I do it. Everybody does it. It's fine. Like you just want to roll it over, right? If you have a preferred better side, which is actually typically on the side you part your hair, most people's good sides are on that part. Just let me know if you say that, or any photographer that you're working with, or if your friend's taking your picture in the hallway. Say, hey, I prefer my left side. There's nothing wrong with that, okay? Another thing is magic hands. I think it's very important to show both of your hands in any posed picture that you have. If you are sitting and doing a sitting pose, I'll always have a hand like out and another hand out, because I think that it lends to the balance. Same thing with feet. A lot of people want to line their feet up, and I will always have someone tilt their feet. So that way I can kind of get both. It adds to the dimensionality of the pose. Let's see. Okay. So the next thing I want to talk about is just hand movement in general. You can see from the top left image there that they are gripping that wand. Someone is always coming in and wanting to like grip, whether it's a staff or a wand, super, super hard like that. And it's not good. You want to kind of loosen up on that grip. You can still have a nice grip, like in the second image there. And you're going to be able to see your fingers. You're not going to be stressed. There's not going to be like weird muscle things going on in your arm. And that can kind of go through with different things, like whether you're holding a dagger, or whether you're holding a lantern. Just different things can kind of mean different things. Like the lantern on the left, they're very determined. They're running through a labyrinth, right? But the lantern on the right, they're daintily looking through the woods, looking for something mysterious, if that makes sense. So Crayley asked a question, do you like when cosplayers have their own pose ideas that comes up when the shoot, like during the shoot? I love that. I actually tell people to screenshot and send me imagery beforehand if they can, so that way we can help either duplicate that pose or come as close to what we can, because everyone's body shape is obviously not the same. Not everyone is as handicap capable as others. So we need to make sure it's perfect for how you want. There's a lot of animated or cartoon women that are very elongated. They don't do realistic poses with long legs, and their torsos are so long. So I think it's good to kind of be able to let me see that beforehand, so we can kind of go and alter that pose to fit your body shape. But I think that having information, because again, cosplay is such a personal experience, and having photos of a cosplay means that you really care about what you're doing and that you love this cosplay. So my job is to make sure that I'm representing that well for you, if that makes sense. So let's go back over and talk about triangles. Triangles are a pleasing shape. I went to school for photography and art and marketing back in the day. And triangles is the big thing. Like if you look at Superman here, he's got his hands on his waist in a dominant pose, right? And he's got those nice triangles shown from his arms. The way that his shoulders are also set from his head to each shoulder is also a nice triangle shape. If you look on the left-hand side, you see that there's multiple triangles going on with her legs, with her various arms, the way that her body is leaning over. Triangles look so nice. It just is so pleasing to our eyes and the way our brain interprets them. Use those arms, bend those arms. I always tell people, like, if you've got a joint, you need to bend it, whether it's fingers or whether it's elbows or anything. You don't want to just be straight. You want to bend it up, right? So our next pose is, our next slide is talking just about how you see on the left, Bonnie is just kind of like, just down, right? But then if I just have her pull that arm up into a triangle, roll her shoulders a little bit, and then pull that hand in front of her, it changes the whole pose, right? And so it goes from her looking kind of silly, right, into like a little bit more of a dominant pose. Same thing with using objects. I have these, I actually have a few different of these crystal balls that I love to use, but you can see having it close to you gives one kind of look, but pushing it out in front of you also creates a dynamic energy. Just like if you were to have a sword in your hand, that's also going to make it more dynamic. I photographed Sammy, an awesome anime ninja gal. She was like a warrior goddess at Indiana Comic-Con this past year. And so we did some cool shots with the sword kind of coming off to the camera, but in front. So moving those things that kind of makes a dynamic, it makes it more dynamic. It adds to the magic of it. Having things in front of you, having things behind you, etc. So don't hide a limb, don't hide your weapons. You see, even in this pose, Batgirl, you can see both of her hands, you can see both of her feet. She's a little bit twisted just so we can see that it's not fully flat, right? If you're sitting, you want to keep those legs to the side or bent. It distorts your silhouette. So if she was to twist and have those knees straight at the camera, then those knees are going to be closest to me and her legs are going to look weird. It's going to look distorted. I actually had her bend, and so you can't really tell in the pose, but she's kind of leaning with that right shoulder towards me because I wanted to make sure I had a really good angle of her face and making sure it was completely balanced. We actually took this picture on a rooftop downtown Indianapolis on top of a parking garage, I think. But we were able to edit in and add all kinds of really cool stuff. Don't mind my dog in the background. Here's some more samples of different things that are little tips. The first two pictures are lighting. So you want to always look where your lighting is coming from. If your lighting is coming from one side and you're turning away, it's going to shadow that face. Now you may want that for a certain kind of dynamic angle, or if you're trying to recreate something that has that shadowed side, but light is always best. You want to have that light. So just by having her turn, you can see that light that's casting more on her features. You can see the reflection in her eye. It just adds more balance. Her hair looks a little bit more dynamic in the front. Another thing is sitting. I love sitting poses, but you can't just sit and forward face. It's going to look distorted. Again, you want to kind of bend up. You want to kind of like in that bottom photo in the middle, she's got both of her legs crossed and kind of bent up, and she's got those fingers moving. Both of her hands are in the picture and not distorted. In the one in the top right, similar idea, only she crossed her ankles. So that way her knees were a little bit together, but to the side. But again, showing those hands and tilting her face towards the light. So,
hey, Lacey.
Yeah.
We're almost halfway through. This is going so fast. Can you believe it? This is really helpful information. I just want to say for anybody who's just now joining us that this is the Multiverse Funraiser. We are benefiting actress Valerie Perrine in her battle with Parkinson's disease. If you're listening to an audio-only recording of this later, the donation link is tinyurl.com/MVFR22. Every donation of $10 or more gets you entered for up to 20 prizes all at once going to one person. We're going to have 3 winners, 40 prizes. It's great. Forward your receipt email to phoenixsyscosplay@gmail.com. Lacey, take it back away. Let me drop myself back out of the feed.
Awesome. Okay, So next we're going to talk about is twisting. Like how I've mentioned in a couple of the different slides, you want to bend it a little bit, just enough. Just like this gal here, we had her just kind of twist a little bit to add a little bit more dynamic to the pose, right? Elbows and knees were bending. Remember, your eyebrows show emotion. So if you're super nervous, a lot of people get like a furrowed brow. But if you're playing a character and you need it to be more wide-eyed, remember, just pop those eyebrows up, okay? Another thing that a lot of us get concerned with, and you can tell me these things, okay? I'm not going to share anything or anyone's concerns or things that they want to change, are double chin, okay? Something that you need to do is pop that chin up, put your tongue up. It's called mewing, and it can make all of that stuff underneath your chin kind of go away. We all have it. I know I definitely have it, especially after COVID. We all gain weight in different places, and it's okay. Like, if you don't want me to edit anything, I don't have to edit anything. But if it's something of an insecurity that you would like me to change, I can do that. Okay. Sometimes when we are turned too much and our arms are out front, if you can put me up on the screen, I'm going to show everybody this. Okay. So if you're out, right, a lot of people want to immediately hold their arm against their body, right? But what does that do? That makes it just flatten out, right? But if you hold it out, look at that difference. Okay. And this is an insecurity for a lot of people. It's an insecurity for me. Okay. And there's nothing wrong with that. We all have stuff, right? But just remember, there's little tips. So if you just tell me, I can fix things. If we forget and you have it close and you say, hey, Lacey, you sent me that gallery image 3. I don't know if I like the way my arm looks. Is there any way that you can like push it in? Because I had it against my body. That's what I'm here for. Okay. And then this, right? So 2 things. I don't have one of my lights over here, but I wrap light to kind of pull this away, right? Because if there's light right here, it takes away the shadow. But also, if you just say mew, right? It pulls that up when you pop your chin out and put your tongue in the back. Little tips. Models use them all the time. So like, why can't cosplayers? Why can't everybody, right? Okay, let's pop back over to the slide. So think about where your light's coming from. Think about how it affects your photos. Think about where your shadows are. If you're making magic in your hands, you don't want to be casting shadows all over your body, right? So another trick that I like to do is turn on a camera light, okay? And you can hold that, right? Look at that, right? So you can do your pose and have a friend hold a light, like while we're in the hallway or while I'm here. I have different stuff like this cool light wand and little lights, right? But if you have a magic fireball, is the light going to be in your hand like this, shadowed, or is it going to be like this, right? So it's little tips and tricks. I mean, that's just my cell phone, but like, I know we have fancy LEDs and stuff like that, but little things. Think about your light. Think about where it's coming from. A lot of times in the studio, I'll use real candles. So that way I can get that reflection in the eye, just like you see the little highlight right there in my eyeball. Same idea. If you are holding a candle in your cosplay or something like a lantern, something that's lit up, right, then you can have that reflection in your eye. So next we're going to talk about slow flow posing. Okay. This is something that models do typically when I'm working with like fashion models and professional models. It's something that they are taught at agencies, and that is creating natural movement that makes better for photos. So if you have a sword, I'm going to have you swing it at me. If you are a character that's bouncing around, I'm going to have you jump around. I'm going to have you dance. If you have a tool, I'm going to have you use it. If you have a hat, we're going to tip it. We're going to take it off. If you have a dress, I'm going to have you do the motion with the dress and, you know, flow it out or throw it out, or have someone take one of my reflectors and kind of waft it at you to kind of create that movement. I would rather take a bunch of movement poses than poses like if you're just standing still, like just one of. Okay. I think that having that motion really makes it more dynamic and more believable in certain photos. Now, if you're just sitting on the bench, that's one thing, right? But if you are supposed to be walking down a path, that's another thing, right? And you can always look for my light flashes or the clicks from my camera. Whenever I'm at conventions, if I'm not using my studio lighting, I turn on the sounds on my cameras so that way you guys can easily hear those. So Willow asks, oh, when should we flex versus not? That we're going to get into that, Crayley. What did Willow ask? How do you feel about school picture photographers photoshopping children's pictures? Oh, yeah. Okay. So I'm not a huge fan of school photography, mainly because most of the people that are thrown into those positions are not trained. I've talked to a lot of them. A lot of them are just... they don't know. They don't know the cameras. They don't know the lighting. They are told to set lights in a certain way. They are told to have the camera in a certain way. They have to take it a certain way. It frustrates me as a mom of a kiddo that wears glasses because there's always a reflection in the glasses, and all they have to do is move that light up a little bit on the stand that it's on, and there would be no reflection. Okay. It's just raising the light a little bit. But when they come to doing like the extra edits on the school photos, they basically just run a filter. So there are programs that are basically like a souped up Instagram. Okay. Adobe has one, Lightroom. Now you can do a lot more stuff with Lightroom, but they do have presets on them, and they have like basically you can smooth out everything. I think for kids, it's important not to do anything like that because it's really going to disrupt their image of themselves. It's very different for an adult to be concerned about like our arm flap, you know, compared to a kiddo that is, you know, concerned about any features, because it's really going to affect them. Yeah, a Cuff Creations, yeah, they definitely shouldn't be doing any filters or anything like that. I actually have a huge amount of my clients that just come to me. I do quick school picture minis where they just come in for a few minutes, and anytime that anyone books me for a family photo, I try to get individuals of all the kids because I always hated all my kids' school photos. I have them because it's a part of growing up. Some of them look awkward. I feel like they always photographed my youngest right after lunch. So he always had food on his face and on his shirt. So I think that's funny to keep and have. But I think them adding all of these Photoshop things to it, no. I even get concerned with overly Photoshopped teenage photos, especially for senior photos, because teenage girls are so impressionable, and to have filters and things pushed over them and altering the way they look, just not a fan. So let's go back and we'll talk about some masculine, feminine. So this goes out to any character. My favorite cosplay to do personally is Han Solo, because number one, I love Han Solo, but also pants. So if I want to crawl around and do a photo shoot at a convention hallway and I'm like laying on the ground shooting at a weird angle, I can. If I'm in a dress, I definitely can't do that. So this is for anybody that wants to cosplay any character whatsoever, because I firmly believe you can do and be anything you want, right? So Masculine, most of the time, hands are going to be on their hip bones, like in that Superman pose. A feminine pose for that would be to put it on their natural waist, which is going to be higher, right? Where it kind of dips in a little bit underneath our breasts, right? That's more of a natural waist. So that's more feminine, and this is more masculine, right? Okay, so next thing is going to be, where's that slide at, Grayley? There we go. Oh, there we go. Okay, so jaws out, right? So a masculine pose, a lot of time, they'll want to kind of clench their jaw and pop that jaw out, right? Feminine posing is going to be more like I tell people to purse their lips a little bit and just to breathe out or go, whoo, right? It's going to give it a little bit more feminine look to the mouth, right? Whereas popping a jaw out is going to be more of a masculine look, right? Flexing. I think flexing is great. That's when that dynamic movement comes in if you're going to be swinging a sword. But you can always be like, oh, I really want to look big and strong in this. And I'll say, okay, ready, 1, 2, 3, flex. And have you flex real quick and then pull right back out, okay? Another thing is your hands, right? See on the image on the left, she is gripping that sword super, super tight, right? And that's going to be a strong hand flex, right? And then on the right-hand side, we've got gentle hands. You can see that bottom hand, she's just delicately holding it, right? The same thing about feet. If you've got them more spread out, it's definitely makes you into a more masculine stance. If you want more feminized, you can have your feet kind of pulled together and crossed. So there's a lot of different ways to kind of lean towards one or the other. And just because you're like, if she wanted to be a Jedi that was in more masculine stance, then we could have done that as well. So it's just a matter of like what you want to pull forward on those photos. Let's see. All right, so I think that is kind of everything that I usually go through. I try to get all of that information out so that way we can kind of, these are just a million little tips, and I could probably add a million more, but I never know how many questions are going to pull through and, what topic we're going to end up talking about, because especially when I'm at panels and live events, everyone has different questions and kind of what they want for their character. I know the last time I was at PopCon, we got on a huge discussion about weapons and like best ways to hold weapons and to show them off in photos. So that way they can show off that work, because like there's one girl, she had this huge axe. It was like 6 foot tall. It was massive. And it's like, how are we going to take a cool photo without it blocking you completely? So there's so much that I can do and that we can do when working together, whether it's a hallway shoot that I usually do, a couple images for everybody, right? I'd usually do like 1 or 2. Or if we're in the studio, when I can control everything, I can set that rim light on your hair. I can set like a cool LED light in the backdrop. I can set up like all of my different lighting systems here. I'm going to show you how quick and easy some of this lighting is. It's literally an app I control. And so we can do all kinds of effects. I did a shoot out in the woods across from the studio that we laid one of my LEDs on the ground, and I did it like super bright orange light because they were doing a cosplay where they were sitting around a campfire. And so we wanted that glow effect. We wanted that orange. We wanted that fire effect. So I like the green. I think the green looks cool. But do we have any more questions? Krayley, do you have any?
I mean, I definitely want to encourage anybody who's viewing to still send questions in, because of course during one of your panels at a convention, this would be where people are lined up. I wanted to tell 2 short, quick stories about our shoots.
Yeah.
So something that Lacey works really hard on, and if you have any other photographer who's ever been willing to do a weather dependent shoot for you, like, you need to, if they're a hugger, give them a hug. If they are food motivated, bring them snacks, because it is so difficult to arrange those. My husband and I did Ramona Flowers and Scott Pilgrim on their first date at a park, and we needed snow coverage. And of course, Lacey could have added some in, but we weren't going to be cold. You know, like, my husband and I, as far as actors and cosplayers, we're not going to have as good of like poses and effects of like huddling together and like walking close together, partially because it's just cold if she had not gone to doing that snow. So do you want to talk a little bit about some of your weather shoots?
Oh my gosh. Weather is fun. I love shooting in all different types of weather. I know there's a lot of photographers that won't do it. But all of my gear, it's all weather safe. And I also have all like bags and stuff that I put over everything to kind of help it. But you know, I have business insurance. So, you know, hopefully all that is covered. But I love shooting on the snow. Actually, after this, because we just got some snow here in Indiana, I have a couple shoots that I'm getting in, because this is the first like decent-ish snow that we've gotten, and I've got more tomorrow. But I think that while I can Photoshop in certain things, it's much better to be able to be in the real thing. Same thing with rain. I love rain. A lot of people get married like on spring dates. Guess what happens? It rains. So what I do is I set up a light behind the couple. I set up another light in front. I have them hold umbrellas. We light up the umbrellas. I freeze the light in the water all around them. Makes cool stuff, you know? I think that is a good trademark of a professional photographer, that they can work in anything. Do I like to shoot cosplay stuff during the convention at midday out in the high sun where it's going to be crazy shadows? No, I'm going to say we're going to go in the hallway. But if you really wanted a certain look to it and you wanted it to be out there and that is our only choice, then yes, we're going to do it. Like, I'm going to work around it. I have different tricks that we can do, because ultimately it's about what the vision is for that cosplay. That's what it comes down to. Yes. So do I have recommendations for training your face to make certain expressions to match characters or tones? Yes. What you need to do is practice in front of the mirror. I don't know if you can see it here, but I have a full-length mirror over here. It's literally in here so people can, number one, look, double check, fix anything that they need to fix, but also practice in expressions. There's nothing wrong with standing in the mirror. That's literally what professional actors and actresses do, is they duplicate it. They look in the mirror, they practice, just like with anything else. Anything else, you've got to duplicate.
And a cosplay tip specifically for if you've got a really made up face is to practice some of your more crazy expressions, your more facially moving expressions right after you apply your lipstick or your eyeliner. Because if it's going to smudge something, you'll know while you're still right there at the sink and you can fix it or figure out like how you need to.
Or cracks.
Or
and face makeup, if you're wearing like a solid tone, like a blue face makeup, right? Or green, if you're doing like a Gamora or something, right?
If you have black lipstick and you're gonna snarl, do it in the mirror while you've still got the lipstick in your hand, because you might not have gotten that lipstick far enough down inside your lip.
Yes.
And it tastes gross, but the photos look way better if you just get a little extra.
Yeah, that
dark
little,
lipstick.
even with red, Even with red, it doesn't matter the color. Literally, I Photoshop this. I always look for it because I know that's going to happen. But that's okay. I mean, it's a makeup thing. You know, we can't control everything, especially in the middle of a convention when it's crazy busy. There's a million things going on. You're sweating because you're wearing leather and latex and like 30 million other fabrics. Okay. Certain things are going to happen. So I don't want anybody to freak out if they have like smudges from mascara and stuff, because if they don't belong there, just tell me, just, hey, I'm sweating. Like, can you fix that? You know, just kind of Photoshop it out. I'll do it. It's okay. But yeah, test out everything. So, and like I said, if you come here to the studio, you don't even have to wear necessarily everything that you're doing, because like I said, if I have a general idea or if I have a photo to work with, then, you know, I'll just Photoshop it in. I mean, that's, you know, what I prefer, because it might be easier than having that black lipstick on, or it might be easier than painting your entire body green. So
I'm doing a Mystique cosplay probably in March, and I'm like, if I can only paint my face and do blue like arm socks and leg socks, if I'm working with a great photographer like you, I know you're going to make sure the blue on my face and the blue on my arms and legs match in tone perfectly, even if my makeup and my fabric aren't perfect tone matches.
Yeah. I mean, there's even like, I mean, not everybody has a budget like we've talked about, like for a super expensive cosplay too, right? So I've worked with people that have shown up in Party City costumes. And I'm just like, okay, what do you want it to look like? I shot a Wonder Woman like 4 or 5 years ago, and it was like all plastic. And she was like, I just couldn't afford it. She was like, stuff came up. I couldn't afford to get the nice stuff. She was like, I'm going to cancel my shoot. Like, I'm sorry. I was like, no, you don't have to cancel your shoot. I was like, what do you want it to look like? Which version? You know, are we doing comic? Are we doing movie? What are we doing? Send me some screenshots. Are you doing like, you know, a fan-based art version? It's fine. Just show me what we're working with. And I was able to make everything look gold and add in the leathers instead of it being plastic. Or people that wear like the big puff suits, right? Like I did a Black Panther and he was wearing like the fake muscle stuff, which obviously didn't look great. And I got into a little argument about somebody that was in the hall with us because they were like, I can't believe you're getting pictures because your cosplay is so cheap. I was like, oh, it's literally for fun. It's literally for fun. I will fight you. Like, anybody can look amazing. Okay. And I love putting in that work. I want someone to be like, oh my God, this is magical. How did we even create this? And I'm like, that's you. That's literally you. I just added some special effects. So, but, Willow had said we have a rule in our cosplay group. If the pose is awkward or uncomfortable, it's perfect. Sometimes, depending on the angles, especially I think Black Widow poses, Spider-Man poses, and stuff like that for sure. Like, but if you're doing something that is very real and personal to you, like we should be able to come up with a pose that you're not uncomfortable. I think that there's always some kind of pose that is going to be personifying the character, but also being you, because, you know, someone that's saying doing Harley Quinn, it's not like that is Harley Quinn. That is Crayley as Harley Quinn. And that's what I want to see.
Also, like, there's no shame in asking your photographer to like turn the camera around and show you what you're working with, because then you're gonna, like, it might have felt awkward, but if it looked good, you're like, okay, I'm gonna do that again. Yeah. Whereas if it felt awkward and the photographer turns the camera around and you think it looked awkward,
if you look strained,
right? You
like,
don't. You can try something different.
Your eyes. But no, yeah, I'm a big believer. I shoot when I'm shooting with my cameras, I want it to look as close to what I want the finished image plus effects to be. I don't want it underexposed. I don't want your skin to be too bright. I want it to be really close, right? So what you see should be fairly close to what you're getting, right? Not all photographers will show you the back of cameras, but I will, because I don't care. Like, I want you to see what you look like. I want you to see if you like that pose. I want you to browse through real quick and be like, oh yeah, that's the one right there. That is the money image right there. I love that one. Also, don't be afraid to be like, okay, you've got your light up here, but this is my better side. Can we move the light so that way I can keep that pose? Because these things are light. They're not that heavy at all. And a lot of times, my oldest son, who's 18, I have him come and assist me, and those lights all come out like that, and they're basically like big bricks. So he's like 6 foot. So he just holds it up for me. So if we need to have him walk to the other side, it's not a big deal. Like, you're paying these people. There's no reason why you can't ask them a question, ask them for help, or ask them to move things for you.
Yeah, definitely. The other thing about, if I wanted to, I can't think of the word that I want. Expand. There we go. Every time I'm live, every time. If I wanted to expand a little bit, when you were talking about creating dynamic movement, if you're the type of cosplayer who gets embarrassed when you're working with a photographer, whenever they ask you to do something like jump in the air, even just a little bit, because, I mean, Lacey, our Superboy and Wonder Girl photos, you had me jump, you had my husband jump, and then put us together, and it looked like we were actually flying. If I had been too embarrassed to jump up off the ground a little bit, we wouldn't have those amazing photos where you took a small movement that probably did not look that silly to people around, by the way. If you're at a convention, people are expecting you to be doing unusual looking things anyway.
100%.
But even, like, we were at a park, we were out in public, and I didn't have to jump that high. But if I had felt too silly to do it, we wouldn't have had my favorite photo from that whole photo shoot. So
yeah. Well, and something else that you can ask as well is, especially, so even with Gen Con, as big as it is, or C2E2 as big as it is, there are still halls that aren't being used. They don't use the entire space, right? So if I were to have, and I have had in the past, clients be like, hey, I don't know if I want to do my pictures in front of everybody. Can we move to like a more private spot, or do you know like a more empty spot? That's fine. Tell me. Now, we might have to change the time, because a lot of times when I'm doing my shoots in the hall, I kind of book them back to back to back. So that way I can set up my lights and be like in one little spot for a while. So I might move you to the end of the day or the beginning of the day. Or sometimes I've used the panel rooms, like after the panel, depending on when my panels are, to shoot in. So it just depends, but you can always ask that. If you want it more private, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, there's no wrong question. There's no wrong question.
For sure. I mean, this is a product you buy from someone that is going to affect the way you see yourself later. Like, we're all about body positivity on this entire network. We are all about, you don't have to look like you stepped off a comic page. That's not realistic or whatever. But still, you get in your head a little bit. And if you let your photographer know what your insecurities are, or what's going to make you more comfortable or whatever, that shock effect sometimes when you see photos of yourself can be a lot less if you let your photographer know, because they're one step more removed because they're not in your head. And two, they take photos of people and they know what edits they're going to do, or what it's going to look like, or how to pose you to get around, like Lacey was talking about with your arms, if that's something you're worried about.
Literally everyone does it. Everyone. Like, and it's just a matter of, like, even my son, who's like a string bean, if he holds his arm against himself, it's going to flatten out. But knowing little insecurities, like, helps. I'm not going to go and say who I know does what and wants what, but I'm also not going to Photoshop everyone into a supermodel, because it's not realistic. It's not realistic, right? So we want to be our true selves. We just want to be the best of our true selves, you know? I mean, even me, when I take pictures of myself, I have moles. We're live, so you can see my moles right here, right? Whenever I do my headshots, I always soften them. I leave them. They stay there, but I do soften them, and I do light wrap so I don't have a second chin showing up. So I'm not like, right?
Right. You were.
It's fine. You know, we there's all these things, and there's no reason to get caught up about them, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that is the perfect note to end on. Lacey, you have been amazing. Thank you so much for coming on the show. If you're watching a post recording of this, make sure you back up to where Lacey had her information on where to find her, get a screenshot of that or something. For the people listening to audio only, what's the quickest way for somebody to find you if they wanted to look you up?
Go to my website, laceyclaigphotos.com. You can find everything. There's a whole cosplay tab. It keeps all of the list of all the ones we're going to. It also links directly to those sites. Most all of them I run panels at. So I'm usually speaking and talking and answering questions. Every year I kind of change up my panels, but they're all pretty much the same thing, you know, how to do better, right? How to pose. But yeah, just go to that website and you can find all the information. And if you find me at a convention and you want to do a haul shoot, if you have came to this Multiverse fundraiser and you tell me, hey, I saw you on the stream, then I'm going to give you the same deal as all of my panelists as well, which sometimes it's a free like extra image on your package, or sometimes I discount the package, or sometimes I do discounts for my home shoots, things like that. Just let me know.
All right. Thanks so much, Lacey. Bye. All right, everyone. That was Lacey Clegg Photography teaching us how to pose like superheroes on the Multiverse Funraiser, a charity event we are running to benefit Valerie Perrine and her fight with Parkinson's disease. We've got a great giveaway going for donors and people who share posts from our page also. Really quick, we've got some great prizes. I don't have time to show them all to you. I'm going to put the rules up on the screen for people who want to screenshot those very quickly. The tiny URL for people who are joining audio only, it's tinyurl.com/MVFR22. It's a great cause. Valerie has touched so many people's lives. Everyone we've talked to this weekend who's met her, she sounds like an amazing person, and she really deserves, we should rally around her the way she's made others feel supported. I'm going to hand it over to Ryan now, who's going to be introducing a real superstar guest who I'm excited to hear from. You all have a great Multiverse fundraiser.
Boy, that was so kind of you, Crayley. I appreciate that. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Multiverse Fundraiser. This is a great event that we are holding this week, and we hope you've been enjoying all the content we've been providing for you. My name is Ryan of Neuroculture, and our guest for the next hour, 50, 60 minutes or so is a very special guest joining us this week. And please welcome Camille Mitchell. Camille, welcome to the program. How are you? If we can bring her in. There she is. All right. I was wondering. Oh, you're muted there too, Camille. Yeah, we can see you, but unfortunately your mic is muted at this point.
Not be the one where you had to say, please unmute. I was determined.
That's okay. That's okay. Yes, now we can hear you and now we can see you. Thank you so much for being with us this weekend, Camille. How are things going for you thus far?
Fantastic. I'm thrilled to be here. Valerie Perrine has always been a hero of mine. I am so excited you're doing this. And I've got some vintage Smallville magazines, Ryan, from 2006.
Speaking to my Smallville loving heart, considering the fact I'm wearing a very nice looking red jacket and a blue shirt, I wonder which iconic character has put on that kind of outfit before.
Perfect. And for donors, I would be more than happy to autograph them, send them out. They're in pretty mint condition. There's a nice layout on me, but aside from that, but it's a fun magazine. It's got all the a breakdown. It's got interviews with all the cast members from 2006, and it's pretty vintage. So I'm happy to donate those to a good cause for Valerie.
Well, thank you so much. We do appreciate that. I remember going back when Barnes & Noble used to be a thing. Granted, there's still a few of them around, but I digress. I used to go in there all the time looking for the next issue of Smallville magazine, so much so that I wrote a letter to them, and it actually ended up in the bullpen part of the magazine where they let fans write in and submit things that they like to share about the show, whether it's their favorite memories, their favorite moments, maybe some characters they hope to see somewhere down the line. Mine got in there, and I was like, excellent. My life has been made. The millennium is done. I need nothing more because the magazine, in this case, saved me.
It makes me very happy to hear that. It was a fun magazine. It was a fun show. It was a great show. You were how old were you when you started watching it, Ryan?
That's a great question. I started watching it when I was about 18, so it was about midway through season 5 of the series. I didn't get into it until the 100th episode aired. More specifically, it's called Reckoning, and that was the episode where we unfortunately lost Clark's father. Jonathan Kent passed away in that episode. And when I watched that episode touched me so much because I lost my dad 8 weeks before that episode even went on the air.
Oh my God.
So when I saw that episode, I was bawling out of my mind, and I realized, wow, Superman isn't just Superman. He has challenges. He has struggle. He lost his dad suddenly, just like I did. So in that moment, I related to the character. I loved the character, and that's when I became a fan. So from episode 100 onwards, I became a fan, and then I went back and bought the DVD sets to catch up on the episodes that I had missed leading up to season 5, episode 100.
Right. And I got knocked off in episode 99.
Yeah.
How it goes.
I'm sorry I missed when your original episodes aired, but I did catch up on them on DVD, which we will talk about in just a little bit. But I want to take a little bit of a trip back into the Wayback Machine, if you don't mind, for just a moment.
Sure.
What would you say were some of your favorite films or TV series while you were growing up?
Oh my goodness, that's a wonderful question. Oh gosh. Of course now I can't think of anything. I used to this goes way back. This is taking me way back.
Okay.
Any cartoon, any Bugs Bunny, and on Saturday mornings there used to be, starting at 5 a.m, there was a whole playlist from Laurel and Hardy to Buster Keaton to Charlie Chaplin to there was something called Bosco the Clown. In my later years, definitely Twilight Zone. In my teenage years, I Spy. Oh my goodness, Superman, of course, always Superman. My brother had a closet high collection of Superman comics that sadly are no longer with us. Yeah, I don't know where they went to, but yeah, gosh, and I'm sure you've never heard of most of these shows. Donna Reed show, Mickey Mouse was a big one. Just like pretty tame stuff, actually, compared to now. Pretty tame stuff.
That's okay. Some of those titles I think I've heard of across my desk. I may or may not have watched an episode or two of those respective series, but I hear things.
Yes, I'm sure.
I may still be a bit of a young lad, but I'm still learning as I go across across the years of my life. But even so, who would you say are some of your favorite actors or actresses?
Well, Valerie Perrine is definitely one of my favorite actresses. When she did Lenny, and just fantastic, and always had a great, just brought this wonderful spirit to her work, this wonderful, fun, big spirit. Also, Vivian Leigh was a favorite of mine. I don't think she can do any wrong. Her Blanche in Streetcar Named Desire with Marlon Brando.
Stella! I just saw that movie for the first time like a month ago.
Oh my God, did you love it?
I had to watch it a second time because the first time I got a little bit too distracted. I was distracted by something called technology. It's a kind of a thing. So then I went back and rewatched it. I realized it's pretty good stuff. This woman pulls, all the roles in the film, Brando, Vivian Leigh, everyone else, they just good stuff. I'm trying to not revisit, but like learn about the past of filmmaking so I can embrace the future. It's the old saying, respect the past so you can embrace the future. That's why I'm watching all these classic black and white films, such as The Streetcar Named Desire and all the other ones.
Good for you. It's funny you should say that because when I was growing up, there were always old movies on TVs. And it
Yeah.
not only gave you a sense of, a lot of it was great literature, but it also gave you a sense of the times. It gave you a sense of history. It gave you a sense of humanity's emotional history, which is so important. And when we have period pieces done today, sometimes a lot of that information that is in these old movies doesn't come out in the newer versions. I'm not saying old is better, but it just lends a different perspective. But I love, I love Pacino. I love especially his pre-scent of a woman before he got into the wahoo. I love Kate Blanchett. I love, oh boy, yeah, so many wonderful actors. And so many wonderful shows now on television. Talk about TV shows. Hey, Ryan?
Yes, I may be sporting and representing just one of many, but I digress. No, great pick. By the way, you bring up Pacino. I saw this other classic film not too long ago, Dog Day Afternoon. Very good film.
Really good.
God.
So good. And his Scarface. Oh my God. That cocaine scene.
That's I don't think I would recommend that to a couple of individuals, but still, it's good stuff, and Pacino kills it. No puns intended here on this show.
Yeah.
But what can I say? What actor or actress do you hope to work with in the future that you have not gotten the chance to work with yet?
Oh my God, there's so many. Oh boy. There are actors who, as far as I'm concerned, you watch them and they just can do no wrong. I'm seeing that a lot now, though, on television, even more than I'm seeing in films today. I'm seeing this incredible, flawless, seamless acting. Oh boy. Oh my God. I'm loving Brad Pitt these days. I'm loving his work. I loved his Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Oh God, Matthew McConaughey. Oh my God. Boy, I'm so sorry. I have a list in my brain, but I just can't access it, Mr. Ryan. But so many, gosh. Yeah. Nicole Kidman is doing some amazing stuff too now, don't you think?
Yeah.
Destroyer?
I don't believe I have, but I am familiar with her work. I've seen a number of her films and appearances and so on and so forth. Granted, one of the first times I was introduced to her professionally was Days of Thunder with Tom Cruise. I can't help it. I grew up in the 90s. There were a lot of things going on back then. And yes, Days of Thunder played repeatedly in my household. I can't help it. I can't help it. Dr. Chase, she also played Dr. Chase Meridian in Batman Forever. Let's not forget about that. So
yeah.
Grew up watching her in that role. It's the car, right? Chicks love the car. That was a Val Kilmer line. That wasn't me. But even so. So let me ask you this. What was it like playing the role of Mrs. Robinson, you're trying to seduce me, in The Graduate at the Vancouver's Arts Club Theater? What was that experience like?
That was really interesting. For starters, we only had 2.5 weeks rehearsal.
Jeez. Yeah. Not a lot of time, is there?
It was crazy. And, theater, God bless theater. Anyone who goes to theater, I salute you. I love you. Theater is so important, live theater. But it's so hard to get an audience today. And that's why we only had 2.5 weeks rehearsal. Our first tech dress, which, as you know, is when you have a dress rehearsal and all the technical stuff is getting thrown in, your lighting cues, your set changes, everything. Right. So it's even more discombobulating for an actor. You think you're on top of your character. You think you're on top of what you're going to bring to the show. And then you have a tech dress and everything flies out the window because it's like, oh my God, that's going to be there. Okay. And so our first tech dress, there was an invited audience. There was a paying audience. Wow. And they pay half so that they get to come back later and see how things have changed. But I wasn't ready for that. That totally threw me. Our costume changes hadn't been worked out yet. And Mrs. Robinson, as you know, is in bed a lot of the time. And then she's, so there's some super quick costume changes anyway, it was an interesting. So those were the dynamics that we were all working with. And it was an amazing cast, wonderful director, Lois Anderson. I love the Arts Club Theater. It's fabulous. it was, the play's a little different from the film. It's based more on the book. It was written for Kathleen Turner, who brought it to the stage in London.
Wow.
Yeah, I think in the 90s maybe.
Mhm.
So it was really written for her. So there are some scenes in the play that aren't in the film. There's a scene between the mother and the daughter that when they get drunk,
Oh yeah.
and she's more of a troubled soul, I think, in the play, which was really interesting to do. And of course, Kayvon Cashin was my Benjamin. He was fabulous. He was a joy to work with. It's also really weird because my son was still in high school then, and it was, teachers would come up to me after school and say, "I'm going to come see your show," and I go, "No, it's okay. You don't." Other parents were coming. It was just, it was a little. I had a hard time with that. I was just being a suburban mom, in my off days, and then being Mrs. Robinson at night. So it was fun. It was challenging. Yeah.
My goodness. Yeah, a few years ago was the first time I saw the film, the Dustin Hoffman and Anne Bancroft. Really good film and great soundtrack too. Simon and Garfunkel, Gee
Oh my
Willikers.
God. So good.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I mean, my God, don't even get me started. I mean, what's your drink? Scotch, bourbon. Pours him the wrong drink. Not happening.
Oh my God! And Mike Nichols, isn't he?
Yes.
Oh, I adore him. I adore him. He's a director I would have loved to have worked with.
Oh, going back to what we were talking about earlier. There you go.
He was originally looking to cast a real waspy looking guy. They were looking at Robert Redford. You probably know this, for the Dustin Hoffman for Benjamin.
Oh yes.
And then apparently Hoffman came into the audition and just blew them all away. But prior to, they were looking at blonde-haired, blue-eyed guys. And yeah, interesting, huh? How that works.
It really is. The fun facts we learn on a daily basis on this earth, including the Multiverse FunRaiser. And make sure you're sharing this video with all 500 of your closest friends. They're going to like the way they look after watching this video. I guarantee it.
Yes.
So with that being said, let's go to a lovely place because, as they say in trailers, the Superman legend begins in a place called Smallville. So how did you get the role of Sheriff Nancy Adams on Smallville, appearing in not just one but 23 episodes across 4 seasons of the series? How did this all happen for you?
Oh boy, it was. I went into audition for another role. It was a one-off. It was a guest star role, but it was only for 1 episode. I didn't get it, but the executive producer told me later that he remembered my audition and he wanted me to come back to read for Sheriff Adams. Of course, I had no idea. I really wanted this part. It was a really good role. It was in season 2. Anyway, I didn't get it. And then I got called in for this new sheriff, and it was a possible recurring role. It was a guest star. They weren't sure if it was going to be just 1 episode or what. And so I went in and I read for it, and everyone there, all these wonderful actresses there, they're all looking really cool, right? They're all wearing black leather and they're looking like really hip, super hip police sheriffs. And I thought, oh no, because I was wearing this stupid parka. I was my hair was, I didn't hardly had any makeup on. I thought, oh, I've really misread this role. And then I was really surprised to get called back. And they called me back several times. And I thought, gosh, I wore, this is what I wore to the first audition. I better keep wearing it, even though I kind of went, And then lo and behold, they called and said, you got the part. The first day was really, everyone was amazing. Oh my God, what a welcoming group of people, cast and crew, just fabulous. And John Schneider, my son, came in the summer. He was 7 or 8, and he would come with me and just hang out. I remember John Schneider, the first day my son was there. John Schneider took him on a tour. He took him to the Fortress of Solitude. He took him all over the set. My son was in heaven, right? Just in heaven. And
I would be.
And there was one day we were filming out at the Kent Farm, which is a
Mhm.
beautiful farm outside Vancouver. It was a summer's day, and we're filming a scene outdoors. And at one point, I look over, and there's Tom Welling, Superman, throwing a football with my 8-year-old son in the cornfields. It was so perfect with the sun shining. It was just so perfect. It was, I'll never forget that. It was really amazing. But I never knew if I'd be back, when I'd be back. Sometimes as a recurring character, the writers aren't clear as to where they're going to go with recurring roles. So, but I was thrilled to be on it for so long. I was thrilled to be a part of it. It was very fun. I don't know where her accent came from. It just showed up on the first day.
Oh.
And
Yeah.
the producers at one point said, Camille, we don't remember you auditioning with that accent. And I went, I know, I'm so sorry. But I just couldn't stop thinking about Mr. Kent. I just couldn't stop.
Oh
So
my
anyway,
goodness.
but what a wonderful group of people. And Tom Welling was just a doll. John Schneider was, and Annette O'Toole was fabulous.
Mama Cat, yeah.
And so was John Glover. He was just wonderful as Luther's dad. And Michael Rosenbaum was a lot of fun. He was just so much fun.
I hear he's very comedic and jokey on set. He's always cracking jokes, always pulling pranks, because Michael Rosenbaum, it's hard for him to sit still for more than like 10 seconds. Is that true?
It's so true. And
I've heard stories about him.
Yeah. And also in the meantime, his brain is constantly he's actually looking at things a lot of times from a director's point of view or a camera guy's point of view. And he's incredibly knowledgeable about the technical aspect of it all. I remember him pulling me aside a few times and saying, hey, try blah, blah, to have it just so aware of everything that was happening around him production wise. Yeah, it was a lovely family. I'd never been on a show for that long, and I'd never been sort of part of a family before like that on television. And it was, it felt just so lovely. Even like the security people were the same guys. There was a wonderful security guy called Rick, who was this big, wonderful guy. And he was on there every season. He was, it was just the same faces, the same people. It was really lovely. Yeah. It was very, very, very nice.
That's truly amazing. I hope to meet some of these veteran actors and actresses in the Comic Cons once Earth fully reopens and we get rid of this whole situation called Corona Miley Cyrus. Get out of here. So we're tired of it. Trust me. Look forward to meeting them as we go down the line. Were you okay with how your character was written out of the show? Because you try to confront two officers who are trying to find secrets in Lex's mansion and all that stuff. And then one of them just pulls a gun in the back, by the way, shoots you in the back, and you're like, darn it. What a mother.
Well,
you drop to the ground, and I'm thinking, that's kind of, I don't know if I would put her out like that, but still. But what did you think about your character's exit through the door? Were you okay with how she was written off, or do you think they could have done something a little differently with your character?
Well, it was. I'd never been killed off. I'd never been killed before on.
First time for everything.
First time for everything, and I was down in Los Angeles about a month before I found out I was going to die. And the producers always said, Camille, if you're down in LA, come down to Warner Brothers and, bring Charlie and we'll show you guys around. And I was down visiting family for Christmas. And I said, Charlie, let's go say hi. And I called Greg Beeman, the executive producer, who was so kind to me and just wonderful. And his secretary said, of course, you and Charlie come down, book a time. And so we go down and Greg's in a meeting, but the editor wants to show Charlie the special effects and the stunt work and how they put it all together in the editing room. And finally, the secretary said, well, Greg should be free now. And she says, come with me. And she knocks on Greg's door, and Greg opens the door, and he says, Camille. And he says, come on in. And there's a huge conference screen, and it looks like it's just been frozen. It looks like no one's moving, and they're all the writers and all the producers are at the table on this huge conference screen. And Greg looks like he's feeling a little uncomfortable, and he says, guys, it's Camille and Charlie. And I wave, I go, and I see a little hand wave, and it's one of the assistant directors. And they told me later, they said the reason that they were frozen in that tableau on that conference screen was they had literally just decided that Sheriff Adams had to die. And I literally walked into the room just seconds after they had made that decision. And talk about timing, right? Anyway, it was very funny. I mean, we all had a good laugh about it afterwards, but it was bizarre. So when I got on set that day, it's interesting in television. I guess they've had some actors who tape a show but don't show up for their death scene. So the strategy is to film an actor's death scene first, so it's on tape.
Yes.
and I've never heard of any actor not showing up, but I could see it happening.
Oh, Kristen Reese says, too bad their guilt didn't make them change their minds.
Oh, thank you, Kristen. Thank you. Anyway, but so I'd never been killed off before, and the director, sweet man, Peter Ellis, he comes straight over to me and he says, "Now, darling, you come. Let's have a little chat. Let's come. Now, it's best to leave, with everyone getting along." And I go, "No, I'm fine." He says, "Are you all right? Are you all right with this?" I'm going, No, I'm fine." He goes, "Because you must be all right with this. It's very." I go, "No, I'm ready to die, Peter. It's okay. I'm ready to die." Anyway, it turned out we had some good laughs because there was a pump that was supposed to pump the blood, and the pump was a long tube that went on forever. And the pump didn't work. So the blood was supposed to gush and it didn't gush. So that's why we had me opening the jacket and looking in, as opposed to the viewers being able to see some blood actually coming out. So the pump never worked, but the actress who shot me, my deputy, Sarah Lind, who's a wonderful actress. She's on Hallmark on a lot of the murder mysteries, Martha Vineyard's murder mysteries. I just did one with her last year, and I hadn't seen her since she killed me. And I said,
that must have been a heck of a reunion then.
It wasn't, Sarah, I haven't seen you since you shot me off the show. And anyway, we had some good laughs about that. But
wow, gee willikers, what a way to go out. First time for everything, folks. Yeah, I'll get shot in the back by somebody I thought I could trust, but apparently not. Okay.
But they could.
Oh, and you didn't hold it against her, asks the Phoenix Sisters cosplay. Well,
enough time had passed. Yeah, enough time had passed. But when I finished the show, they couldn't have been nicer. They gave me this huge, beautiful bouquet of flowers, and Tom made a speech, and it was very moving. I got quite verklempt, actually. It was, but she
didn't shoot. That's right. Yeah, you pull your gun on one guy, and then behind you, she shoots you. And I'm thinking, dang it, just missed it by that much.
I should have, Kristen. Yeah, I should have. Yeah.
Gee,
but it's life. You learn a lot about everything, and it was fabulous to be on that show. And I guess what they said too, which I totally get, was they were coming up to the 100th show. They're part of the ads at that point were about that someone's going to die, someone on Smallville's going to die, and they wanted a red herring before John Schneider got killed off. So that was supposedly the logic. At least I bought it. That was the logic behind Sheriff Adams' death, was that this way they're going to think it was you, and they'll be really surprised when John goes in the next episode. So yeah.
Wow. That's a heck of a journey, heck of a way for me to kick off my Smallville watching life with episode 100 right after you already had passed on. Gosh darn it, I was this close. But I made up for it with buying the DVDs, and now I got all 10 of them on Blu-ray to celebrate the 20th anniversary of
Oh my
Smallville. So
God.
yeah,
Oh,
they came out with a Blu-ray set earlier, I believe it was last year, for the 20th anniversary of Smallville, because it first aired in the year of 2001, respectively. So they came out with all 10 seasons in this giant box set, and I said to myself, "Well, I gotta get the box set because it's the 20th anniversary and it's Blu-ray, son."
oh my God. Oh my
I have
God.
it.
And Ryan, excuse me. I'm hoping that people will donate to Valerie's GoFundMe.
Yes, yes, absolutely. And the link to where you can find that is scrolling across the bottom of your screen for those of you who are watching us in the comfort of your own home, known as the Multiverse Fundraiser. And don't forget to share this video with all 600 of your closest friends because they're going to like the way they look after watching this videos of this weekend. I guarantee it.
And I also have these magazines that I'm happy
Yes.
to send along to donors, to high donors. We'll have to figure out a raffle or something if people are interested in it.
Jonathan Kent, still rough to think about, says Matt Movies 68. Oh, that's my boy Matt Kearns. What's up, Kearns? Good to see you there, Matt, buddy. He's a big Smallville fan too. He's a fan.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Yeah, Matt Kearns is a good man, and he's a Smallville fan, so that means we can like each other. So that's good. You met the
Yes.
credibility.
Now, are you? Oh, right. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Kristen also chimes in. Also, at this point, they were moving away from Smallville stories as well as moving more so into the city of Metropolis. Yes, that's true. I'm not going to lie about that.
Yes, and there was a new sheriff in Metropolis. Yes,
Oh.
there was a new sheriff in Metropolis. Yes.
Good.
Yeah. Now, Ryan, you seem to be. Are you a Superman fan overall? Like, do you have a favorite Superman? Can I ask that?
Yes, you can. And boy, what a great question. I thought I was the one asking the questions, but apparently I'm on the Inquisition. No, it doesn't matter. Listen, I'm fine with that. I've been a Superman fan because I was a Superman fan as a kid, but I didn't really care much for the character. Like I liked him, but I didn't like super. No puns intended. Didn't super like him. I grew up on the Christopher Reeve films. God rest Christopher Reeve's soul. Grew up on the Tim Burton Batmans, all the other stuff that was going on at that point. And I was like, okay, this is fine. I like it. But the Superman movies anyway, I was like, okay, I like this. I like Superman too, especially with the Battle of Metropolis. That's good. But I didn't really care. But then when Smallville came about and I watched that episode, the 100th episode where Jonathan passes away and I lost my dad 8 weeks prior to that episode, I realized, wow, I can relate to this character. I understand this character's pain. I understand his emotions because I went through the exact same thing myself. My dad went out the door just suddenly. It just happened. Now, granted, he was battling health conditions at the time. He was on dialysis, but still, he fought all the way through the end, and then he just passed on suddenly. So I'm thinking, why? I don't understand this. Why? And then I watched Smallville, and I realized, Clark, I'm there with you, buddy. I'm right there in that same spot that you're in right now. You don't know what to do with your grief. You don't know how to get rid of the pain. You don't know what to do. So because of the 100th episode, I just became a diehard Superman fan from then on. I was like, you know what? I relate to this character. I dig it. I'm buying it. So Tom Welling and company, I salute you, and that's why I'm wearing this ridiculously good-looking jacket that Tom you wore on the show, and this blue shirt, which you can find anywhere still. But my favorite character of all time is in fact Superman because of Smallville.
Wow. Oh my God, that's fantastic. Have you met Tom yet?
Unfortunately, I have not met Tom. I've not met Michael. A friend of mine went to a convention and got me John Schneider's autograph on an 8x10 because I told him that I started watching episode 100 and he relayed my messages to John. So I got John's autograph, but I had the pleasure of meeting John Glover, Laura Vandervoort, who played Supergirl on Smallville, also Erica Durance, who played Lois Lane.
Yes.
And who was the other one? I believe it was it Sean or no, Aaron Ashmore, who we thought at the time was Jimmy Olsen, but then it was Henry James Olsen, and then he comes back later in the finale as the real James Olsen. It's if you watch the series, there's a bit more context to it. But I met him, and I've also met Sam Witwer, who played Doomsday on Smallville. That's another actor I've met, Sam Witwer. So I've met some I've met some familiar faces from the Ville of the Small.
Yeah. And years ago, just as an aside, years ago, when I was at drama school in London, when they were filming Superman 2 with Chris Reeves.
Oh yes.
My boyfriend was working out at the same gym as Christopher Reeves, and Christopher Reeves taught him a torso exercise.
What?
I know.
That is absolutely insane. And Kristen chimes in. She says, I've had the pleasure of meeting John Schneider as well as John Glover in New York City. So I'm assuming you may have met them at New York Comic Con. Is that the event I'm thinking of? Probably.
Best Lois.
What's this? The best Lois Lane. Kearns, buddy, pal. There's a reason you and I are brothers. yes, Erica Durance is, in my opinion, I know there's a lot of debate about this, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Erica Durance and everyone who was on that show played the best versions of those said characters. I think Erica Durance is the best Lois Lane. I think, who's the other one? Michael Rosenbaum is the best Luthor we've ever had. What is it? Curran says, I don't think the world is prepared for the day Ryan. Well, listen, if I meet Tom Welling, which God willing, I hope I do, because I'm going to have him. I have a print that was the cover of the DVD set of season 5 of Smallville when I started watching, and it has Tom and Michael on the cover. So I have a poster of that, and when I go up to the convention and when I get a chance to actually meet them, I'm going to have him sign the poster.
Oh yeah,
that's what I'm going to do, because season 5 is when it all started for this young man right here.
yeah, yeah. Well, I have to say, Tom Welling was really one of the sweetest guys when we were working together on Smallville. He was just lovely. He was just generous and kind and thoughtful and
mild mannered. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, and also, you know, it was a big deal already in the rest of the world, but in Vancouver, you know, there weren't any billboards, there weren't any, so that they didn't see the impact until they went to LA, right, or New York. They didn't see the impact of Smallville until they'd go to the bigger cities. But in Vancouver, it was a show. It was another show that was on the CW.
Yeah, it was work.
Loved it. Yeah, people loved the show, but it didn't have the visual hype that you would see like driving down Sunset Boulevard, where there's suddenly billboards everywhere and so on. So it was a slower process, I think, for the actors to deal with the fact that they were suddenly becoming big household names. Yeah. And Kristen was lovely. Kristen Croy.
Lana.
Yeah, Lana. Yeah.
Lang. And it's kind of funny that she plays this iteration of Lana, whereas Annette O'Toole played Lana Lang in Superman 3 during the Christopher Reeve Superman era.
Oh my God, that's right. That's
How ironic. The torch was passed, unbeknownst to maybe the actresses or the actors at the time. Annette O'Toole was the OG Lana, and then Kristen Crook comes in as the new generation of Lana Lang. And I'm thinking, well, what a coinky. Doesn't DC and Warner Brothers like to mix and match and pass torches on to, you know, from the older actors to the younger actors? I mean, they did it very well with Tom Welling meeting Christopher Reeve in season 2.
Oh, yeah. That was fabulous. That was fabulous. And, you know, it's funny, too, because when I first moved back to Vancouver in the early 2000s, Annette O'Toole was on the same flight. And I just went over to tell her what a wonderful actress I thought she was. And I asked her what she was doing in Vancouver. She said, I'm filming a new TV series about Superman. And it was, of course, right after that, my son and I watched it because my son was such a big Superman fan. And it was only a year or two later that I was blessed to play Sheriff Adams. But it was just interesting to hear Annette talk about this new show she was on called Smallville. A long time ago.
I know, all these little dots that keep connecting. It's amazing.
Yes, isn't it?
I must say. Now, do you enjoy working within the comic book or maybe the sci-fi genre, since you've been on other shows such as Arrow as well as Caprica?
I do. I love doing Caprica. That was so much fun. I played an avatar, an evil avatar.
Oh my.
It was great. I got to shoot someone in that, actually.
A little bit of payback. Just a bit, just a little bit.
Yeah. You know, it is fun. The fun part too is you can get a little more creative with your, you know, with the people who are working with you to make the character, like the costume designer and the hair person and the makeup person. There's a little more, there's sometimes a little more interesting discussion, creative thought about how do we make this character look like Vespa in Caprica. I remember discussing with the hair and makeup person how she should look. And there was some discussion, you know, of course, with the director as well. And it was really fun because it was, you know, should we try this? Well, let's try this hair piece. Let's try that. And because normally playing straight characters in a normal world, a less exciting world, they're pretty straightforward as to how production sees them. But I have found that to be really fun. And Arrow was there was some discussion about that going on to another series. The Green Arrow and the Canaries.
Oh yes.
There was some discussion about that going on, and there was some possibility that my character Maria Bertinelli was going to also be continuing in another. But unfortunately, that series never came to pass. But yeah.
Just
But, I mean, the most extreme character I think I ever played, Ryan, was on Outer Limits.
Oh.
It was an alien. It was the mother scientist who recreates the human race. And
boy, that's kind of heavy. I don't know if Dr. Emmett Brown could take that kind of scientific abuse, but maybe we could if we took our DeLorean time machine back to 1985. Kearns chimes in. He says, "With Smallville was such a comic book show, were you hoping that maybe at one point you could be revealed to have superpowers, possibly somewhere down the line?"
Oh my God! Why didn't I think of that? It never ever even occurred to me.
Good question, Kearns.
Good question.
Matt.
Yes. Wow.
Wow, that's well. I mean, let's be honest. Smallville was a town that was filled with a lot of, as they called them, meteor freaks.
Yes. That is a great question. I think I was so. She was so. What's the word? Skeptical about Clark Kent, and so skeptical about
especially in the beginning.
Those young folks were up to. That it never occurred to me that she might actually be have powers, but that. Boy, that would have been fun. Wouldn't that have been? What powers do you think she should have had?
That beats me. I don't even know where to begin with that. Matt, if you want to chime in with that somewhere in the comment section below, you're more than welcome to, because I'm not sure where to start. I'm still trying to wrap my head around certain ideas. Gee willikers.
Maybe in some kind of some sort of bulletproof vest for starters.
Well, yeah, that's one thing. Or maybe mind reading, so you can tell if a suspect is lying or not. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that'd be good.
That might help deliver law and order. No puns intended. Let's see. Kristen chimes in with super sleuthing, she says.
Yeah. Because I got it wrong. I got it wrong a lot of the time, but
yeah. Oh, I mean, you were very skeptical of CK, Clark Kent, in the beginning, and then as the seasons went on, you began to understand why he was trying to do what he was doing, and then you kind of came to like the big lug.
Yeah,
so,
I thought
especially towards the end of your run.
Exactly. I actually got quite fond of him. Yeah.
Your last scene, you were sporting some long hair tied back with a clip, and you said to Kent, you're like, "Hey, people who are in love, Mr. Clark, they have spats, but they always kiss and make up. I'm going to give you and Lana Lang the same chance." That was one of your last lines.
Ryan, holy!
That was one of your last lines. Yeah.
Yes, it was. Holy, I am impressed. Yikes.
Well, the thing about having ASD, which in my case means autism spectrum disorder, is if I watch something once or twice, the whole script goes right into my noggin, and I can repeat it back to you almost verbatim.
Oh my God, you have superpowers. That's a superpower.
That's my autism in my case anyway. I can't speak for everybody, but ASD is my superpower. And listen, if you have ASD, there's nothing wrong with it, because that just makes you a more extraordinary person.
Yeah, that's amazing that you can have a whole script in your head like that. My God, I haven't heard that line since I said it. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
I mean, I was at a youth retreat many eons ago with friends of mine. I started quoting the first 30 minutes of Sam Raimi's first Spider-Man film. Because I like Spider-Man. I grew up watching the Spider-Man TV series in the 90s on Fox Kids, which, by the way, the 90s was so good. Fox Kids is that was my jam. But anyway, enough about that. So let me ask you this. What was your experience like of playing roles such as Blanche in A Streetcar Named Desire or Elizabeth in The Crucible, that are such classic, well-known stories? And fun fact, I played Deputy Governor Danforth in my high school version of The Crucible.
Oh my God. So you know the play.
I had to memorize over 200 lines, which was my biggest role I've ever had in my high school theater career, because I did a little bit of college theater, but I didn't have as many lines in that as I did as in The Crucible. But that was my experience. I had a lot of fun doing it, though, because The Crucible is a huge cast, so you have 1 million people walking around, and it's a great story. But what was your experience like in A Streetcar Named Desire in your version of The Crucible?
Streetcar Named Desire, I did with Kim Coates as my Stanley from Sons of Anarchy. He played.
There you go.
And fabulous actor. And wonderful director, Larry Lillo, directed. And it was one of the highlights of my life, actually, doing that play and doing that production and playing that role. It was a long. The play is a 3.5-hour play. Larry didn't cut it. I kept hoping he would cut some of her super long speeches, because the role is called the female Hamlet because she has so many lines. It's as many lines as Hamlet has, and but it was such a powerful piece. Tennessee Williams' writing is so fantastic. If anyone loves theater, please read Tennessee Williams. He is one of the greatest playwrights, and he writes so beautifully about people and their vulnerability and their frailty. And he's just out of this world. Anyway, so the play, you literally get on the streetcar and you just couldn't, I was completely absorbed. There was nothing else I could do for 3.5 hours. It just takes you on this journey, and it's so beautifully written. It just takes you on this emotional journey. She shows up. She's as the sister trying to present herself as the one who's doing really well, and she's the snobby one, and she's looking down at her brother-in-law who's Polish, and he's a working class guy, and slowly it's revealed that she's a fake. She's a total fake. And she falls apart over the course of the play. But it was an emotional journey. I actually checked into a hotel the week before we opened, and I didn't talk to anyone. I really wanted to understand that loneliness that I felt was at the bottom of her story. And it really helped. I just couldn't have any contact with family or friends or anything the week before we opened. It mattered so much to me that I get to understand what that was. And then Crucible, Elizabeth, my God, that was directed by a wonderful director, Robin Phillips, who used to run the Stratford Festival, and phenomenal director, as was Larry. And Robin, you're familiar with the Crucible, and so he directed where people were, this frenzy. People were constantly talking on top of each other. There was this, he choreographed this overlap of dialogue that you really felt this growing hysteria, which is part of the play. It's about the Salem witch trials. It's about two young girls who invent a story, and it ends up with people getting killed because they're accused of being witches. And of course, Arthur Miller wrote that during the McCarthy era, when people were basically, accused of being communists and sent to jail, and there was this hysteria in the United States. But Elizabeth, that part again was a ride, in that at the end her husband is executed, and she's at the end of the play. She's been tortured. She's been mistreated by the authorities, and then her husband dies. One of my favorite lines of all time is John Proctor's line when they say, "Why won't you sign? Why won't you just sign that says you're a witch, and then we'll let you go? Just sign." And he's, and he says, "Because it is my name, because I will never have another name, because it is." And that was one of the most powerful. Anyway, it was sometimes you're blessed to be in productions that just take you all away at the same time. You're working as an ensemble, you're working together, you're trying to make the production as good as you possibly can, and every member who's in that theater with you is expending the same amount of energy and integrity and concentration and focus, and you end up with something. Talk about the sum being greater than the parts. You end up with something truly magnificent, for a joy to do, a joy to be part of, and you can feel the audience responding. You can feel them as engaged in the story as you are, and it's very powerful. I don't think I've ever experienced anything as powerful as live theater when it's great. It's so it's because you're hitting every cell in your body. You know, TV and film acting, a lot of it is from the neck up, right? But theater, you know, your whole body is on stage and the audience is there in 3 dimension. They're alive. There's a living, breathing creature happening inside a theater. I'm sorry to go on, Ryan.
No, it's okay. No, I agree with you. I mean, doing high school theater, I understand. We had 250, you know, what was it, like 250 in the small theater that we had at the time in my high school. I know things have changed, but we had that. And when you're in there and the audience is reacting, when you hear the reactions, you can see, and granted, the lights are very bright, so it's kind of hard to see out into the audience because you got to focus on what you're doing. But at the same time, when you hear a gasp, when you hear people screaming or hollering, laughing, crying, or clapping at the end, or whatever the case may be, you realize I've done my job. I've gotten an emotion out of somebody. That means I've done because every action has a reaction.
Exactly.
Every part of acting has a reacting. So you just gotta. It's a symbol. It's a coast, man. You just keep on going and going. Christopher Reese says, "I love theater." Well, who doesn't? I grew up I did high school theater for a couple of years. So listen, life-changing experience for me, and I'm sure it was a life-changing experience for you as well.
Oh yeah. And way to go, Kristen. Yes. And Ryan, that role of Danforth is a powerful role.
It's a lot of lines, though. Jeez. I looked at my script and I had to highlight so many things. I'm like, I'm going to need another highlighter on aisle 3. Yeah, I got too many lines here. Yeah, producers, can you look at this, please? Yeah. So I was just highlighting like crazy. Kern says, who did you prefer for Clark, Lois or Lana at the time on the series?
Oh, boy. I think I'm going to have to go for Lana.
Wow. Kristen Crook fans in the house, everyone. I mean, we all are, but I'm just saying.
I mean, I loved Erica and I loved Kristen. I don't know. That might be just hard. I might be just hardwired for Lana.
There's no shame.
Yeah. Who would your pick be?
Both actresses did so well in their parts, but if I had, after seeing the evolution of their characters throughout all 10 seasons and 218 episodes of television, which is incredible to think about, by the way, I have to go with Lois.
Okay, fair enough.
I like Lana, I really do, but I just feel like Lois got Clark better, and Lana just, I don't know, certain things may have not have computed between the two of them. I'm not sure. I'd have to do a little bit of a dissertation. Yes. But I'm going with Lois. I got to go with Lois. Because when you hear Lois and Clark, it's iconic. Granted, I grew up on the 90s TV series Lois and Clark with Dean Cain and Terry Hatcher, so I'm not going to make any comments about it either. Kern says, Smallville people stick with Smallville people. Yes, thank you, Kern. This is why you and I are brothers. Thank you. Listen, we've known each other for like a couple years now, Matt and I, so we pretty much see each other on the same wavelength. It's funny how that works. We actually, believe it or not, he has a podcast on Take 3 Productions, which you can find on YouTube, where he does something called the Fandom Podcast. And the first episode that he ever did was about Superman, and I was his first guest.
Oh my God, that's fantastic.
And we just went crazy about talking about our favorite or how much we enjoyed the character and what different iterations of the character we've watched or witnessed over the years. Granted, you know, Kearns and I, we grew up on the same thing. You know, the Christopher Reeve films, the Dean Cain and Terry Hatcher series, the Smallville of all Smallvilles, the cream of the crop, and you know everything else. And who's the other guy? Henry Cavill with Man of Steel. Kearns says Lana was Clark's first love, but Lois was here, so that's it. Or I think he means his actual really true love. I think that's what Kearns is getting at.
Right.
Okay. Fair enough.
Fair enough, Matt.
Lana was Clark's first love, but Lois was his true love. Okay, that's what he's saying. So yeah, thank you, Kearns, for clearing that up. I wasn't quite sure where you were going with that.
Should we ask Kristen who hers is?
Feel free. Feel free. Yeah. I mean, who would you pick? Who would they pick? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We'll let people decide that within the comment section. Don't forget to share this video with all 800 of your closest friends, and make sure you make a donation at that URL that we have scrolling at the bottom of your screen here. For the lovely Valerie. Every dollar, every penny counts. And also, you get entered into raffles for awesome tacular prizes, including issues of Smallville magazine, which, by the way, I still have a number of mine, including the one where I got my comments about the show published in the bullpen. So
yay! Yes.
Maybe I can get the actors to sign that too. I don't know. Kearns says, and thanks for the shout out, Ryan. Listen, Kearns, you're my brother, man. You're my brother. brothers stick together. This guy lives up in New York. I live in Maryland. So doesn't matter where you're located, buddy. Kristen says, Lois, I like Lana, but it seems she was sometimes less supportive of his super actions, according to Kristen.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I can
see that. I can see that. Yeah.
I can kind of see where they're coming from with that. Do you have a specific genre that you hope to work in that you haven't gotten the chance to work in yet?
I love singing. I'd love to do more of that. I've done some musicals on stage that I really loved. I love singing.
What's your favorite song?
Oh, my favorite song.
Do you have a favorite that sticks out to you?
Oh my goodness, my favorite song.
It could be any song. It could be something from a show. It could be something you may have heard on the radio one day. I don't know.
Yes. I think one of my all-time favorite songs is by Stephen Sondheim called Being Alive.
Oh.
There's if you YouTube it, there's fabulous.
I'm gonna have to research this a little bit later.
Yes, it's a wonderful, super. And also I love doing comedy. Really, I love making people laugh if I can. It's very fun.
I mean, you had a few zingers here and there on Smallville as the sheriff.
I did. That was thanks to the writers. The writers
a few zingers here and there.
Kind of put some fun words together and some fun put downs of them. Once I guess Sheriff got into that kind of down home groove, they found some good ones. Yeah, they found some good ones.
I actually went back and I saw a scene where you were interacting with Kristen, Crook, and Tom, and then I think it was your introductory scene, and you said, "Miss Lang, you're lying. You said this was a good cappuccino. This is a great cappuccino."
Oh my God!
You broke that in, and I'm thinking Lana's, and because Kristen reacted to what you just said a moment ago, she says, "Excuse me, this isn't a good cappuccino. This is a great cappuccino. This is what," and Kristen was like, "Okay, thank you for the compliment about my cappuccino here at the Talon. Thank goodness." Which, by the way, I hope to visit a lot of those sets when I get the chance, if they're still around. Smallville Comic-Con is on my bucket list too, by the way. Kristen says, "I love being alive," she says.
Yay.
And Tristan also chimes in, Neil Patrick Harris has a fabulous rendition of the song itself.
Yay. I haven't seen his. I think he's the last person to play that part on Broadway. I'll have to see. Yes.
Somebody hold me too close. Somebody hurt me too, says Kristen. Okay.
That's some of the lyrics from the song. Yeah.
May have to go back and watch some YouTubes, as if I haven't watched a couple of clips of Smallville earlier today already. Somebody save me. But anyhow, what advice do you have for an aspiring actor or actress out there? What advice would you give them?
Oh boy. Oh my goodness. Oh gosh. Just do as much as you can. Just do. If you're not working, write something and do it, and do a short, put something together for yourself and best buddies, and just make opportunities happen as much as you can, because it's just, there's so many people that want to act, right? And find out too, if you can, what you're good at. One of the things that was taught to me really early is always make the other guy look good. If you're acting in a scene with someone, don't try and screw with them. And it can, work in reverse too, in the sense that, if you have to be a horrible human being as the character, be that horrible human being to make that other actor look good. But there's a lot of payoff in working together. I think if you really want to act or not, because there's just really nothing else you want to do. It's some kind of weird process of elimination. It's something you can't not do. Fortunately or unfortunately, but any actors out there who are still struggling, just hang in there. If you love it, wonderful things will come for you. And also, don't be afraid to go ahead and do stuff. It's really important, especially there's so much opportunity now to, cameras are so cheap. iPhones, you can make stuff on, put it up on YouTube, and, podcasts and streaming, wonderful things. It's just so important Oh, wow.
Kristen says maybe you'll be on stage in New York City within the future.
Thank you, Kristen. I would love that.
The
I
big
would
city,
love that.
New York City, the city that never
Yeah.
sleeps. Also the home of Manhattan Melodies. Sorry, that's a Muppets movies reference, but I can't help it. I grew up on Muppet movies. That was one of the things we grew up on as kids.
Oh, of course you did. Of course you did.
You know, I watched Muppets Take Manhattan with Manhattan Melodies, and I watched The Great Muppet Caper. What color are their hands now? I mean, Charles Grodin was in that, and God rest that man's soul. Charles Grodin, we miss
he
you.
was so wonderful, Charles Grodin.
We miss you, man.
Yeah.
He was so good in The Great Muppet Caper. That was one of my first introductions to him as an actor.
Oh, he was fabulous. He was so funny. Oh my God.
He had some good timing too, you think? He had some really good timing back then.
Such good timing. Such
Gee
good
willikers, that man had timing. But is there any upcoming projects you can let us in on? Anything you can tell us about that will not violate those things that people sign known as an NDA?
Thank you, Ryan. Yes, I've got a new animated series on Peacock. It's called The Supernatural Academy.
Oh.
It is about two twin werewolves who were separated at birth, and they reconcile at the Supernatural Academy. They have to put their difficulties, they don't get along, they have to put that to rest in order to save the world. They have been cursed. They have to serve the Dragon King. But I play the most powerful fairy in the forest, and it's really fun.
Oh my. Diving back into the sci-fi mystery genre, aren't we?
Yes, yes, yes. I play the Elder Fairy, and I get to the so much fun about animation is, in film, you always have to bring it down, bring it down, bring it down. But in animation, it's like, no, more, more, more. So, I was actually able to do things like, how dare you? How dare you enter the forest?
And Kristen chimes in, my sister is sitting here going, ooh, at Supernatural Academy, a little Parent Trappy, maybe?
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
Maybe?
Oh, yeah. A variation of Parent Trap for sure. It's on thank you. It's on Peacock on Thursday nights, Supernatural Academy. And I've got a couple of independent films coming out that are fun. It's the first time ever I've played someone with a disability. And it's called Call Button. And it's talk about this one is more of a Freaky Friday. It's about a mother with MS who for a day gets to be in the body of her 20-year-old daughter, and her 20-year-old daughter is stuck in the body of her MS mom. And it's a very interesting film. Some of it's very funny. And it was written and directed by Rona Reese, who's a wonderful emerging filmmaker up here. And then another one I did called The Architect's Dream, which is also kind of out there about an architect who sells her soul.
This is heavy.
To a supernatural being. And that was directed by Francesco Papetti and produced by my son, Charlie Joe Mitchell, who is an awesome director in his own right, who's just made his first film called Almost Home, which is superb. Yeah. Then
congratulations to your family and your loved ones on that. That's wonderful.
Thank you. Yes, oh my God. We've got so many actors, wonderful actors in my family. My niece, Gingera Mitchell, my nephew, Jordan Connor, who's on Riverdale.
That's still going.
Yes, and the very talented, my son, of course, Charlie Joe Mitchell, and my other nephew, Michael Mitchell. And yeah, my parents were both actors, and so we're kind of circus folk.
So it's fair to say that the legacy continues to live on, is what I'm trying to get at here. I see our producer from the backstage area, and by the way, she does not have a black eye. That is part of her costume. Please don't call anybody. Everything's fine. Willow, everything's fine.
Of course, I chose the one, the character that is so far beyond Superman to dress up as.
I was gonna say. By the way, who are you dressed as, Willow? I never got the answer.
Dawn of Cry for Dawn. It's a comic book series.
Someone's gonna have to give me the 411 because I have no idea what you just said.
It's a great comic book series. It's very adult ish.
Adult.
So
Well, I think Camille and I know where we're going with that one.
I think so. You look
We'll
great,
set.
Will.
Yeah.
thank
Yeah,
you.
see, we're all dressed up today. We're trying to look what's today? We're
Yes.
trying to look our Sunday best for you, Camille. That's what we came here for.
Excellent. You guys you're doing it. You're rocking it.
Thank you.
We do what we can, but where can everyone find you on social media here, Camille? Are you on any pages that people can follow you on to keep up with projects?
Thank you. Yes, I'm on Instagram, La Camille M. I have to get better at social media. I am very bad at it. But I am determined this year to get much better at it. But thank you. Yes, La Camille M on Instagram.
Well, if there's one person who can do it, it's you. We believe in you. You can do it because you're
Thank
so
you.
funny. You don't even know it, Camille. That's
Bless
the
your heart. Bless your heart, Ryan. Well, it's been such a pleasure. Thank you so much. It's been so much fun chatting with you. And I'm so impressed with your knowledge of Smallville. My God, it's fantastic.
It's what happens when you've seen all 10 seasons and you can't stop watching certain episodes or just listening to the theme song by our good friend Remy Zero on repeat, right, Willow?
Yeah, absolutely.
I love that song.
It's almost a shame to say goodbye to you, Camille. You are
Yeah.
a fantastic.
She's
person
so
to talk
awesome-tacular.
to
She's
and
so
listen to.
personable.
Oh,
So,
thank you. It's been so fun.
I mean, you're welcome to join in on the Smallville conversation that's about to
Yeah, we're
happen.
actually going to do a panel here momentarily about all things Smallville, which you may know a thing or two because you were there a thing or two. So there you go.
Thank you. Well, I would, but I have a commitment. But
Okay.
But I've loved this. Thank you so much, and
no problem.
And thank you for doing this for Valerie. It's
Yes.
wonderful that
You're welcome.
And don't forget, I have these that I'm happy to send on.
Yep.
Thank you
The
so
people
much
in the
for
private
that.
chat will be communicating with you about that. So thank you so
Great.
much, and thank you for spending part of your Sunday with us, Camille. On behalf of all of us here at the Multiverse Fundraiser, we appreciate you.
Thank you, and I appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. Have a wonderful day, and thank you for doing this event. Thank you.
Thanks, Camille.
Not a problem. All right, so coming up right away is Ryan. We have Keisha and Tyler waiting for the Smallville conversation that's going to happen right away. We have many prizes to be giving away. Okay, what is our total? We have $395 right
That's a
now.
good number, but we need to boost them numbers, boy. We gotta boost those numbers. Those are rookie numbers.
Get on your
numbers in this
shares.
racket, man.
Get on your shares. Here's the rules. I will be posting that up on social media. Excuse me, social media right away. Yeah, and I'm gonna play this little clip for you guys, and I'll let Ryan take it away right away.
The Multiverse Fundraiser is a benefit for Oscar-nominated actress Valerie Perrine. Ms. Perrine is known for her roles in Superman, Slaughterhouse-5, Lenny, and so many more. We've teamed up with documentary director Stacey Souther to raise money for Valerie's medical expenses and other needs. Every donation and every post share gives you the chance to win super prizes. Go to the website listed for details.
Hey, look at this group of wonderful looking people. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, this is the Multiverse Fundraiser of 2022, the year of our Lord. We're doing this for Valerie Perrine. The link to where you can donate is located in the description right here. It's scrolling across the bottom of your screen. It's better than looking at an ESPN ticker. Okay? We're not here to talk about sports, no sir, and no ma'am. We're here to talk about the greatest comic TV series that ever lived and will never be taught. It's called Smallville. Somebody save me. There you go. Thank you, Remy Zero, for making a quick cameo. Kristen Marie said, thank you, Kristen. Somebody knows the lyrics and appreciates that. Thank you. And by the way, thank you to our producers who've been working so tirelessly in the backstage area all weekend. We cannot do this without you, because if it weren't for the producers, we wouldn't look this good. Okay? This doesn't happen by itself. The people who work behind the scenes work twice as hard, if not more so, than the people in front of the camera. But I do want to take this opportunity to introduce our panelists. We're going to be talking about Smallville and how it was the start of DC television. That is the theme. That is what we're going to be talking about for the next 600 hours. No, wait, just the next hour, because we don't have that kind of time.
That sounds a little excessive.
It's a little
We could do
excessive
it.
for you.
We
No, it's okay.
could
but
do it.
Tyler and I could do it. Keisha couldn't. But anyway, Keisha A. Cup is joining us. Keisha, how are you doing on this fine Sunday?
Good. I spent all day watching Smallville.
That's the best thing that any human being on God's green earth could be doing right now. Am I right? Anywho.
Right.
thank
I
you.
100% yes.
Did
So
you get through all? But real quick though, did you get through 100? Did you get through all 218, or did you fall behind?
I fell way behind. I have these things called children, and they get in the way.
Okay, how far did you get? We needed the number. Which episode did you stop on?
Let me see. I'm in. I don't want to say out loud.
It's okay. Tyler and
It's
I
okay.
aren't
This
going
is
to
a
embarrass you or
this is
anything.
this is
Okay.
a safe spot. This is a safe
Yeah,
place.
Tyler and I are good buddies, so we're going to be
So-
nice to you.
I originally watched the series when it first came out, but that was
Right.
like 20 some years ago, and I forgot
2001.
almost everything, honestly, other than like the beautiful imagery of the characters and stuff like that. And so I've been rewatching it for the last week, and I am currently on season 3, episode. Oh my gosh. Oh, let me
Look
see.
it up on your phone.
Oh yeah.
You know what? If you got to Google it, let's give you a moment to think about that. But as you're doing that, I want
Go
to introduce
for
our
it, guys.
panelists in the room here. We got Tyler Patrick from the Krypton Report, who is sporting a very familiar jacket. It's not as cool as the OG, this one, but it's listen, it's a start. Tyler, welcome to the program. How are you doing today, my man?
I'm doing great. It's been a great Sunday. You know, you just got done speaking to the sheriff, and
Yeah, she
a
was
couple
great,
hours
man.
ago,
She's a wonderful person.
I was so
a couple
jealous.
hours ago, I got to speak to Ursa herself.
Ursa, yeah.
So
I
it's
chimed
been
in
a,
the chat
a
on
rad
that one.
day.
You saw me.
Yeah, you
saw
did.
me pop up in the chat. I was like, "Dang, man, you got to interview Sarah Douglas, man. I am jello." But at least I got to interview the sheriff, so it evens out at the end of the even keel day.
But yeah, I got my Smallville jacket.
Yeah,
which
man, that's like season 9 or 10. That's like season 10 right there.
Season 10, and it's hard to see like here, but like over. Let's see if I can point
Over yonder.
Let's see if I can get to it. I got my. It's hard to see right here. Well, I got my Smallville figure collection. I got all 3 Clark Kent figures. I might have to.
Good God, man.
And bring them over. And then I got Smallville posters here, there. I got my picture where me and my co-hosts met Tom on the 20th anniversary of Smallville this past
you got
year.
to meet Tom Welling.
It's
Well,
on my list, Keisha. It's on my list.
But if you look at my profile and stuff, I have 2 years, a couple years ago, because time.
Yeah,
I think it was in 2019.
Years, really.
There's a picture. It's Tom, Michael, and Laura with me, my wife, and my kids that we have. It was our family photo.
So jealous.
That's like Jello times 1,000. And if you agree with us in the chat, let us know. And don't forget to share this video with all 900 of your closest friends. They're going to like the way they look after watching the Multiverse Fundraiser and donating to this wonderful cause for Valerie Perrine. I guarantee it. That is a fact, Jack. But anywho, great looking studio there, Tyler. Keisha just turns a light on and that's it. She doesn't have anything else in her house. But anyway,
I don't
This
have
is my
light.
super. This is my
it
super
is.
room.
It's your fortress of solitude. That's literally what it is.
Like, move the camera.
Okay.
You can
He's
see.
got 50,000 different things, and I'm just sitting here in a Smallville costume with a nerd culture tapestry to support our YouTube channel. # always support your projects.
That's
But
why
anyway,
I'm wearing my Krypton
I've got a
Report
cricket.
shirt.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, I
and
probably
hat.
should have worn my nerd culture shirt, but I wanted to wear the blue shirt in honor of Smallville, and Camille was going to be on the show, so I needed to, wear my
Totally.
Sunday best. Ryan, Camille says you were fabulous. Thank you so much. I didn't mess it up. That's awesome. I get an A+ on my report card tomorrow morning. This is
I will
great,
say
right?
it was a pleasure. I was watching off and on. I had it on the TV. I've had the fundraiser streaming in my bedroom the whole time, so I can kind of pop in and see what's going on as I take care of those same things that Keisha has
Yeah,
called.
Keisha, the
children.
little
See,
munchkin.
so Tyler,
Yeah.
I'm not the only one.
Yeah,
I've
he's
been
got munchkins roaming
watching
around.
constantly
now,
and listening in the background.
My wife, her and her mom went grocery shopping, so they took the kids out. So I got to have some time to do this today. But I totally understand.
I
And you did a
invited my
great job,
in-laws
Ryan.
over, so they're
Oh.
watching the beam.
Oh, they're watching over to the side. That's wonderful. So
You're like, go ahead, watch the kid. I got to do this thing over here.
yeah, I
I'll
gotta
be
do
back.
something that's kind of important. By the way, Keisha, did you ever find out what episode you're on in season 3? Do you remember
Yes.
the number? or the
So
title?
I'm only on episode 3.
Oh my
'cause,
gosh.
My kids
Hey.
have to go to
Hey.
basketball practice, dance practice, and all that stuff.
Okay, when you
and
get to episode 8 of season 3, that's gonna like blow your mind because of how crazy it is. You know what episode I'm talking about, Tyler? That one is
Yes.
so good.
So
All I'm
you
gonna
know
say
the
is
best part
I'm
about
proud of
me?
her.
Yeah,
3
she tried.
seasons in a week. 3 seasons in a week.
Less
pretty
than
good.
a week.
This is like 25 episode seasons. You know what I'm saying? Give or take. This isn't
true.
like the 10 episode season we get on streaming stuff now. Like
If it was
Listen,
only
this-
like 10 episodes, I would have been done with it.
No, it's fine. Kearns, my boy Matt Kearns says Smallville is one of my favorite Superman shows, but I still have to give the title of favorite to Lois and Clark: The New Adventures of Superman from 1993 to 1997, the year of our Lord, that starred the great Dean Cain and the very beautiful Terry Hatcher.
I got my
So-
picture hanging up right here with Dean Cain.
Okay,
here.
just
It's
keep
hard to
yeah.
see.
That's nice of you, Tyler. Just keep twisting the knife. Why don't you?
No,
Why-
my wife
why?
made me a promise. My wife told me she would help me, and we started in 2018 that every year I was going to get to meet a Superman. That was
Oh,
that was going to be the progression.
I want the same wife.
we were going. We were actually
I want it
we were
too.
actually going to meet Tyler. We were going to Cleveland to meet Tyler.
Oh,
at a
sure.
con,
Yeah.
And then it was right
What
there as
happened?
things were shutting down.
Oh,
You know,
dude.
the big shutdown, was in March, and my wife and I were debating on should we go, but then we decided not to go. But I guess he pulled out too, so
So it kind of worked
and-
out.
yeah. So it was kind of like, dang, but
Yeah, Corona
Yeah.
Miley Cyrus had to rear its ugly head and turn the world upside down. Am I right, Keisha? Gee whiz.
She's
Anyhow,
real.
we're not here to talk about Corona Miley Cyrus that Brian K. Morris first quoted on Nevermind the Furthermore, which you can find on Rising Tide Broadcast Network. But anyway, so Smallville, the start of DC television. Kearns, what do you got now? I do own a Clark Kent jersey from Smallville. Hey, good for
That's awesome.
you. Good for you, Kearns. Rub it in my face and twist the knife. Why don't you?
This
All right.
this isn't from Smallville, but I did buy this.
Yeah, she
That's
bought a
beautiful.
Superman action figure.
it's beautiful.
And there's nothing wrong with that because, yeah, show that up to the camera again. Can we get a close up of that, producers in the back? Thank you. Oh, it's got a metallic suit on. Oh my God.
I can go grab.
It
my
was actually
Smallville
the only
figure
one
in
with
a
the
second.
metallic suit on left in the store, and I was like,
Oh, I may have to go back to the
$8?
store. I may have to go back to the
Cool.
store and get me one of those because I kind of have
I've
this
never
affinity
seen
for-
that one.
Yeah, I kind of have an affinity.
that's
for
because I
Superman,
bought
Tyler.
it.
That's why I bought it because Keisha wants to be one of the popular kids in school. So here's the deal.
Yeah.
Smallville, the start of DC television. What we mean by that is that Smallville, in its 10-year run with 218 episodes, it introduced other corners of the DC universe. Yes, the show primarily focused on Clark Kent and his friends growing up in Smallville as well as Metropolis, but they also introduced us to other characters throughout its 10-year run. One of the first ones that I remember them introducing us to. Now, granted, we can always go in chronological order, or you can go out of order. I'll go to each panelist, and we'll get their feelings about this. But one of the first ones I remember them throwing into the mix for good measure was, I believe, was someone named Bart Allen, who went by the name Impulse, and not so much the Flash. And I thought that was an interesting way to turn things around and introduce different corners of the DC universe. And then later on, we got characters such as Green Arrow,
love
we got
the
characters like
Flash.
Cyborg, Aquaman, we got the Legion, we got freaking JSA up in here. You know, I mean, there's so many great characters. So those are some of the things that stood out to me, as well as the very beautiful Zatanna, played by Seren Swan. So, believe me, we can go all day on that one, buddy. But those are some of the characters they introduced us to, and I like that they did that because as someone who's not very familiar with DC, this was for me, and maybe for our panelists, and maybe you, the individual who's watching this at home, that was kind of an entry point for learning about the DC universe, how big it is, how many different characters there are, how their powers work, or how many villains that they have with each respective character. So, Keisha, since you're the newbie to the class and you just moved here from Granville, I'm just curious.
Oh, so funny fact is I
Yes.
did just move from Granville. That was the last I lived in Granville before I moved here. So
Nice.
that was like a legitimate statement. I'm just throwing that out there.
That's awesome.
Okay, apparently I'm a mind reader because I didn't know I had superpowers like that. Aside from my ASD, which, by the way, ASD is a true superpower. So,
It
Keisha,
is.
I'm just curious of the episodes that you have bearing witness to. Are there any things that stood out to you as far as any other characters in the DC universe entering into your run so far, or just favorite
so
moments from the show that stand out to you?
My favorite thing to do is rewatching this, seeing all the characters that are in so many other shows right now, and I'm like,
Oh
because
yes, Kristen says I loved how Smallville brought in so many actors from other super projects. That is very true, which we'll get
Yes.
to a little bit later on. But yes,
So-
Keisha, you were saying.
I love seeing characters then that I watch in things now. Like, let me see. I wrote down his name somewhere. Like,
Great, at least one of us has notes.
Jimmy Olsen, who is Aaron Ashmore. I
Nice
saw his
guy,
face
too.
and I was like, "Did you meet him? Because that would be awesome."
I did meet Aaron Ashmore. I got a picture with him, Laura Vandervoort, and Erica Durant, aka Tyler. That was my life mate. So yeah.
I mean that's
So,
awesome.
Like
It's awesome
seeing
tacular is
these
what it is.
people come in, and I'm like, dude, I know him from somewhere else.
I know him. I know him.
Especially since they've, like you said, they've recast a lot of these in other DC
yeah.
shows
Millions
that
of them.
have come out later, the last several years and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh my gosh, they're such babies in this show.
Yeah, they were.
They were.
I mean, most of these actors on Smallville in the beginning, they were like in their late teens. I mean, Tom Welling was already in his 20s, and so was Rosenbaum. But it's like, geez, some of these young actors, they were babies, right, Tyler?
Yeah, I mean, Kristen Crooks was like 18.
She was like late 17, early 18 when she got the part.
Yeah,
Lana doesn't look that old though. Like
she doesn't.
She looks super young.
Yeah, well,
she
Kristen Crook drank the immortality juice, so she doesn't age.
She
I was
doesn't.
gonna say you're talking about Aaron Ashmore. My wife and I just finished watching season 2 of Lock and Key on Netflix, which he's more predominant in.
Oh, I didn't even know he was in that, Tyler.
He
is.
So that's I showed my crush card the other day on but one of the actors from Lock and Key is actually on my crush card.
Yeah, look at her crush card on the big screen, producers. If we could put that up on the big screen in Titantron, can we do that? Can we blow that up? Is that a possibility?
I'm more interested that she has a made crush card.
Yeah,
like,
she has 9 names on that card, which is ridiculous.
That is a whole bunch of
Jared
questions. That just,
Padalecki.
like, so we're not even going down
It
that
just
hole,
includes
like-
Jared.
Does
though.
not everybody have a crush card?
No, I don't have a crush card. Okay, I have him in my noggin, but I don't have him down on a card.
You got to make a crush card.
Yeah, hey Tyler, maybe you and I should make our celebrity crush cards after the show.
That sounds good. We'll make a podcast out of that. We'll just be
Yeah,
like,
we can make a podcast out of that for next week.
You have to invite me if you make that podcast.
We will.
Because
Keisha's
I
gonna
would
be our guest.
gladly show my.
Yeah, Tyler, let's write that down on your sheet of paper in front of you. We'll put Keisha on the list for that. By the way, Kristen Marie chimes in. She says Sean Ashmore also appeared on the show. Yes.
Yeah, that I told
Yeah,
my
he was on
wife. Okay,
Smallville.
so while we were watching Lock and Key, I said, you know what's crazy? I said, because we were watching the show and she had the epiphany. She's like, which Ashmore is this? And I said, I think it's Aaron. I think it's Jimmy Olsen. And so, I looked like, yeah, it's Jimmy. And I was like, but you know what's hilarious? I was like, okay. I was like, follow me. They're twin brothers, right? I'm like,
Sean and Aaron,
identical twin brothers. I was like, in Smallville, Sean shows up as a bad guy. And then like 3 seasons later, his brother shows up as Jimmy Olsen, and nobody put any kind of connection. Like, wait a minute, this guy looks like this other guy. Nah, they just
Yeah, I know this guy who knew a guy who knew a guy. This is the guy behind the guy.
Kind of looks like a guy.
But he's
kind of
not
like
really, I don't know.
It's like if you watched Supernatural, it ran for 15 seasons.
Which is ridiculous to think about.
Oh yeah, some of the episodes later they reuse actors from earlier seasons in completely different roles, and I'm like, Canada run out of actors that they're like.
I'm gonna have to rewatch it and like make a list of all the actors that because I'm obsessed with Supernatural. So.
It's a long
remember
list.
that.
Trust me.
I'll remember that because I've been in the works of trying to start my Supernatural podcast as a look back.
Oh, spoilers!
We just haven't got it off the ground. But Smallville, I just wanted to say, real quick, one thing that about the show that I love is the fact that I started this show while in high school with Clark. The show ended, let's see, like
10
2 months
years
after
later
I got
in 2011.
By that time I graduated high school, went through college, and I had just gotten married 2 months after it ended. So this whole
after
huge
May
part
13th.
of my
Wow.
So this whole part of my adult life, you have this show in the background.
It's literally
like
your
this
life.
journey, like this trajectory that Clark's on, and how my life in some ways mirroring this. With if you think about him starting high school, I was in high school. He goes to college. I'm in college. He drops out. I keep going.
Yeah, he was in college for
I
like
was
5
actually
episodes and then he
telling-
drops out.
I was telling
he
my
has
husband
his-
that's why I liked this specific show, because I was never super into Superman or anything like that
No
when I
puns
was
intended.
younger. Yeah. But when I saw this, I didn't really think of it as Superman right off the bat. I kind of viewed it as, hey, I'm around the same age group as these people. And it was just, I enjoyed watching it at the time, which was great. And I told my husband that I think that's why I enjoy it so much now, is because I can still watch it and I know all the music in the background and stuff like that. And I'm like, it brings me back to that time of, in my childhood when the innocence was still there. And I'm like, all the feels, I love it.
Yeah, we're not so innocent anymore as we get older. That's a fact. Maybe
No.
or maybe not. Maybe I'm projecting something onto somebody else. But anyway, no, that's
Thanks, Ryan.
No, that's good stuff. No, listen, I listen. I'm with you. I wasn't a giant Superman fan until I saw the show, and I expressed this to our dear guest Camille Mitchell earlier on today. I said to her, if it weren't for Smallville, I wouldn't be the Superman fan that I am right now, because Smallville got me through my dad's death. Because I started watching episode 100 when Clark lost his. Spoilers for you, Keisha. Kern says the first season at times is like a Dawson's Creek, but Dawson is the alien in this scenario. Okay. Interesting stuff, but at least Dawson didn't look at the camera and say, I don't want your life. Anyway, that's another reference to another film. But still, because of Smallville, when I watched the 100th episode when Jonathan Kent dies, I was with Clark in that moment. I was like, dude, I'm with you. I understand that pain. I lost my dad 8 weeks before that episode even went on the air. So I was like right in the thick of it with CK, Clark Kent, for those of us keeping track of the acronyms at home. So because of that, got me through my dad's death, got me through the transition from, going to one place and going to college and all the other stuff. So Smallville, basically what all three of us are trying to say here is we appreciate you. So
yeah,
that's my personal feeling about it anyway.
What's funny is with Smallville, I always say, like, one thing I love about comic book based shows is the suits. And then,
yeah, man.
But then to take that back is like Smallville, he didn't have to have the suit, and I was okay with that, because of course he always used his powers. He had red jacket.
He had a blue T-shirt and a red jacket that anyone can sport any day of the week and twice on Sunday, like Tyler and I here.
But then of course later, like
and red jacket.
Yeah, you should have. You didn't get the memo.
He did get the jacket in season 10, which I really liked this jacket, and I had wished he wore it more.
Yeah. Would have been nice.
And because the one thing that's sad is every Superman has their own tweak on the super symbol.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you see it, like, oh, that's this Superman. Right now, Tyler Hoechlin's is kind of weird because he really doesn't, but that's
He's wearing the new 52 suit.
That's a whole nother discussion. We'll go different rabbit hole another day.
Yeah,
but
I know, that's
Tom never got his own, super symbol. And there's a whole history of, like,
except for his chest, but that kind of looked like an 8.
That was the Kryptonian. Okay,
that was the Kryptonian symbol from his dad, though.
Here's
okay,
because
I was gonna say it looks like the symbol.
If you really study the series, which Smallville has a big change in 2006 when Superman Returns comes out.
Oh, that's
because
right.
if you watch the show, it's very much creating its own mythology, its own style, its own history. But then all of a sudden, about that time, they start to turn it to be more Superman film style, and then the 8 symbol is the Kryptonian S, is what it is. Like, hold on, I'll show you. I have.
Oh God, he's stripping.
Oh God, we're doing a strip. We're going strip.
My turn.
By the way, Krista Marie says he had Brandon's look of the suits. Yeah, that's true.
Like right here,
Brandon Ralph.
On my arm, I have. It's hard to show, but like,
yeah,
I have
get the big screen
a message
on that,
to
producers. Thank you.
I have a message to my wife in Kryptonian right here on my arm.
Dude, that's insane!
I love that.
Right there.
That is
my husband needs to
commitment if
step
I've
up
ever
his
seen
game.
one. That is sickening and commitment at the same time.
Because we made a comment, we'd never get each other's names tattooed, but I cheated and got it done in Kryptonian.
Oh my God.
So, but if you
I love
watch
that,
the
though.
series,
I'm loving this.
if you watch the series, you can see where they change the mythos and the style and start making it more like the movies. And yeah, Tom's suit, I mean, he didn't get an official Superman suit. He was using the Superman Returns style. And so it's kind of sad because I feel like he didn't get the his own identifying, like that's small, like symbol. So
You didn't get a chance to wear it either because at the end of the series, it's all CGI. It's not even a real suit.
Yep.
Which is another rabbit hole that I'm sure Tyler and I will go down in another episode of the Krypton Report, coming soon to a podcast feed near you.
Yeah, we definitely will.
Phoenix Sister says they also had certain restrictions from the WB about the time that Superman Returns came out, i.e. Lois and Clark, they couldn't date. Clark couldn't work at the Daily Planet, which is the greatest newspaper of all time. Those were lifted once Superman Returns was a flop. Okay, gotcha. Let's
not use the term flop. Let's use did not exceed the expectations that it was set for it. Okay, let's just say that.
Yeah.
But no, she's right.
Credence.
That goes back to there's a whole bunch of messy stuff with that whole what considered a success. That's another rabbit hole. But
we got too many rabbit holes that Keisha's going to dive down.
She's like, crap. What am I in for?
Like,
guys,
she's writing all this down too. She has a piece of paper and a pen in front of her.
Well, you talked Bart Allen. They couldn't use Barry Allen. They couldn't use the Flash because at the time they were trying to do a Flash movie. So that's why we have the wink scene where he pulls out the fake IDs and is like, Barry Allen, Wally West, Bart, like, what's your name? Or he says, what's your name? He says, Bart. Like, and they couldn't use the Flash, so he just became Bart and became Impulse. Is a workaround.
That's a good workaround.
They couldn't show the planet known as Krypton either during the show's run.
And that's why there's this huge shift on the back half, is because then they let them take it to be the Superman. You were talking about Bart showed up in season 4. Then in season 5 we get Aquaman and Cyborg.
Yeah.
All the good
the great Alan Rickman.
I know Keisha's so excited.
Oh, by the way, just an FYI, if you guys do any spoilers, it's okay. I have the memory of a goldfish. I will forget it in 5 seconds anyway. So
just keep
good.
Just keep swimming. Okay.
We establish the show's been off the air for over 10 years.
I mean, it's been off the air for over 10 years, and they just celebrated the 20-year anniversary last year with the Blu-ray box set. Which, by the way, Tyler, I already got that.
That I don't have yet.
You need to get on that, list. Son.
Just because I'm like, I have the I have the whole set on DVD. It's on my same thing with Superman the Animated Series. It's on my list. I just haven't been able to.
Who's this? Kearns chimes in. He says, also, can't forget the DC stars that came back on the show. We got General Zod doing a 180 by having Terrence Stamp as the voice of Jor-El on Smallville. That is very ironic.
It is. And sometimes I wonder if they did it on purpose to kind of plant seeds of doubt in our mind of what Jor-El's intentions were, or if there was going to be some sort of huge twist down the line that it wasn't Jor-El, it had been Zod all along guiding Clark. We can speculate on that. I mean, you're talking about people who came back. I guess Terrence Stamp is the voice. We have Mark McClure, Dean Cain, Terry Hatcher.
Can't forget about Christopher Reeve in season 2.
What'd you say?
Christopher Reeve in season 2 with Rosetta and how that was a true pass into
I was saving him. I was saving
Superman
Chris and Margot. Yeah, I was saving them for last. I was trying to Chris and Margot. And I know I feel like there's more in the strong blanks on.
There was Dean Cain, there was Terry Hatcher. They came back. Who else came back?
Yo, I'm just so impressed by how
Annette
O'Toole remember.
Yeah. Which is ironic because she plays Lana Lang in Superman 3, a film that we never ever talk about. And she was also Mama Ken in Smallville. So how ironic.
And she was also the second actress. Did you guys know this? There's actually, you can find footage of the original pilot shot with a different actress. Then they went back, they got Annette O'Toole. They went back and reshot her scenes for Martha. I think I have saved on a hard drive. I found it on YouTube. You could Google Smallville alternate pilot or whatever. You can find a couple
audition.
Yeah, you can find.
But I am
scenes
glad
like
that they went with
wasn't it Frances
Annette,
Frances Fisher? I believe was the original Martha, or Frances
something like that.
It was either her or Christine Baranski. It was one of the two. But
it's something
I feel you on
I
that.
can't remember.
I think Annette O'Toole mentioned that during an interview one year.
So
anyway.
it's amazing how things change, but
Krista Marie says, and we could include Jane Seymour because she was such a good friend of Chris's. Oh, okay. That's fair.
I mean, that's cool. But she
Yeah.
wasn't in Superman properties.
I don't think she was, but she was in Smallville as the what is it? The person who was trying to get the Kryptonian element. Oh, Virginia Teague. It was Teague. That's what it. Smallville was so successful they wanted to do a show about Batman's younger years, but it was canned because of Batman Begins. Good point. But they did incorporate Batman into the Smallville universe with Smallville season 11 comic book series.
They did. I mean, it was often,
which was cool.
I mean, I remember it. There was so back around season 1, there was conversation, and I was reading a magazine. They wanted to bring in a young Bruce Wayne. That's what led to people thinking Adam Knight was Bruce Wayne undercover, but then that wasn't true.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then, you know, of course, we got Green Arrow because they couldn't use Bruce Wayne. And, you know, I've been a Green Arrow fan. I think Oliver is a great character, but I get really sad when I feel like he gets used because they want to do Batman, but they can't do Batman. So they're like, we'll just do Green Arrow.
He's a poor man's Batman, but we'll use him anyway.
And, you know, I feel like sometimes that's what he gets regulated to. He doesn't get a chance to actually be himself. He gets to be a Batman secondary. So,
but he did good with the run that they gave him with I mean, look at Justin Hartley. That guy's blowing up now. He's everywhere.
He was
Good
a
on
great,
him.
like the, you know, I look at it. He is great.
Cynthia Ettinger was the original Martha on Smallville.
Thank you,
Okay, thanks
Kristen.
for bringing that up, Kristen. Fun facts. Man, these producers and people in the chat, you're on fire today. Don't forget to share this. By the way, don't forget to share this video with all 1,000 of your closest friends. They're going to like the way they look after supporting the Multiverse Fundraiser and donating for Valerie in that link in the description of this video. I guarantee it. You were saying, Tyler?
I'm just saying, I don't know what I was saying. Small.
I didn't want to leave you hanging, man.
No, you're fine. But you know, they did a lot of callbacks to other super properties. And
nice.
You're talking about Justin Hartley. I feel like if you blend his Oliver and Stephen Amell's Oliver, if you kind of blend those together, we could get like the perfect Oliver Queen. Because I still feel like we haven't got the perfect, definitive, comic accurate Oliver Queen. I mean, both of them end up with a different person than they're supposed to. I mean,
that is true.
But
hey,
I mean, there was a lot of
one can hope that the character gets rebooted in a couple of years and we get another Green Arrow character arc or a character series.
You know, you're talking about Smallville laying.
Justice League Unlimited is still the best depiction of Green Arrow, according to Matt Kearns in the chat.
Yes, it is. Go ahead, Keisha.
Okay, so I know you guys will probably know this, but is there any other Superman hidden throughout the rest of the episodes? Because I know a couple episodes I saw Christopher Reeve.
Yeah, in season 2, Rosetta.
In season 2, and I was like, okay, so cool. I know him, and I've been looking, but since there's such an age difference, my brain doesn't make the connections. So I'm trying to figure out what I need to look for throughout the rest of the series if they do show any others.
Season 7.
Dean Cain is in season 7.
I'm writing it down.
Oh, she isn't Keisha the best student you've probably ever seen on this show, Tyler? I mean, she's taking notes like a crazy person, and she's like, I got homework to do. Yeah, Krista Marie says Christopher Reeve and Dean Cain made appearances on Smallville. Keisha, that is true. Christopher Reeve and Dean Cain were on the show. He was in season 2. Dean Cain shows up in season 7 as Curtis Knox, a warped doctor who has the same initials as Clark Kent, CK. Go figure.
Weird.
Which is I mean, you can say it's retcon, but he was kind of a version of Vandal Savage. You know, in later series and TV shows, they'll say Vandal Savage and they'll give his aliases, and Curtis Knox is now one of them that Vandal Savage used. So he's kind of a version of
Krista
Vandal
Marie
Savage
said it
on the
herself. Dean Cain is Vandal Savage, I guess, in the Smallville universe. Excuse me, just to be proper. Wow, I did not. In the words of Wayne Campbell, I was not aware of that.
Okay, can we talk about the fact that Smallville, Kansas has the ridiculous population and it's a small town?
It goes from 25,000 people to 45 in the span of 1 hour. Isn't that crazy?
It does.
Yes. And the other thing is they talk about how Smallville is, and at the time I lived in a small town. I live in an even smaller town now.
I live in a village with less than 300 people, so yeah, I feel that.
And so, like, I took a picture of it was Circleville, Ohio is where I was. I took
Oh,
a picture of
God.
the population and I put it up next to the 2 signs of Smallville, and I'm like, no, this Smallville is way too big to be Smallville. Like they need to shrink
Yes.
that down to about
Okay,
13,000,
so in my notes,
10,000, 5.
in my notes, I was actually told to complain about this from someone,
Oh,
and they
God.
were like, "Keisha, make sure you mention that. Like that is not a small town."
Phoenix This Week Cosplay says, thank you for bringing up the population dispute. Okay,
Yes.
we've done our job.
It seems like
God.
it was written by people who live in a city. Like, hey, what's a small town? I don't know, 40,000.
Yeah. Dude,
Got
I live
it.
in suburbia, but I
know.
live in a city where there's a lot of people. I don't think I would consider the place where I live in Maryland a small town necessarily, but that's up for dispute.
Well, I don't
Just
even
saying.
live in a town. I live in a village, and I live in the middle of cornfields outside of a village. So for me, small town means a lot different than whatever Smallville is.
It's okay. You understand it better than some people, and that's okay.
So, what state are you in, Keisha?
Illinois, the state
He's
of
in
Columbia.
Illinois, man.
And you're in Maryland?
Yeah, I'm in Maryland, dude.
Where are you at, Tyler?
The birthplace of Superman, Ohio.
Of course you are. I
See
feel
what,
like
see what he did there with the origin of Superman? Hello, Jerry Siegel, Joe Shuster, anybody?
Exactly. But no,
It's in
I
Ohio,
just
for
wanted,
those of us keeping score. And by the way, Phoenix Sisters Cosplay says, also depending on the season, it's a 4-hour drive or a 1-hour drive.
yes. Okay, that annoys me
it's
because
not very
they
consistent.
they talk about how far Metropolis is, and then as the show goes on, somehow they can live in Smallville, drive into Metropolis. Like it kind of like, Circleville is about 25 minutes from Columbus.
Oh, well, that makes
capital.
sense.
And I always said, that's how I, like in the later scenes, kind of pictured it, which I'm not a fan of. I don't like Smallville being that close to Metropolis. I like
Yeah,
Metropolis
so
being
my
its
brain too.
destination.
Because even to get
Smallville
to the
isn't a suburb of
local,
Metropolis, says Kristen Marie in the chat. Good Lord.
see, even
She should just
like
join the panel.
being out in
She's
the middle
in
of
here,
nowhere.
like-
Yeah, where? Come on.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, if
but
Kristen wants to make a cameo in front of 20,000 people who are
there's
watching this from the
another
comfort of their own homes,
space
we got
down
space in the
here.
lounge if you want to come up. I mean, just saying. Drew was supposed to be here, but unfortunately, I guess he had other plans.
Couldn't hack all the Smallville knowledge that Kristen and us are dropping.
I know you guys are killing me.
My
I
uncle
love
lived
it,
in upstate
though.
New York, and what does it say? Commuted to New York City every day, says Matt Kearns in the back. Okay, nice.
No, I wonder about that because, like, there are cities and places that are, set up for people to like super commute to cities. Like trains and all this. But I just wonder.
Not
You
me.
know what I'm saying? Because it'd be like living where I live now and working every day in Cleveland. Like, drive
Like to
3
Cleveland?
hours
I
to
have to
Cleveland.
drive that to go to the local Walmart. So in my brain, I'm like, that's not a very long drive because that's how long it takes me to get to an actual town from my house.
Well,
So I'm like,
because yeah,
I thought it
because
was
where I
Wally World
live,
to you.
20 minutes is like, oh, that's not a big deal. And I've talked to people who, if they have to go more than 5 minutes, it's too far. Like, oh, that's 5 minutes down. No, I'm like,
to
I
get
drive
to the
20
village
minutes to
that I
get
technically
anywhere.
Dude,
live
the
in,
grocery store
it's a
that I go
5-minute
to
drive.
is 5 minutes for me. Give me a freaking break.
To the village that I
We can
live
talk
in,
about all
it's a
these
5-minute drive.
diversities in terms of mileage and pumping gas and how long it takes to get from Granville to Smallville or Smallville to Metropolis. But you know what? We'll debate that on another show that Tyler, I'm sure, is going to put together in his master list of episodes I need to do on the
You're gonna
Breakdown
have
Report
so
with
many
Keisha
different-
and Ryan.
Yes.
I just want to say my beautiful wife is right here to the sides. She's amazing.
Hi, beautiful
The
wife.
one who
I want you.
they say hi. They're very jealous.
You want to
of,
say hi? By the way, Willow Schuyler
of
says
my
the small
jacket.
town I lived in, it was a 45-minute drive into the city, Willow says.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, there she is. How you doing? Good to meet you.
I'm jealous.
They said hi and good to meet you. They're jealous.
Very nice to meet you. We
Feels
hope you
like I got
enjoy your
the
weekend.
kryptonite.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It is a good job. Dude, that's awesome, man. We finally get to meet the Lois Lane behind your Clark Kent. Thank God. I was it's like, you keep talking about these people. Are they real or are you just making it up? So Kern says, of all the Smallville things, I thought you talk about the population size of Smallville was not just one of them.
Hey, we're having
Kearns,
fun.
Kearns, we're
Okay,
gonna go
any
into
show that I'm a
deep
part
dive.
of, there's no train tracks that we stay on. It just
Hey,
kinda...
listen, if you don't believe us, ask Willow and ask Keisha when they do Cryptid Crunch. which you can find on the Back of the Cereal Box podcast network every other Sunday at 9 p.m. EST. See what I do for you, Keisha? I can plug your stuff too.
I love you, Ryan. Thank you.
This is why we're best friends, right? But listen, but in all honesty, though, the thing with DC and Smallville is that it's because of Smallville that I was able to learn a little bit about each character, whether it's Cyborg, whether it's Aquaman, whether it's at least Bart Allen's version of it, also in the Flash. And then you get Green Arrow showing up, and I'm like, who's this guy? And then I learn more about him. I'm like, oh, so that's who this character is.
I get
Green
it. Arrow.
And then when the seasons got even, into the run, they did crossover episodes with the Legion from the 31st Century. They did a crossover with the JSA, which is OG before the JL. So it's like, I don't know who any of these characters are, but I love learning about them. I mean, Dr. Fate shows up, and I'm thinking, dang, I want to read a comic book series about Dr. Fate. Get on it,
I like the
son.
next question, guys.
What is the next question? Do we know what it
Somebody
is?
in the comment just said, I just asked this question, but now for the panel, who did you like more with Clark, Lana or Lois?
Lois.
For me,
Lois, hands down.
Lana. Sorry, guys.
Oh,
Lana.
I have a saying
do.
that I want to put on a t-shirt for every man out there who has his heart broken, or woman. It can work either way. But the idea is, you have to go through your Lana to get to your Lois. There's the idea of what you think you want, and you got to get that first love and that heartbreak, and to get to what you really need. What I always loved early on in the show before they brought in Lois was I always looked at, and as I watched the show, I looked at Chloe and I looked at Lana and said, "Oh my God, that's Lois." His best friend and the woman he loves,
Lana.
He puts them together. That's who Lois is. That's why you can see how he would fall for Lois.
Yeah.
Is because she's the characteristics of the two women that are most important to him. Until then they brought Lois in, of course. But
so I know, not going off of the later episodes, but who would you pick between, if you didn't already know, Lana or Chloe? Because at first I was rooting for Chloe, but then something flipped like season 2, and I was like, I don't know. Like, Chloe had too much, like, she was more obsessed with Clark, I feel, and I don't like that in a relationship. Sometimes I'm like, okay, that's kind of a put off. And so like, I was like, okay, so I was kind of going towards Lana because I was like, okay, she's not like, if I can't have you, no one can. And I've had exes like that, and it just
Boy, that's another rabbit hole for another Cryptic
That is.
episode. But listen, I'll tell you what. Between Chloe and Lana, going way back, I mean, I would at one point I'd probably say Chloe, just because it's different. Because I'm so used to hearing Lana this, Lois that, and this is a different version of Clark Kent than we've ever seen. So I would have liked to have seen him been with Chloe. But then when I think about it, I'm like, you know what? I kind of want to see him with this version of Lana, because he didn't get a lot of it in the previous iterations of these characters, whether it be in animated series or the movies. We only got like brief spurts of those characters. So I would have liked to have seen him end up with Lana. So you know what? It's like Baskin Robbins. I'll go with either flavor. Probably go with Chloe, but if I had to go back and revamp my thinking, probably go with Lana, just because I liked what Kristen Crook was doing with her version of the character in the beginning. So I don't know. Listen, things happen, right? Romance is complicated.
This is controversial, and I'm gonna throw this out there.
Ooh.
Thinking of the show,
comment section is about to blow up.
Thinking of the trajectory of the show, and you look at where the characters go and how they've been. When we got to season 6, I would have liked, with the way they did it. Okay, before anyone kills me, just think of the show. But I would have liked that Lana would have stayed with Lex and had that relationship. Because if you think about how the Clark and Lana relationship is up and down, how he had to lie to cover, how all this, and how Lana started to become this darker character in her stuff. And it was like they were never really meant to be, because you could tell, because they could never get their relationship. I like the idea that Lana joins up with Lex, and now they're this power couple that attack Clark because he lost Lana to him, and just how that would impact his character. I mean, it's, of course, it's a show, so they do different things, but I was like, at that point, I was tired of the Clark and Lana stuff, because they would do the relationship, they wouldn't, and then they kept
so much
hitting
on
and
and
missing.
off. Yeah.
It really was.
And you could feel the characters themselves drifting apart, because at that point,
yeah,
they really weren't the people that we met in season 1.
No.
Season 3 is when the rift really started to grow.
So I mean that I'll probably get hate mail, but I've said that on my podcast before too.
No, it's all right. Kearns chimes in. He says,
I'm
Lana, I felt
currently
never really
emailing
appreciated Clark,
Tyler.
whereas Lois, even when she was messing with Clark, you could tell that she cared about him. That's why she kept she kept kidding with Clark, because she's starting to hide her true feelings for CK.
Well, what I loved
Tyler,
about their
what's your
relationship.
email? I'm writing the hate mail right now, so just to make it easier on me.
kryptonreport@gmail.com.
Yeah,
So
it's real easy. KryptonReport@gmail.com, which I know everybody has a Gmail account, right? Because everybody has a Gmail. Kern says, one of the best moments is the dunk tank scene where Chloe sees Clark and Lois have an unspoken thing, but that's during the events of season 4. Now, Kearns, I haven't seen season 4 in a hot minute, so I'm going to have to Google that after this show or go on YouTube and see that dunk tank scene.
Isn't that when Avril Lavigne "So Much for My Happy Ending" is playing at the end? Is like
no,
the
if anybody knows the answer to that
different one.
question, let us know in the
'Cause
comments. Hey, Chris,
I
do you know
noticed
that?
it playing in the background, so it had to be in the
Okay.
recent.
I'm trying
I
to
think it
remember,
was
'cause,
like
like,
the
it-
last episode of season 2.
Maybe that, because I knew it was like a Chloe emotional beat. So maybe
Yeah,
because
because I was like, "Oh, Avril, yes."
The only thing I know from Avril is, why do you have to make things so complicated? But anyway, that's a story for another day. Am I right, Tyler?
Yeah.
Jeez, I mean, Smallville, there was a lot of music on that show, man. Like, I remember hearing, what was it, Finger 11's One Thing. I remember hearing Remy Zero's Save Me, which is so iconic these days.
Well,
And then
think
you
about
had,
who was on the show. You had Remy Zero. You
Yeah,
had
they actually
Finger
did a
11.
cameo in like season 2, I think.
You had
wasn't it?
Avril Lavigne.
They were playing on
you had-
stage.
But I mean, like the actual bands. You had Lifehouse, Remy Zero, One
Oh,
Republic,
Lifehouse was
and,
huge.
All American Rejects.
Oh, that's right. All
They
American
were
Rejects.
actually there in the show.
They played at the coffee house, right?
Oh, that's right. They were playing at the Talent, I think.
Yes.
All American Rejects played an event that Lex was hosting in Metropolis.
Oh, that's right.
Lifehouse was at like the prom or something. Remy Zero was at the dance at the end of season 1.
Yeah, the spring dance. Spring dance.
One Republic was in the episode with Pete where he ate the gum and became like Elastipete.
Which was so weird.
Yeah.
So weird.
I haven't watched
and it was
that one in
nothing.
a
It was
long time.
nothing but product placement for that gum. That entire episode was nothing but product placement.
We're talking about like Smallville, like people together. I mean, let's not forget they introduced Blue Beetle and Booster Gold
In the same episode. They did that.
And of course we got.
I want to say it was 8 or 9.
10. I think it was in 10.
Oh, 10.
No, it was
Excuse me.
9.
Wow, that's come
9 or 10. It's 10. Yeah, it's right there
They
at
had-
the end.
They had that. They also had Zatanna. They did a thing on Warrior Angel at that point, and then you also had freaking my gosh, you had the Wonder Twins played by one of the kids from Seventh Heaven. Oh, and Allison Scagliotti, who was on Warehouse 13.
Often
Hello.
forgot that the Wonder Twins appeared.
Powers activate. You know.
Let's
So yeah, there were
say,
great moments, man. I got to be honest though, the Legion and the JSA crossovers were some great stuff because I never heard of those characters, didn't know a thing about them, and then I got introduced to them in those crossover episodes, and I'm like, dang, this show is like bringing all kinds of corners of the DC universe, and that's what I think makes Smallville so special, is that they introduce different pieces of the DC universe that you otherwise may not have seen in the movies because they were so focused on making, well, when's the next Batman movie coming out? When's the next Superman movie coming? You know, you get all these different characters in the TV series, and that's the beauty about television. You can expand the mythology, expand the characters, expand the arcs, and that's what they did with this. And I got to give my hats are off to all the producers, writers, and directors who made those episodes happen, because it's why I appreciate the DC universe for what it is today.
I mean, you're right because we got Martian Manhunter.
Oh my God,
Dr.
dude,
Fate,
he was played by
Hawkman.
Jackie freaking Childs from Seinfeld, the greatest sitcom of all time. Jackie Childs is Martian freaking Manhunter. By the way, Kristen says I loved the twins' ringtone was Gleek. Oh, that's
Kristen,
right, it
why
was the
aren't
monkeys.
you in this?
Yeah, why aren't you on the panel? Gee whiz, you know so much. It seems like you're the more you know. It's like, where are you?
think
Anyway,
who
sorry,
else-
Tyler.
Are
You
you
were saying?
Googling? Because it's
people
amazing
we got
and I love it.
Stargirl, Starman,
Brainiac,
and then we got the Legion.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of heroes that appear. They
The
like you said,
Persuader.
Superboy.
Oh yeah,
we got
brief
we got-
appearance though.
Yeah, brief appearance.
Very brief.
Man.
I know
I would've
Keisha's
liked
so excited to
more-
watch these episodes.
And then of course Supergirl.
Dude, that iteration of Supergirl, best one yet. Period.
there's a lot I like in that iteration, and it took me a little bit of time to kind of get over kind of the feelings of why are you doing Supergirl so early, you know, in your Superman kind of journey, and it felt like it kind of took away from his character's journey. But you know, looking back, you know who we forgot? Helen Slater. I can't believe we
don't
forgot
talk
Helen
about that
Slater.
movie.
We were talking about
but-
people from other super
But
projects.
when she played Lara, Kal-El's Kryptonian mother, as a nod to the original Supergirl film that we will never talk about.
We just
That
did
was good
that on
stuff.
our podcast. We just did I watched it with my wife for the first time.
Oof.
And we
That must
did
have
a
been a
commentary
brutal
with it.
2 hours.
Not when it was our New Year's Eve episode. So it was me, my wife, my co-host James, and his girlfriend who loved the movie when she was younger. And it was a blast because you had 4 people talking.
That's awesome. Did you have a lot of drinks that night so you can get over watching that 2 hour not so good fest of a film?
I think everyone else did besides me because I don't drink. So
Cool. Excellent. Because I liked Supergirl as a kid, but when you're an adult and your brain matures and you realize, oh, this isn't so good. Clyde Hall, the man himself, Clyde Hall says the Justice Society in live action. Yay. Yes,
Yeah,
Clyde. I like that episode a lot. And if you have any recommendations for me, Clyde, as to where I can find more about the JSA, let me know in the comments or send me a DM.
Are you
Clyde.
watching?
You and I
Are
best
you watching?
buds.
Are you watching Stargirl?
I saw the first season. Yeah.
Did you watch season 2 yet?
I didn't have enough. There was so much on my DVR that I had to delete stuff, and season 2 of Stargirl was one of them. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, like
I had to make room on my DVR, man.
Oh, there's my bud, Luke Bugs, and I was.
The
always
Geek
hold
of
on to
Steel says,
Smallville.
"Always hold on to Smallville." Yes, sir. Amen.
It's a great podcast for anyone who's really hooked into Smallville. I've been on it multiple times. The Always Hold On to Smallville podcast. It's a retroactive. Zach Moore goes through the whole series.
Oh, really?
It's a great podcast for just kind of reinvigorating that Smallville love. Yeah,
I
they're
think
about
I see
to
them on
start
I think
season.
they appear on my Twitter feed a lot.
About to say they're about to start season 8. You will find me in
that's
every
the Daily
season
Planet
in an episode.
season.
So
I wrote it
I
down
actually-
so that I can check it out.
yeah, you should. I mean, it's a great conversation piece.
Yeah. Send us a link in the DMs there, Tyler.
But you know,
let's see. Kristen says I was 5 when the movie Supergirl came out, and I absolutely loved it. I understand it's not great. No, it's not. But I still love it nostalgically. Well, hey, listen, if you like it nostalgically, that's fine. You can go ahead and live with it because we watched the 2-hour extended European cut in my film class a couple years ago when I was still in something known as college.
Yeah.
And I realized, wow, this movie it's awful. Nothing against Helen
weird,
Slater, but the movie is awful.
She's great. It's the movie itself doesn't make a lot of sense of some of the choices they chose.
No.
Of
Terrible.
And we won't even go down that, but like it's really weird the choices they made. Go listen to my podcast for it. There, you can hear all my.
It's nothing against
all my
you, Helen
discussions.
Slater, because I like you as an actress, but that movie just didn't suit your abilities. It's not your fault. Curran says I'm in the middle of what is it? Oh, season 5 of Smallville right now. Good on you, man. You're doing a rewatch like Keisha over here. Good stuff.
So I'm going to continue rewatching it even after the show because I do love the series. So I will have to tell you guys how long it takes me to finish because I got this far in the span of a week. So I'm hoping it only takes me like.
Feel free to hit me with messages like, "Hey," because you hit those moments where you get excited about something in this series and you like, "I gotta tell somebody."
I'm like,
Shoot
dude,
messages
look,
over.
this happened. Yes, I
You know,
will.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do a deep dive on this once Keisha's finished all seasons, and then all 3 of us will gather together in your studio there, Tyler, and we'll just have a blast.
I see another
Sounds good.
show forming.
Yeah, Keisha's gonna be making a lot of appearances on future podcasts. My God. Can you believe it's almost been an hour? Can anyone else wrap their head around that?
That we could keep going for another 2 hours.
Fast.
I mean, we could keep going for another 2 hours, but I know we got to stick to the script here, which means we have a lineup of great panels. Kristen says, "Oh, we forgot about yes, Linda Carter played Chloe's mother,
Yes.
aka the OG Wonder Woman." And no, Tyler, I have not seen any episodes of the original Wonder Woman.
Really?
No, not one.
I've seen some, but I don't remember them. I'll be honest. Like I don't remember which ones I've seen.
It's okay.
But yeah.
The cool thing was she was the principal in Sky High.
Yeah, she was Principal Powers.
I love
And
Sky
she made a little, nod at herself in that final scene of Sky High, where she says, "What do you think I am, a Wonder Woman or something?" Kristen says, "Oh, yes, Linda Carter. We brought it up, Kristen." Thank
And then,
you.
of course, Linda Carter she was in Wonder Woman 1984 as well. So she's
I
still
still
getting
haven't
respect
seen that
for-
movie. I still haven't seen it.
Yeah.
I've heard bad things about it, but I still want to watch it. Kern says, still not able to decide what my favorite episode is. Hey, listen, there's too many good episodes to count. Like, I mean, for me personally, my favorite episode of Smallville has to be the one that started it all for me, and that's Reckoning. It made me the Superman fan. It made me the person. In a way, it metamorphosized who I am as a person. It made me.
I'm writing that down for when we go to do our next show
thank
on
you.
this.
Yeah, my favorite episode is probably Reckoning, just because it made like me a Superman fan, like a diehard Superman fan, and it like helped me deal with challenges that I had in my life, such as the death of my father. I mean, that's kind of a big deal, isn't it? So
yeah,
that helps.
I couldn't pick a favorite. I'd have to go season by season, but even
Same
then,
here,
it would be a
at
hard.
the same time, I got to go automatically
I'll
just
have to
right
tell
now.
you guys after I'm done watching it
Yeah,
again.
until I do a rewatch, Tyler. Right now, my favorite episode is probably Reckoning, just because I did a rewatch of that for the 20th anniversary of Smallville, and that's the one that changed my life. Like it just. And by the way, when I rewatched it,
I'll say
teary-eyed.
Lexmas. I'll say Lexmas
dude,
because I watch it every year. Because I watch it every year for Christmas, so I know I've seen that episode a lot.
What season is that in?
That's
hold
on a minute. Season 5. Episode 10.
I love Clark
wanna
Kent
say.
playing Santa. I love him delivering the toys for the kids and playing Santa. So it's
Yeah, that was the subplot of that week's episode.
But they
made a whole video about the season 2 finale, so I guess I have to say that's my favorite right now. Oh, what is it called? Exodus. Okay, season 2, episode 23, 24, Exodus. Gotcha, Kearns. Good one too. Although the episode where Lois and Clark got engaged is great.
It is.
Okay, it's a good one too. What took you so long? Lois says. No. That's when he reveals the secret, and then they
Nice.
get engaged like a while later. Lexmas is my sister's favorite, according to Kristen. By the way, Kristen, you are on fire with those comments. My goodness gracious.
Yes.
Oh, Pam Greer. Dude,
As Amanda
checkmate.
Waller?
Checkmate. By the way, I wish we would have gotten to see more of Amanda Waller in Smallville, because she was a good enemy for Clark.
She was.
Guys, it's coming towards our end.
I know, it's so weird. I feel like we've only been here for 2 minutes.
There's so many great characters that were.
Hey, whoa! Look at Bob Ross. Bob Ross is here. Woo! Bob Ross. Bob
It
Ross.
is coming to the end. Do you guys have any closing comments?
Tyler,
go
Kick you all out for Peeping Studio.
All I'm going to say is, for more conversation, check out Krypton Report. The Valerie donation is scrolling at the bottom. Please hit that. Ryan and Keisha, you both that you're invited to come on to Krypton anytime. Just shoot me a message. We'll make it work. We'll even if there's something, Keisha, you want to talk about after, like I said, after you've watched more, we can make an episode. It's all good. No problems. It'd be fun to continue the conversation. So Kelly and I were talking the other day about one that we want to kind of carve out, and we're going to discuss probably here soon after the fundraiser. So, it's good times.
The discussion might make its way a little bit into our panel at the end here too.
Oh,
because there's room for discussing along Halloween.
You're
Spoiler alert.
Gee whiz, you and you people. Keisha, where can the good people of the interwebs find you online and everything you got coming up, Keisha?
Look up Keisha Acuff or Acuff Creations. If you type it into the Google machine, I pretty much pop up everywhere.
Sweet.
So, but
Which is a scary thing.
It is, but that's okay. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, pretty much anywhere. Sorry about that, guys.
No, we love you to pieces, Keisha.
Love you. And you just came out with a book.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's called
yes.
Him. You can find that on Amazon.
Book.
Nice.
Look at that book. Look how ridiculously good looking and creepy that book looks at the same time. Look at that. There's the big screen.
Dun, dun, dun.
So this is just my art copies. So, but yes, I wrote words. Check it out. It's really cheap, actually.
Yeah, that's one way to go about it. Anyway, listen, you can find me on Facebook and Twitter and all that jazz. All the things we're doing, simply at It's Nerd Culture. New videos are posted each and every week. We do a show on Saturdays, and I quote, Saturdays at 12 p.m. EST, where I interview conspirators of all shapes and sizes. Spoiler alert, Tyler Patrick's going to be a future guest on the show. What's up, boy? And also, I do a show called Boba's Weekly Banner, where we talk about the latest episode of the Book of Boba Fett, Thursday nights, 8 p.m. EST. Other than that, I want to take this opportunity to thank all the executives, all the peeps at the Multiverse Fundraiser for having me this guy, I'm just a smidge on the radar. I'm barely alive. But you involve me in these projects, Kelly, and I can't help it. But thank you for having us. We look
Yes,
forward
Kelly,
to coming
you guys
back
are all
soon. And
wonderful.
Kelly, in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Phenomena.
Love you all. Thank you. Tyler, I'll
everybody.
see you in an
Bye.
hour.
Yeah, I'll see you in a little
I'll
bit.
see you guys in
Take
an
it
hour
easy,
too.
Kelly.
Oh yeah, Keisha, I'll see
Awesome.
you in an hour too. Oh my gosh. Yes, I'm so
All right, have fun.
excited. Thank you, Ryan.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Ryan.
All right. Hello, everyone. And I'm going to run our donations video before I get started. The Multiverse Fundraiser is a benefit for Oscar-nominated actress Valerie Perrine. Ms. Perrine is known for her roles in Superman, Slaughterhouse-5, Lenny, and so many more. We've teamed up with documentary director Stacey Souther to raise money for Valerie's medical expenses and other needs. Every donation and every post share gives you the chance to win super prizes. Go to the website listed for details. All right, welcome back. Hey, Willow.
Hey, figured I'd join you.
Yay, you are looking beautiful today.
I apologize. I tried to follow according to the list that we released of the paint night stuff. I'm just gonna go with what I have at my disposal right now. So yeah,
that works. I mean, so I made a list and I was very extensive, but you can kind of wing it if you don't have everything on the list, which I know is your style, Willow. So it's
pretty
perfect.
much, yeah. With cosplay and life.
That is the way to be. So as I put out there, we are doing a Gotham City skyline. But if you're not a Batman fan, you can add anything you want in the sky or on these treetops. And because skylines are a little tricky for me, I printed out this little visual guide for myself. So the first thing we're doing is making our cardstock template.
Okay.
If you don't have cardstock, you can just use your pencil to draw straight on your canvas. I'm not going to tell anyone. It's not the end of the world. So the big thing to figure out is when you look at your canvas, you want to figure out where your skyline is going to end to leave enough room for your sky. So I want my skyline to end right about here. This is an art thing where you don't want to divide up your picture 50-50. It just, if you have 50% of your picture being one thing and another, I don't know if I'm describing that well, but it just is not visually appealing. So usually if you do 2/3 of the picture is taken up by buildings and 1/3 is taken up by sky, it just makes for a more visually interesting picture. And I would have the correct terminology, but it's been years since I've taken fine art class. So I'm using my ruler because I suck at straight lines, but also these buildings are going to be shadowed. If you don't do perfectly straight lines, no one's going to care. So, and you definitely do not want your buildings to be all the same height. So I'm going to basically use my ruler to, first of all, draw across where I decided the highest is going to be and cut up my cardstock so I don't make any buildings that are taller. You also don't want your buildings to be the exact same width, because if you go to a city, the buildings are not the same height, they're not the same width. It just would look very weird if they weren't. And if we're kind of looking at this as a guide, some of these buildings have a little bit of space in between them. So that will give it a little bit more of a natural city-like feel.
And you can always draw inspiration from your own city or city near you if that's what you like. So I'm going to try to add a little bit of Winnipeg into my picture, but
I love it.
We definitely, with the way Winnipeg has been turning into when it comes to crime, we definitely need our Batman.
Hear that, cosplayers? No. We're not promoting vigilantism on here officially. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And by the way, feel free to make the joke. I do look like Little Orphan Annie more than Bob Ross, and I am okay with that. I'm naturally fair-skinned and Irish, and so of course this wig is more auburn. So
Well,
it was bound to happen. I put it on, I laughed. I'm like,
I was trying very hard not to sing tomorrow.
I love you tomorrow. It's all right. I made the joke on Instagram and Facebook already. And I laughed very hard when I put on the wig. I was like, of course I don't look like Bob Ross. Of course I look like Little Orphan Annie. I've got freckles. I've got fair skin. This was bound to happen. This was going to happen. You just lean into it. There are no accidents, only happy red curls, I guess. And I cheated and printed out my bat symbol.
Oh, okay.
Because I knew we were going to be pressed for time. Bat symbols are not the hardest thing to draw, but if you print out your bat symbol, that is okay. If your bat symbol is not perfect, remember this is something that is being cast into the sky. It's not going to look perfect. I just basically printed it out for expediency. The trick, of course, if you're cutting out a bat symbol template, is that you want to fold whatever you're cutting it out of in half. All right. So we have our template, which of course is not quite wide enough for my canvas, which is fine.
I'm just hand drawing. What you guys are hearing is that scratchiness is me hand drawing my cityscape.
Perfect. Right. And then if you are drawing one in the daytime, this is going to be a little harder since it's nighttime, but it's sometimes nice to layer the buildings. But since it's a shadow, the layering's not really going to show up that well. So for this last little bit, I am doing a little more hand drawing. All right, so now we have our building. So now let's get our symbol in the air. And anybody who is painting along with this, please send me a picture of your painting. I really want to see how they turn out.
Absolutely.
Now, like I said, if you're more of a Marvel fan, you could do like Human Torch drawing a flaming gore in the sky. If you're a Superman fan, you could do Superman flying through the sky with turn one of these buildings into the Daily Planet. There's so many things you could do. If you feel comfortable drawing superheroes, like you could put pretty much any of Marvel's flying superheroes in the sky. Put a Jean Grey Phoenix over the sky. A lot you could do with this. So when I'm painting, I usually try to start with my lighter colors, just because painting a darker color over a lighter color, they usually disappear. Whereas if I mess up with the lighter color, the darker color will hide it. So we're going to do our backlight. So just do an oval encompassing this bat symbol. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect because it's a light in the sky, so it's going to get a little distorted as it hits clouds.
So how we came up with having a paint night is Kelly was asking what should we do for one of our panels. We needed to fill some spots, and it's like, well, I've been sitting on this idea of doing a dollar store paint night. And I brought it up to a couple of my friends as an idea, and they just kind of sat on the idea. Brought it up to Kelly, and she goes, I love it. Let's do it.
Quite honestly, I've been looking forward to this all weekend because painting is really calming to me. So I'm like, this is my de-stress time. You know, I've never done it in front of an audience, so this is a little strange, but whatever.
And
it'll be fun. So
literally, you can get like if you're not a painter and you're just learning stuff, the dollar store has pretty much everything you need.
Yeah, well, and so this is a set of 12. I got this from Michael's for I think $6.
Okay.
Now you have to look. Michael's also has higher end paints, and you can also go to Walmart. Like, you can get less expensive paints, and there's nothing wrong, especially when you're starting out and just playing around. There's nothing wrong with less expensive paints, especially when you're talking acrylics. Like, less expensive paints paint just as well. The big thing you'll find as you get more into it is just coverage. So, like,
yeah. And I mean, like, I bought an already printed canvas a while back to test myself on painting, and it was fun. Like, I enjoyed it doing it, but definitely it was definitely missing something. Like, the flowers that I painted did have the detail that it needed, so I kind of improvised on it. I bought this paint set from Walmart a couple months back.
Is that the one you're using tonight?
Yeah.
Nice. And so right now I'm just trying to get my night sky to be a color that I like. And I'm picky with my night sky colors because, of course, we're going to have the buildings are going to be a pretty black with, I'm going to highlight them with gray so they have some definition. And the night sky can't be black too. It just can't. So a little picky about. So I'm combining blue and black and purple until I just get a color that I'm happy with. But since this is comic art, it's totally okay if it's a little more stylized. So it's okay if it's a brighter blue, which I think I'm going to end up going with. And these being slightly less expensive paints, they do need to be shaken up. Biggest problem I'll have with the less expensive paints is just that I need more layers sometimes to get a nice clean color.
Yeah. I sometimes will add a little bit of water to mine for it to look a little less chunky, I guess.
Yeah, they get more
I-
less of the brush stroke.
You will not see the pretentious wording that most artists will use that know how to do this stuff here.
That's not happening. I mean, we're painting Gotham City, and I'm wearing a Little Orphan Annie wig, so I don't think we're pretentious here. All good. I think this is the color I'm going to go with, so I also have my water here. I'm going to first get around all my buildings, so I'm using a sharper paintbrush just to get my details. And then I'll get my bigger brush wet to spread over a larger spot.
I will be right back.
Sounds good. And during this slightly boring part, I am going to talk about color theory because there's not a lot I can talk about my painting that I'm doing. Welcome back, Willow. Oh, welcome back, Willow. I was just going to talk about color theory and tell people more. Well, color theory in terms of comic books. And my dad's taking a picture of me because I'm painting over my dad's. Hi, Dad. And so I'm going to tell people more than they need to know about the way old comics coded characters because I find this fascinating. So old comics had less access to printing colors, as we know. And so they had to, I mean, any visual art communicates a lot with color. Yeah. Like anyone who thinks they doesn't understand color theory. But so old comics, because they had such a limited color palette, they really color coded their characters. So good characters were primary colors, some combination of primary colors, and evil characters were some combination of green, purple, and orange. Specifically, a lot of evil characters were green and purple. Mm-hmm. So I just find it interesting that people are like, oh, there sure are a lot of characters who wear purple who are evil. And I'm like, that's on purpose. That's on purpose. That's color coding these characters. So now, obviously, that's changed a bit. And like they branched out more. But it's very interesting when you look at the old comics and just how they color coded those characters. I don't know. I love that stuff. Now I can start spreading a little more liberally. And once I get done spreading this and let it dry a little bit, I'm going to put clouds in the sky. I don't like my skies to be all one color. That's really boring to me visually. So it also is fine that you can kind of see a little bit of the colors I've mixed in here. It's not a completely smooth. Nothing wrong with that. If you look at the night sky, especially shortly after sunset, it's not all one color.
No, it is not.
Get my medium paintbrush out again around here.
So Kelly, when did you start painting?
Oh boy. I've been painting for as long as I can remember. Art's just always been kind of one of my things that I've loved. And in school for a while there, I thought I wanted to be a graphic designer. So that means taking a lot of fine art classes. So that's where I learned a lot of the color theory, not specifically the comic book thing, but you learn a lot of like things about the color wheel, things about specifically how to use color to communicate emotions. And it definitely one of my first loves, even before writing, which is saying something. What about you? This is a new hobby for you, right?
This is definitely a new hobby. Like throughout the pandemic, I tried to do little things. Like I tried to learn how to knit and crochet, and I don't have the dexterity for it. Like I don't have the coordination at all.
That's a lot.
So I mean, I'll probably try to go back to it, but you know, I should really finish up some of the costumes that I've started. But
let's mention unfinished costume. No, we can.
I you know what? I got I got so many ideas on the go, but I want to clean my house first. I also want to move into my new move my computer into my office and make that my thing. But I don't know, it's just now with the painting thing, I'm just like, you know what, this is a great way to relax after work. If I have a frustrating day, I can just sit down with a dollar store canvas and just start painting something.
Isn't it so nice? Like, I stopped doing it for years though. When I got out of school, I just stopped doing it. Whether I didn't have the space, part of it was that I was being such a perfectionist. So when I started doing it again, I let go of that because one of the things was I thought I had to be a realistic. I had to paint things like they looked, and it's okay for paintings to be like, there's a whole impressionist movement. And I'm not going to compare myself to the great impressionists, but if they can just paint their impressions of things, I think I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
And then once I let go of that perfectionism, then it's become cathartic again. And it's one of my favorite ways to unwind when I have time, which is a joke. What's time?
Do you paint with your children at all?
Yes, my daughter loves to paint. So there have been times when I've sat down and painted, and then she'll like paint on the painting with me, which is really cute. My son likes painting sometimes too.
Okay.
So yeah, my kids are very creative.
Oh, neat.
So my son's biggest love is software programming.
Huh.
Yeah, he's really smart. He discovered MIT has like a website geared for kids. And he discovered that, so he's 10. He discovered that like 4 years ago and just started playing around on there. So like it's kid friendly, but yeah, that's what he does a lot of times for fun is he just programs himself stuff. He'll spend tons of time on there programming stuff. And just because he wrote the code to make the cat dance or whatever. It's wild.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
And how old are your children again?
10, and then my daughter is turning 12 next week.
Wow.
Yeah.
Having a big birthday party?
We haven't planned one yet, and the pandemic's getting worse again here, so probably not a big one, but we'll have a small family thing.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with small birthdays.
Yeah, but my daughter loves parties, so we're going to do...
Well, you guys can plan a big gathering once all this mess is over.
Yeah. Hopefully soon. We keep hoping.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, my bat symbol's bleeding a little, which again is okay because it's in the clouds. All right. So now I'm going to start my buildings. I'm going to go with the black base, and then I can just kind of give them gray outlines. So I'm going to use this like medium-sized pointy brush because I can do details with this, but it'll also cover a little more area. There we go. I'm going to need way more black. How's yours going, Willow?
It's going. I know I have paintbrushes around here. I just wasn't sure where exactly I put them. So I'm using whatever ones I have in my kit.
Am I going at an okay pace or am I going too fast?
Oh, no, you're fine.
Okay.
I'm just having fun.
That's the important thing. I'm trying to go fast enough to finish at least most of this. So originally, this painting was going to be our surprise prize. And then Camille so generously offered to donate her Smallville magazines, which will be signed. So those are going to be our surprise prize, which I have no complaints about. That was really sweet of her. But if you all still want to win this painting when I'm done, donate and tell us. We could always sweeten the surprise pot. Send us an email. Tell us you specifically want to win my painting, or that you specifically want to win Camille's Smallville magazines. They look really neat. She sent us some pictures.
That is awesome.
So sweet of her. All our guests have been like really nice this weekend, both backstage and on stage.
That's the great thing. Like being able to sit in and listen to some of the conversations that have been happening the last couple days, and learning so much from them too. And you know, it's funny how we say that we're geeking out over them, and they often say that they're geeking out over us because they see our costumes and they're excited to see us dress up as their characters.
I have to say, getting Noah's seal of approval on Krayley's and my Eve and Cassandra from the librarians' costumes.
Nice.
That was pretty amazing. He was very sweet. Very sweet. That was amazing. And oh gosh, hearing Stacy tell stories about Valerie's life. She has lived a life. And she sounds like just this amazing woman with this amazing spirit and kind heart. And if y'all haven't donated yet, you should.
Please do.
Because Valerie is beloved by just about everyone who's worked with her. That's why so many of these wonderful celebrities showed up. And her body of work means so much to so many of us. She's more than just Miss Tessmacher, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And if you were just tuning in, we are doing Bob Ross Painting Hour and learning how to paint the Gotham City skyline. And our skyline is starting to take shape here, so that's exciting. I feel like this is also kind of a speed painting. How long are Bob Ross's videos? His shows?
I love his stuff. Like it's kind of sad that we're learning to appreciate his stuff now that he has passed.
Yes.
And he was doing his stuff for like, how long was he on TV for? Like 30 years?
Fun Bob Ross fact, his hair was naturally straight.
Huh.
He permed it. I don't remember why, for some reason. And then it became his iconic look, and like he had to just keep perming it for the rest of his life.
Oh, that poor man.
I know.
Like, I have natural curly hair. I couldn't imagine
No.
curling it every day just for that.
Perms are not a fun thing to do. They are not.
My grandma was obsessed, and okay, like in the 90s, late 80s, early 90s, perms were just the fashion craze that everybody everybody needed a perm. And my grandma, for some reason, took me and my sisters to get permed.
Even though you had curly hair.
And my sister Shannon has red hair just like you. And little orphan Annie.
Yep. Well, that's what my hair was more red when I was younger, and that's literally what I looked like. Because it was red, it was curly.
And like I remember hearing that Shannon did not like her perm. Well, rightfully so. But I think she went to a hair salon and asked them to straighten it right away because she was not happy.
And that does a number on your hair. Like, your hair is not meant to take that abuse, people. I'm so glad that we got away from the 90s and all the unnatural trends of the 90s.
Well, although it's still hard to find a hair salon or hairstylist that actually knows about curly hair, that is willing to style my hair as curly and cut it as for the curls.
I agree.
And they're like, oh, it looks fantastic straight. Well, good, but I'm gonna have the triangle effect when my hair, whenever I wash my hair and the curls start coming out.
Yep.
So I mean, I like my hair short. It's easier to manage. But I know, like, guys are like, oh no, but women with long hair it's sexy, and it's like, you guys have any idea what it's like to be a girl living in a warmer climate who has curly hair?
Right. All right, so now I'm adding a little bit of decoration to my building tops. And yeah, my hand-eye coordination is not the greatest, especially after a long weekend. So these are not going to be beautiful. They're not going to be the best, but that's okay. We're having fun. Let's see what else we have. Oh, still on a flag. This may be a painting that I end up messing with even after this broadcast, because some people on this broadcast are perfectionists.
I'm trying very hard not to be, and I'm trying very hard to be forgiving that, I'm not gonna have like this fantastically awesome painting at the end, especially when we're doing something so quick. But the great thing is we can go back and work on it afterwards.
Yeah, and sometimes you have to let the paint dry and see what it looks like, and then go back and add layers, and
Yeah.
I usually do let the paint dry and then add more detail, and also giving myself that kind of distance. Because also sometimes when you just step back, the painting looks better.
Yeah.
The whole thing. I find that is true with my costumes too. You're so close to a work, you just cannot appreciate it until you step back and see it for what it really looks like, and see the whole picture and see it through new eyes.
Yeah. I think we got to be a little bit more forgiving on ourselves, but
Agreed.
sometimes I can understand, like, our minds are built to be like, okay, we're going to learn something, and we don't give ourselves the credit that we're still learning how to do something. We want to be perfect the first time, and yeah.
And definitely do not compare yourself to someone who's been doing this for years. Don't do that. That way lies madness.
Yeah, no, like I'm definitely not anywhere near Kelly's talent.
And there are people who are way more talented than me because they didn't give up doing this for like decades, or a decade. Okay, so right now I'm adding a little bit of purple just because my buildings are looking a little colorless, which yes, they are silhouettes, but I want them to have a little pop of color. So just a little bit of purple mixed with gray. That's maybe a little too much. And then just kind of dab the brush. Just gives it a little definition. And I'm kind of liking how my sky is turning out, but I'm going to give it another, now that it's had time to dry, I'm going to give it another layer of blue. And I'm going to paint in a circular motion because I'm going to add clouds after it dries a second time. Because you know what? Gotham City doesn't have good weather.
No,
it's
no,
cloudy.
they don't.
Cloudy. So we'll get this lovely cloudy effect. This is actually my favorite way to do skies anyways. It just gives it this nice sense of motion to the painting. It also, then it doesn't look like brush strokes so much as it looks like it's on purpose, which it is. And it very pleasing to the eye, in my opinion.
We appreciate your comments, guys. I'm looking at it. I'm sorry we're not putting you guys up on the screen.
We do appreciate you. Our hands are a little busy right now, but we love you all.
Ryan, Kristen, wow, Keisha, we appreciate you guys. Thank you very much for your guys's comments. And Ryan, I appreciate your knowledge. And Keisha, I can't wait to do another, I honestly cannot wait for our next episode of Cryptic Crunch.
What is the next episode about?
We're talking about aliens.
Yes.
So.
And when is the next episode? Let's plug it.
Yeah, well, okay. So I realized that next weekend is technically our After Dark episode.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the next episode of Cryptic Crunch will be the 6th, February 6th.
Nice. All right, so right now I am just giving a little bit more of a white glow to this, which I probably should have waited for my blue to dry. It's kind of mixing in. That's fine. Because white, at least if you have a okay white, it'll it'll pop over darker colors. Most light colors won't, but white will pop. So I'm going to give this a few minutes to dry.
Right.
And actually, looking at the screen, you can kind of see how my buildings have a little bit of definition because I added.
And it looks great. Like, I mean, like there's.
You're looking good
lines
too.
up.
I love it. I love it. Aw.
I added the bridge that.
Thank you, Keisha.
The
and
cool
Kristen's Joy painting was on from 1983 to 1994. Thank you, Kristen.
Oh, I thought it was longer than that.
I think he had another show before that. If I
That
remember
makes sense,
correctly. Thank you, Ryan. Aw, thanks, Lacey. I'm gonna give a little bit more. Wait, which side is it that needs a little bit more? This side. Yeah, waiting for the paint to dry is not my strong suit, even speed painting. So while I do this, I can do the little bit of brushing. Okay, so I had too much on my brush here, but that's okay because if you get too much on your brush when you're doing the clouds, then you can just get the darker color and go over it and just kind of blend it in. And get your happy little clouds over Gotham City. Ooh, I'm liking this brush. It's splaying out quite nicely when I'm applying a little bit of pressure, and that's giving like a nice, just cloudy look. I don't know what type of clouds because it's been a long time since I've taken classes on the weather. I can't. What is the ology for weather? I don't know. I need to catch up on my ologies, I'm sure. Okay.
Oh, hi, Rusty. What's up?
Okay, so that is dry. That's good. All right, so now that my buildings are mostly dry, I can do windows. Because I'm sure you're thinking those buildings look a little wrong. And again, these don't have to be perfect. Just
no, they do not.
Dot, 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 dot. I mean, I would love for them to be perfect, let's be real, but that is not how I live my life. Anyone who knows me knows that. And what I did is I mixed some white with my yellow to help this pop a little more. I don't know. Oh, I'm covering it. But if you mix white with your yellow, that helps it to pop over the dark colors. Because otherwise the yellow will often just disappear, especially cheaper paint yellow is thinner.
Yeah.
but being light, it needs to have white mixed in anyway, so it's more like whites and names. I just swap out for this paintbrush has a pointed. Oh, I have a paintbrush over here. Just see me reaching. Yeah, I want a pointier tipped paintbrush. This one's a little smaller, a little sharper. Let's do that. Okay. Nice thing about me switching paintbrushes is that this one being smaller, I can make my windows different sizes. Also, make your windows in different patterns because if you look at the side of a building, there's not going to be windows everywhere. Sometimes they have big portions of walls that don't have windows. So I'm going to have a portion of wall on this building that just doesn't have windows. It's just going to look weird if it's too symmetrical, if that makes sense. Okay, and this one is going to go longer windows.
So what costume are you working on now?
I am almost done with Green Lantern version of Black Canary.
Ooh.
What else am I working on? I think that's the big one. What about you?
Nothing thus far, but I think I'm about ready to start working on my Elvira burlesque costume again.
Ooh.
I'm feeling braver than I was when I thought, hey, let's work with sequins. First time. So I think I have a way to tackle it. Yeah, so I kind of got angry with it and put it away.
Sometimes you need to do that. Oh, Carl. I changed out of my Robin cosplay. Wasn't that a good cosplay? You couldn't even tell it was me. I even changed my voice. Yeah, poor Doug. I completely forgot to even change the name. So just said, here you go. Here's my laptop. Have fun.
It was fun chatting with him, though.
He's such a good guy. He's my con son. We went to C2E2, and he and my friend Kayla he's young enough to be my son. Carl says it was a bit of a shock. Doug and my friend Kayla are technically both young enough to be my children. So we joked that I was their con mom, and I was bothering them about hydrating on the last day. And both of them were like, I was like, when was the last time you drank water? This morning when we left the hotel room.
Ooh.
I know. So Kayla, I got to drink a bottle of water, and then we met up with Doug at like 2 p.m. We're walking by a water cooler. And I'm like, do either of you need a drink? And Kayla's like, no, I'm good. I was like, okay, you're fine. I made you drink water like half an hour ago. You're fine. I'm like, Doug, when was the last time you drank water? this morning when we left the hotel. I'm like, all of a sudden,
Drink now.
my mom voice came out. I don't even know where it came from. I was like, Douglas, go drink some water now. Or no, it wasn't even that. I was like, Douglas, go hydrate now. And like people within several feet, like a 20-foot vicinity, were probably like, what? Dang, that lady's yelling at her kid good. Like, what is going on? Like by that point, my costume was off. I think I was maybe half dressed in my costume. I was wearing clothes, Carl. Sorry, but yeah.
Lacey wants to know what conventions are we planning on going to this year.
I am going to be a guest at CIL-Con in Illinois in September, which is a horror-themed con. It's a really small con. And I'm very excited because I love smaller cons, and I know one of my friends is helping to run it, and I'm so excited. And I'm hoping to do C2E2 again. Hopefully, one of the indie cons, maybe Indie PopCon. What about you, Willow?
Well, I know there was a gaming convention happening next weekend. So I don't know if Joe and I will go and check it out. We'll see what happens. So yeah, Game of Toba is happening. As far as I know, it's still happening. So we'll see what happens with the restrictions and our government.
Yeah.
Our big convention isn't until October. So I'm gonna probably be living vicariously through you guys and all your events for the year. So
we can send you lots of pictures and stories.
Yes.
We'll see how much I'll get.
If you guys end up going live. Oh, Keisha.
It was Keisha. That's right. It's almost time.
Oh, wow. Hey, Keisha. What's happening?
I love you guys for popping me up on the screen right as I'm blowing my nose.
Oh, that's okay. I caught Johnny picking his nose earlier.
Hey, at least I had a Kleenex of some sort.
All right. Well, I think this is basically done, aside from like some picking. I'll do it later.
Yeah. I will definitely be working on mine throughout the evening, but yeah, there's...
Okay, but I love the way they turned out.
Thank you. Willow, yours looks so good. Oh my gosh, you did amazing. Like, seriously, Willow, if I didn't know that you had just started, I would think you've been doing this for a while.
I used to be an avid hand painter as a kid. You could not take me away from the painting table.
Finger paint.
Yeah.
See, we could have done a finger painting one. Maybe that'll be next year.
Oh yeah, my husband would have enjoyed that.
Guys, I'm making a quick 3-second Keisha painting with my pen and my notebook paper. So that way I can enjoy the fun times.
I want to add that to the prizes. Okay,
you can gladly have that for the prizes. It's turning out great, by the way.
Love it.
Okay.
Oh,
Tyler's windows.
Lauren says, "C'est magnifique." C'est magnifique. That's right. I can pronounce things in French sometimes.
You could definitely tell that I art for a living. Look at how beautiful that is.
Best one. Best. That's really good for like a 3-second painting. That's amazing.
I feel like I should like I've been watching on and off because I wrote it in the private chat for Back of the Zero Box. But so like I've been in and out, and I'm like, dude, I really wanted to paint that. I even have like the things,
Well,
but I
you
didn't get
can
to it.
watch the or you can watch the rerun and paint along,
That is true.
and then take a picture and send it to me because I want to see.
You know what? I actually will. I'll do that later because I've got to paint. Painting is great.
Please do. Well, we have one last panel, so I am going to. Willow, are you going to stick around for the DC movies panel, or
do it?
You know what? Why not? Why not?
All
Because
right.
I don't
well,
know how long I'm going to be able to stay.
I understand. Okay. You've had a long day, Keisha, and I loved it. I'm here for all the Keisha and all the Willow. And I'm going to give our real quick spiel, and then I will bring Tyler on screen.
Okay.
All right. Hey, everyone. In case you don't know where you are, you got lost, you're watching the Multiverse Fundraiser, and here is a little video about our cause and how you can help. The Multiverse Fundraiser is a benefit for Oscar-nominated actress Valerie Perrine. Ms. Perrine is known for her roles in Superman, Slaughterhouse-5, Lenny, and so many more. We've teamed up with documentary director Stacey Souther to raise money for Valerie's medical expenses and other needs. Every donation and every post share gives you the chance to win super prizes. Go to the website listed for details. All right, let's bring our host on. Hey, Tyler.
Hey, everybody. Hey, Kelly. Hey, Willow. Hey,
Hey.
Keisha. Feels like I haven't seen you ladies
I
in a
haven't
long
seen you
time.
in a whole minute. I feel
I
like
know.
it.
What's up?
Not much, man. Not much.
I
I was
love
last
love
minute
this.
painting, so
That's awesome.
with a pen in my notebook.
Hey,
So
that's all that matters. Art is art. You know, it's all subjective, right? I mean, it's like you can't really compare like a Bruce Timm drawing of Batman to like Alex Ross Batman. Like you just gotta both like, oh, they're both Batman and they're good. You just gotta
they're
let
both
it go.
beautiful.
I like Kelly's painting right here.
Thank
I wish I could find
you.
it. I was trying to find the picture. I was taking me longer. My wife, when we had Solomon, what she did was in the corners of where the two walls met from the crease, one side was Gotham and had a skylight like that, like the city with the bat signal shining, and the other side was Metropolis, and she did like the silhouette of the Daily Planet and everything.
That's
And then
cool.
so like right above his crib, like one side was Metropolis and one side was Gotham. I gotta find that picture and I'll share it with you ladies. I was trying, but I was making this little video here. I got shared here at the bottom to pull up for us to use in our discussion because we're going to talk about DC films, and I made a little quick guided video for part of our discussion here today.
Excellent. Okay, real quick before you say that, we are at $395, y'all. Let's keep the donations coming. Our goal is $1,000. And remember, if you donate, email to phoenixescosplay@gmail.com so you can be entered to win our amazing prizes.
And I'm just going to say that if we need to keep this going, I'll talk forever. I mean, I'll just keep bringing people on. I'll grab stuff off my shelf and I'll just talk about the stuff on my shelf.
By all means, hey, if you, I love DC movies, and despite what Brian's is saying in the chat, I'm a huge fan of what DC has been doing so far with movies. I haven't been really paying much attention to the TV shows, so I apologize. That I'm a little out of touch with.
All I'm going to say is one thing people need to understand is DC is owned by Warner Brothers, and Warner Brothers makes the movies. It's not like Marvel Studios, where it started as Marvel as a company made their own movie studio that then was bought up with Disney, and Marvel Studios itself runs a separate branch. So there's a different method. DC properties are not like there's not like a DC Studios. They started that when they were going to do Titans, and then that kind of changed and fell apart. So there's not like a section that's just DC in a studio sense. There's people, but it's still under just the Warner Brothers, much like we're going to be getting the next Fantastic Beasts. There's not a Harry Potter like Wizarding World Studios department. So it gets clunky because you have people, and people know if they see me or talk to me, I am always the optimist. So I'm going to talk about the positives. We'll hit some negatives if we have to, but I'm not sure how. Like I did this yesterday with John. I was able to get this video shared. I don't know if one of you have to approve it to get this popped up on the screen.
Yeah. Did you send it to me?
It's right here in the.
It's a share your
bottom.
screen. I can bring it up.
Excellent. Thank you.
We did this yesterday with our Richard Donner discussion. Okay. Woo. Yes. So DC films is my quick little thrown together. I tried to hit all the highlights as much as I could, but we're going to look at like just a quick history, and then we'll get to what's going on. These two are probably the first, without going into like the serials that played, and the Fleischer cartoons, like these two represent the first theatrically released DC films. And we're going to see some patterns here. Okay. We have Superman the Mole Man, and then the 1966 Batman movie with Adam West.
God, can we talk about how amazing their outfits are?
Yes. And skin tight. That's how we like them.
Yeah.
And then we have the next from 78 to 87. Yeah. We have Superman films. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're going to see some, like I said, we're seeing some patterns here. And then this is a nice collage that just kind of touches on the next big thing is in 89, we got Batman, 92, 95, 97. And then, of course, we see how Batman films have continued in 2005, 2008, and then 2012. And then we'll get back to that one. So we're seeing that DC basically was really focused on two characters with their film projects. And then this is the era I call the lost era, because I feel like these films are so disjointed.
Yeah.
We have Superman Returns, which was supposed to be, the reboot comeback of Superman, but then it was a one-off. It's a very interesting one-off of a film. Green Lantern was supposed to be the start of the DC's connected universe, but then that kind of got scrapped and pushed aside, and it became a one-off. Jonah Hex, the one-off. Catwoman, why did they ever make this movie? I don't know. Steel, also released in 97. It's a very odd film because Steel's origin is so closely tied to the death of Superman, but yet Superman is not mentioned. One film poster that I didn't get in time to make this because I was working on it before the panel was, of course, in the 80s was Supergirl, the film as well. And that was going to connect into the Christopher Reeve era. So that's kind of our history. And then this is what I call the modern era. This is what's been released and's already come up to now. So anything that we've I kind of went through it quickly, just kind of the history.
No, I appreciate you doing this, by the way, like that.
Super extra, but it's fantastic.
No, I love that though, because it gives us a visual. It gives us a visual on what we're talking about. And you are definitely ready to talk about this. And I thank you very much for doing the legwork on that.
I just, this week, right now we're having a snowstorm. So I'm just waiting to get a message from the kids' school that there's no school again this week.
I feel your pain. Like where I live in Winnipeg, Manitoba, we're in the middle of almost a week-long snowstorm with some breaks in between.
So I'm just like, it's been crazy this past week. I would have had this done, but what is some of your experiences with the films up to the modern era? What's anything? Okay.
Tyler did his homework. Tyler understood the assignment.
I did.
Keisha,
so let's talk about any films that we did up to here. What's kind of your any experiences with those past films? Anybody?
Okay.
Okay,
Oh,
who's
sorry.
going
Keisha,
first?
do you want to
Go,
go first?
Pelly, go for it.
Okay. I will defend Batman Forever to anyone. Fight me. At me,
Okay.
bro. Come at me, bro. Okay. Well, first of all, Batman 89, the Christopher Reeve Superman movies, some of them anyways, are everyone, like no one's gonna fight about those. those are wonderful films. And those are the start of like a renaissance for comic book movies in a lot of ways. But okay, so Batman Forever is underrated and unfairly hated. I'm a poet and don't know it. And it's everything I love in a comic book movie. And I know I'm looking at it through the eyes of nostalgia, but it's a fun comic book movie, okay? And it's a fun Batman movie. Come at me,
I'm
bros.
I'm there with you. I'm there with you because
Huh.
I had a really bad experience with Batman Returns. I talked about this before. Went to the theater. My mom hated it. She wanted to take me and my brother out of the theater. She hated that movie. We weren't allowed to watch that movie when it came out. It was just a really negative experience. So when Batman Forever came out, there was a little bit more hope, you know, and going to see it. And at the time, you know, my brother and I were both a little bit older, so we're that perfect age to really dial into that movie. And you had the McDonald's tie-ins, which was nice, and it was just it was an enjoyable time. And then with Batman and Robin was an even more fun time because the tie-ins exploded. You know, the film was rushed. It has its problems. It was the creative forces lost all power. It was all studio and toy companies. But you know, you had cereal boxes, Taco Bell, the toys were everywhere. And it was, you know, my brother and I were a little bit older then, and it was nice because now we could play Batman and Robin and not fight over who was Batman or anything like that. And, you know, the thing about like now with Batman and Robin and Batman Forever is those are the films I can easily show my kids so that they get to see a live action Batman that's entertaining. It's bright, it's colorful. There's a, you know, stuff going on because they can't really sit down and watch like Batman Begins or The Dark Knight.
Yeah.
They get bored. Like it's like, oh, what's going on? Where's Batman? But you know, so I defend those movies now because they're great in the sense that those are the ones you can show kids that build up into the fandom of you know the Nolan films and so on. You know, but of course, I saw Batman Returns Forever and Batman and Robin in theaters. I was just a wee too young to go see Batman 89 in theaters, but I remember the VHS commercials. You know, the got to get your Warner Brothers ball cap to watch a Warner Brothers movie.
Yeah.
So, you know, and then I saw Steel in theaters, people. I saw Steel in theaters because I would
And
go
we're
see
not
any comic
alone.
book movie.
With the Batman Forever love. Kristen saw Batman Forever twice in the theaters. Ryan also liked Batman Forever.
Okay, so there is some love for that. Okay. I know the hatred began with Batman and Robin. Yes, that movie was kind of cheesy, but I did kind of like it in a way too. I'm not a huge fan of Uma Thurman's version of Poison Ivy, but you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Can we talk about the fact that he put on like a 50-pound suit right after he had a heart attack?
Yeah, poor Arnold.
Yeah.
Like,
well, you know what's also, do you guys realize that Chris O'Donnell never shot one scene with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
No, really?
He's gone on the record because they were shooting so fast that because of how they were shooting so fast that a lot of times it was just his stunt double in suit that Chris was reading off of or being with because they were just, and he's talked about it
interesting
in interviews and stuff. And yeah, I mean, you think about it, you're like, holy cow.
That's wild.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone has the Batman Blu-ray set, not the 4K, like the Blu-ray they put out a few years back, it has a great Batman documentary. It's one part of the documentary is on each one of the different film discs. It's a great watch.
Okay.
Okay, so I have to back you up for a second because you said something about Catwoman.
She's gonna defend the Catwoman. I think
Do
she
it.
is.
Okay,
Hey, it's cool.
So it came at a time in my life, okay, where I aspired to be Catwoman. Okay, like right after
Raw
it came
people,
out, like that's what
skin tight clothes,
everybody
got it.
wanted. That's what everybody wanted to be for like Halloween. I remember like vividly, like walking past all of these people dressed up in a tight black suit with the ears and everything, and like I don't know, it just kind of engraved it into my brain, and I don't know why. Okay, so explain to me why you don't like it, and I'll explain to you why I like it.
You're fine. I mean, I will not judge anyone for liking what they like. And my thing was, the thing is, I remember watching the trailer, and I wanted to find the trailer and kind of put the narration is basically the plot of The Crow, but with cats. Like, because it talks about like your soul dying and a cat bringing you back, and I'm like, that's The Crow. Like, and
first of all, I'm okay with that too.
The problem is, like, it's Catwoman. It's like DC's Catwoman, but it's not any Catwoman we've ever known by name. The character's brand new. The whole premise is different. It's a supernatural-esque Catwoman. And I am going to say this. Jania and I are about to revisit this movie for our Patreon podcast, where we're going to commentate and watch it. It's $1 a month for our Patreon. I'm not, out there trying to take people's money, but we do a lot of fun, and our commentaries are enjoyable because you never know what's going to happen. It's one I've seen only, I think, one time, but it was so departed from the character in so many aspects, from the character name, the secondary characters, the world, and even the costume, that it just felt like this complete disjointed, out in left field. Like, it's only Catwoman because they call it Catwoman.
See, though, that's
but go
the
ahead,
thing
go ahead.
that I loved about it is it was Catwoman. So I say I hate cats now. So I used to be in a club called THTK. Don't ask. Long story. It was called Think Happy Thoughts Cats. If you guys want to know what my childhood was like, and so like when I was in that club, is about the time that the movie came out. I think 2004.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Four-ish?
Yeah.
Okay, so as as I'm in this super awesome cat club, this movie about a super cat comes out, and I'm like, that's my jam. By the way, I hate cats now. They're the bane of my existence. I have 3 of them. Oh dear Lord. But so that was what drew me to it. I know it's a super simple reason.
That's fair.
But again, nostalgic reasons are valid, right?
Hey.
I guess.
Right. I mean, I like Superman 4 better than Superman 3.
Oh,
and
okay.
I have my reasons.
Yeah.
One is I saw it a lot more growing up. It's a shorter movie. It has some cool parts to it. 3 has some cool parts, but it feels very long and disjointed.
The thing with number 3 is, are we not supposed to be talking about number 3? Is that didn't fandom retcon number 3 and say that it doesn't exist?
I want to make a chart, because to me, Superman the movie has the problem as other franchises, because you have version 1 where it's Superman the movie, Superman 2, Superman 3, Superman 4. Then you have version 2, it's Superman the movie, Superman 2, the Richard Donner cut. Then you have version 3 where it's Superman the movie, Superman 2, Superman Returns. It's like, follow where you want to go, because you have these 3 different timelines almost.
Being a comic and superhero fan, though, is you can cherry pick your canon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing is, like, And then there's, of course, Superman the movie, Superman 2, the Richard Donner cut, and then Superman Redeemed. And if you're like, what's that? Superman Redeemed is a fantastically made, high quality, beautifully done fan edit that takes elements from Superman 2, the Richard Lester cut, Superman 3, and Superman 4, and makes one film out of them. And there's a great episode I was on the podcast Digging for Kryptonite where Anthony and I really broke that down and talked about that. It's an amazing watch. So there's a version that way, where you have Superman the movie. The Richard Donner cut would be the sequel to that, and then Redeemed is the sequel to the Richard Donner cut.
Okay.
It's very, very interesting because Superman Returns holds a special place in my heart because when it came out, first of all, it was the first Superman film that I got to see in theaters. Also, it was just the perfect time. I needed that film in my life at the time. A lot of changes going on, and I just really needed that, like the message and of what that film was. And but I love that movie, but it has its flaws, and we're talking about films. So let me back a second here. Growing up, I had Batman with Adam West like at home because that was like the only thing you could find. And then Batman 89 because you couldn't find the TV show to own. I don't even know if they put TV shows back then, but and then it was on
not like
reruns
today where they're releasing
yeah.
it on DVD and
every
Blu-rays.
platform known to me.
Yeah.
Honestly.
So, yeah, I enjoyed Batman with Adam West. I enjoyed it as a kid. But like they was saying, when Batman Forever came out, that's what, from a live action point of view, that's where I was like, yes, like this is awesome because I had Batman and I had Robin, so my brother would be quiet. And then I said this, this is something. What boggles my mind is you're making two movies that are filming about the same time. You're Warner Brothers, okay? In 2005, you released Batman Begins, a complete reboot, dark, gritty, down-to-earth, serious Batman film. The next year, you release Superman Returns, which is a sequel, going back to your 70s brand.
Yeah.
I'm just like, there's some... What? Like, you think if you were rebooting one, you would kind of take a similar approach to the other, but you don't. And I mean, there's a whole history about where Superman was and all the reboots and stuff that came before and that whole mess. But it always kind of boggled my mind how that got so mixed up. And then, I mentioned this quickly did you guys know that originally in Green Lantern, they approached the filmmakers that wanted Henry Cavill to cameo at the end as Superman, and the Ring would kind of not at the end, the Ring would try to would go past him, but realize he's Kryptonian and then move on. But they didn't want to connect their Superman project to the Green Lantern film.
Ooh. Yeah, no, I didn't know.
I did not know that.
And I've often said that if Green Lantern would have come out in 2007, it would have been a hit.
Oh, absolutely.
It would have blown up. It would have been this mega comic book film that we look back more with like a better view.
So I think they should definitely So
absolutely.
I think that would definitely be how that played out though. Because I know people that were obsessed with Green Lantern in general. Like, I've got a hoodie of it upstairs. I should have worn it. I probably should have.
I will defend that movie myself because I know a lot of people are going to be shocked because.
But I know
Green
a lot of
Lantern.
people that also made fun of it.
My issue was one. It has a great line in the film that I use all the time. When my kids say I'm thirsty, I'd be like, "There's water in the tap," and I just walk away. My thing was my best friend Devin. We saw the trailer together. He loves Green Lantern. He's a huge Hal Jordan fan. Like that's his Green Lantern. And I said to him at the time, okay, now this is in the past here. I was like, Ryan Reynolds is not Green Lantern to me. I was like, you know who they should have had was Chris Pine. You know, of course, Star Trek had just happened. So I'm like, dude, Chris Pine would have been an amazing Hal Jordan. And he's like, yeah, you're right. And, you know, we saw the film and it was like, the film suffered from one, that they didn't do Hal Jordan. They did Hal, but we amalgamized certain elements of other Green Lanterns, like Kyle Rayner, into this character. So it's not really like purely the character of Hal. And there was things in it that just didn't quite gel. And, you know, we were at that time, the MCU had really
we're losing
started.
Tyler.
But there was so many great
What?
actors in that film that I feel like a lot of the stuff that are being picked apart by us nerds, by us fanboys, can be forgiven because it's a movie that is introducing new people to the fandom. And so Michael Clark Duncan, you know, I'm having a giant brain fart on who plays Sinestro. But
Mark Strong Sinestro is amazing. He is a highlight of that film. Kilowog is a highlight. And you know, one thing I had with that film was, I think if you would have re-edited it somewhat, it would have worked, because if you think you do this kind of interesting prologue and you're introduced directly in the movie to weird alien creatures, I think if they would have immediately started kind of with this, they should have opened with the death of Hal Jordan's dad. And then, like, when the plane explodes is when Hal Jordan wakes up, and then it's, you know, Ryan Reynolds and he jumps out of bed. And that should have been that's where we should have started the film. We should have got in with Hal, and then after he crashes his plane, we should have cut to space and then got introduced to the conflict with the aliens. You know, and I don't hate the movie. I just, you know, like I said, it's kind of, in my mind, it exists on the same earth as Superman Returns. So they're out together fighting evil as the forgotten films. But that's kind of, you know, crash course of just.
They did a fantastic job on a lot of the CGI. Okay, minus the, like, yes, they could have done the mask better, and some of the.
Okay, so Brian, here's the scoop on that. Sorry to cut in, but so they were developing a buddy cop film with Jon Stewart and Hal Jordan. The latest is that HBO Max is doing a Green Lantern series that is going to be the Green Lanterns of different eras. So they're going to have Alan Scott's going to be the Green Lantern of like a past era. Kyle Rayner is going to be the Green Lantern of current era. I'm actually really excited about this.
And Guy Gardner.
And Guy Gardner, thank you. Yep. So they're gonna follow those Green Lanterns that haven't gotten as much attention even in like animated series, and so I think John and Hal are still kind of being saved for a potential movie, but sounds like so. Let's talk about the future.
A mess.
Yeah, I guess let's not jump ahead to the future of DC yet. But my big complaint with DC is that they are too scared to take chances on unknown characters.
Well,
because they think
hold that thought, because we're seeing a shift, and we're going to get there. Because the big thing that I wanted to touch on is how we've only had Superman, Batman, Superman, Batman, Superman, Batman.
Yeah.
Okay. And that still applies now. So now we're at what I call the modern era, where we're cracking open with Man of Steel. You know, we ended 2012 with the close of the Christopher Nolan Batman. So we're, you know, and originally December of 2012 was supposed to be the release of Man of Steel, but they pushed it to summer of 2013. 2013, we get Man of Steel, which, and I've said this repeatedly, Man of Steel was never designed to launch a universe. The only connective tissue that's in there is like two things for Bruce Wayne, which is done in post. It was, it's a symbol on a satellite and in a background in the city. That was all done in post. That was never designed to build a universe, because if you think about it, if you look back at that film and in your mind, like, I'm going to build a whole universe around here, you would have introduced more characters. Colonel Hardy should have been like a Hank Henshaw or something. Like that would have been like Christopher. Yep, I'm screwing up his last name. I don't even want to say it. But him as Colonel Hardy is amazing. Could you imagine him as a Hank Henshaw type character where we would see him come back or something like that? So we have Man of Steel come out, which is kind of the Superman response to Batman Begins.
And I absolutely enjoyed Man of Steel.
Yeah, me too.
Like, I'm sorry, guys. Yes,
there's no apologies needed. You like what you like, okay?
Like, people are like, "Oh, Superman isn't supposed to kill anybody." What would you do in that situation where the guy's literally destroying your hometown, has killed how many people?
Put him in a headlock.
I'm sorry, you
take him out back.
You would stop him at all costs.
I'm of two minds about that. One, yes, I agree. And Superman has killed in the comics. People forget that. But two, the writers choose which situations to put a character in. So the writers made a choice to put him in that. And don't get me wrong, I really liked Man of Steel too, but I think that it was maybe a poor choice for the writers to put him in that situation where he had no other choice. But I still enjoyed Man of Steel a lot, and like Amy Adams as Lois Lane, I loved so much. Mm-hmm. And I loved a lot about Man of Steel, but that particularly the writers writing him into that corner so early, I feel like
yeah, they could have done more with the Zod character. They could have introduced, like they could have made that the main bad guy for the sequel. There's a lot of stuff that they could have done. But Man of Steel was a fantastic movie. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. No, I don't say. Let's not forget that in Superman 2, he turns human, crushes Zod's hand, and throws him in a canyon.
Yep.
So he kills Zod. And for anyone who wants to argue
killing
with me
everywhere
about how there's a deleted scene where the Kryptonian criminals were arrested, not having powers, that's in a cut. And we talked about how there's like different narrations to this. It's not in the theatrical release. It's not in the mass sold version. In all reality, he killed Zod. It was in a fun, crafty kind of way that people, overlook. His identity being an open secret, but I grew to love it through the, I agree. I liked the fact with Man of Steel 1, there was no kryptonite yet. It entered a different dynamic to the character and the situation. 2, I liked trying something different with Lois, where she's getting to love and like Clark, seeing him for all of who he is. And she knows from the beginning. It was a different approach. We had to try something different because we haven't hit on it, but Superman has had a long history on television, and it's always been funny to me that Batman is this detective, and you would think detective stories would work on TV.
Yep.
But Batman really has not had that many TV series. He's had 2 and then spin-off types. But you would think Superman on the big screen, Batman on the small screen. But it's kind of worked in the reverse.
Mm-hmm.
All that said, I do like Man of Steel. It's not perfect. I don't think there is a perfect Superman movie. I love Superman the movie. There's parts in it where I'm like, okay. But the thing is, I read enough of the different comics to understand where they're pulling from, and I can see where a filmmaker wants to do certain things with the character, like, part of the whole killing Zod was supposed to be an arc of his journey, building to more of like him trying to find a way to not have to kill again and stuff. But that gets kind of lost. And so the next, film is BVS, Batman vs Superman: Dawn of Justice, which is a ridiculously long title for no reason.
I do not like the whole Batman v Superman title. I don't know. That has always bugged me about it. Like, why would you name your movie Batman v Superman? So I always refer to it as Batman versus Superman, but just
I agree.
Well, like the V was supposed to represent like the idea of like conflict and not like versus. Like in a court case, it's like V. I just never liked the title, period, because the conflict between the two of them fighting is like it's people who got hooked on in the 80s and got stuck with comics and the Frank Miller in the 80s.
I know.
And I'm not a huge Dark Knight Returns fan. I don't like, and even in that book, you have Superman and Batman fighting after a history together. I think the Superman the Animated Series, World Finest, does a better job of introducing these characters, showing some sort of a conflict between two people with different ideas, but then working together. I would have liked in Dawn of Justice that the midpoint of the film be that Superman and Batman fight and come to their terms with each other. And then the back half is them working together. Instead of it like they fight, then oh crap, and immediately they have to jump into the next situation.
Yeah.
So that's actually what my wallet has on it. Is on one side of my wallet it's Superman, on the other side it's Batman, and it's Superman versus Batman.
That's awesome. I mean,
it is. It's one of those destructible ones that I found out how to destruct. But yes. So okay, so Tyler, let me just start by prefacing that, like, your knowledge, fabulous. Because I'm just sitting over here, like, listening because my brain goes, how are you remembering all these names and stuff like this? Because my name goes, movie, good. I like movie. And you're over here like, yeah, this person, and I'm like, okay.
I'm even trying to dumb it down because like because I want to get on to like I want to. We're talking about the whole history of like films, and we're talking about the films, and like, you know, we have the upcoming, but I know that, you know, Kelly and I have a point that we want to come up to too, because one thing that we haven't talked about is the animated films, and we're going to touch on that quickly. But
please do, because I love hearing your opinions on this. Because
I'm just over here awestruck.
I watched the I think the Wonder Woman one was animated movie was pretty much the last one that I watched. So I apologize, I'm a little far behind.
What about the Lego movies? Batman.
See, I didn't like
a masterpiece.
Yes.
I didn't even get to put them in my thing because I was trying to catch up with so much because you have Lego Batman, which was a good film. You have I enjoyed Teen Titans Go to the movies because there was a lot of tongue-in-cheek references and a lot of like winking at you type stuff in that movie. And so the problem, okay, we're all, you know, we have the problem where in 2016 we get Batman v Superman. It's not quite what people wanted. Then we get the re-edited Suicide Squad movie, and that movie I enjoy. Good job, Carl. But
yes,
Suicide Squad, the way it's edited, if you watch it, it feels kind of like this montage of beats up until the helicopters crash, and then all of a sudden it's a serious movie. Because if you watch it and they're cutting away, they're doing all these like little segments, and then all of a sudden it's like, now we're on the ground.
You know, I can see
now it's
that.
a different, and it's a different movie. And
I
am a
also
person
love
that
it.
I want to see the air cut, you know, because, you know, the idea that a filmmaker creates a product, a complete vision, and then someone changes it and reshoots and changes, and then you get this totally off film. I'm always intrigued by what the original was. So I want to see the air, and I don't want to go down no rabbit holes here, but I think Jared Leto was a good Joker. But I think the issue,
I loved him as the Joker. Just throwing that out there.
and all I'm saying,
on.
this is my, okay, your job is you have to create a new way of this iconic character following Heath Ledger.
Oh,
But
yeah.
and you deliver a performance, but then your performance gets chopped up into these little segments to where people don't really get to see your performance. They just get to see these little vignettes of you, and it feels disjointed. It feels you don't know what he's doing because you haven't got a chance to experience the character.
Lauren says, "Oh no, he didn't."
And I mean, look at
No, you have good points though. Like
just for an actor. I mean, he did a role that what he did we haven't seen. A lot of the footage that's edited out of the film was Joker footage, so there's more performance of him actually crafting a character.
Right.
Yes. I would
And
have
there was
loved
more
to see the backstory of it because I really wanted them to make a spin-off of just Harley Quinn and the Joker because they show so many snippets throughout the movie that you're like, there's a lot of
There's a
talk
story
behind
there.
the scenes, and they're like, there's so many different things that you can go into. I really don't want to fall down that rabbit hole right now.
I mean, one is
because
the
I
whole thing
will.
was-
This is one of my favorite movies, so my brain is like, okay, Keisha, shut up.
No, talk, because I even bought the novelization of the film because the novelization has more of the stuff that was in Era's original script. And I haven't had a chance to read it yet.
Okay, I'm
'cause
putting that on
'cause I
my
wanted
to be read.
Because I want to, because they talk about, there's a line where Joker mentions, and there was a whole more about the shock treatment that he was getting from Harley and how that was messing up more of his mind and,
Oh wow.
Stuff like that. And
So, do you think that's what essentially got Harley? Because they do show him shocking her. Do you think that's why she ended up being so messed up and being like, okay, you know what? Because she was slowly falling in love with him, but then towards the end, when he tried to take advantage of her and get out of jail, like you see the shocking thing. Do you think that's what further messed her up and was willing to make her like kill all those, or not essentially kill all those people, but help in, all of the awful things that the Joker did? That I still love him though. I have a thing for bad guys apparently. Sorry.
No, it's okay. But no, that's a very good point. Like, I'm the problem with being a fangirl and fanboy of these comics is whenever a movie comes out, we're picking them apart. It's like, no, this is not our Joker. This is not our Harley.
It's not what we're used to.
We want to see a rendition like we read.
You want
on
the perfect
screen.
pure version. You're like, if this is what's going to be represented for the mass media, for people who don't follow everything in comics and TV, I want the one version I can point you and say that's the character.
Yeah. This is my pain as a Black Canary fan watching Arrow.
But that's different for different people, I feel like.
You got
some
three
people are
different
like,
Black
this
Canaries
is
on
my
Arrow, and you're
specific
like,
one.
Every single one of them is wrong.
And we're not going to get that.
I love you, Kelly.
rendition. Well, we're going to get close to it. And okay, everybody loves Heath Ledger as Joker. But if he was alive today, would he have won that Oscar?
I want to say yes, because his performance is amazing. There's little things he does that you don't always catch, like how he changes his voice when he speaks with different people, little ticks that he did depending on who he's talking to. And he did a great job disappearing into the character. Now, here's a question I want to ask you guys while we're kind of here. The film Joker with Joaquin Phoenix. I'm going to say my piece, then I'll let you discuss.
Okay.
I like the movie, but in my heart of hearts, I believe that the film was this great idea about a mental patient, and it's like, we're never going to get funding for this. We're not going to be able to sell this, but if we call it Joker, people will buy it and eat it up. Because if you look at it, he's not really the Joker. I mean, it's an idea of an origin story, but you take out terms like Gotham City, Thomas Wayne, it's just about a man who is, you know, losing his mind and is struggling with mental illness, who puts on clown makeup.
And I
And, you
agree
know,
with you.
and I think Joaquin's performance was amazing. Okay. And I think that the character of the Joker doesn't need an origin story.
But you can't help to feel sorry for him.
And I don't want to feel that way for the Joker.
I
Like,
know, but in my brain, watching it, that's what cause you don't want to feel sorry, but then for those of you or like me, you know, struggling with mental issues and stuff like that, I'm like, I know why, and it makes me sad, and then I feel bad, but I know I shouldn't, and then I'm like, well, I'm in that rock and hard place area.
The movie's fascinating because there's so much in it that's an unreliable narrator. There's little points in it that you're not sure what's going on. You know, we have the clock scenes that kind of take back to when he's in the mental ward at the end, you know, and he says, you know, you wouldn't get it. But also, here's something that you may have missed. And it took me listening to people talk and a second viewing. When they're watching the TV and they're talking about the people that are hurt, he laughs. And his mom says, you know, refers, why are you laughing? But his mom knows about his issues, that he has the uncontrollable laughter. So that makes you think, is it real? Is it something his mom created? Is that part of his unreliable story that he's conveying?
Maybe it's just a tick.
I like this question. Was he really the Joker, or did he just think he was the Joker? Like people who think they are Napoleon.
You know, it's one of those things. Like I kind of go back to The Killing Joke, where at the end of The Killing Joke, there's a line, and I'm paraphrasing, where he basically states, that's one way it could have happened. And that's how I look at this movie, is like, because at the end he's in this mental ward. It's like, that could have been my story. So,
but here's the thing with the Joker. Like, Joaquin Phoenix did an amazing job. I love his acting, but I don't feel like he that version of the Joker was what's the term? Was capable of being like the confident
swagger.
Yeah, convincing people to actually kill for him type. At the end of the movie, yeah, he stands up and sees like all these people are like pretty much bowing down to him and giving him that the applause. But at the same time, can he command a crowd? Can he be, does he have that? Does he have the ability to be as insane as the Joker and have that confidence and move people to do the things that he has done?
Right.
I don't feel like that was. I don't think Joaquin Phoenix was there with that movie.
I'm gonna say this to help us move along. One thing that I have applied to how, you know, the interconnected DC films is the multiverse pre-crisis theory, because the way in my mind how this works, okay, is you have Man of Steel, Batman vs Superman, Suicide Squad, Zack Snyder's Justice League, Wonder Woman, and then Crisis happens, and you get Warner Brothers quote unquote canon Justice League. We'll toss that, and then you get Birds of Prey, The Suicide Squad, Shazam, Aquaman, and going forward. And I say that because we know that Ezra Miller's Flash appeared on CW's Crisis event, thus connecting that universe to the Crisis event. Because there's a lot of little things in the later half of these films, starting with Aquaman, that don't quite line up. Yes.
Keisha needs to go.
I am going to head out, but it was lovely being with you guys, and thank you for doing the fundraiser. It was super fun, and I will talk to you guys soon.
All right, bye, Keisha.
Hi, Keisha.
A-Cup creations everywhere.
Yes. Bye.
Bye. Okay, go on, Tyler.
No, because we have like Birds of Prey, which is a different tone. I think it's Margot Robbie's best performances as Harley in that film.
Margot Robbie does an amazing job as Harley, though.
And what I like
that's
is
just
when
my
she
opinion.
changes. If you watch that film, especially, you see more, and you see little bits in Suicide Squad, and very little in The Suicide Squad, when she turns on the Harleen, where she kind of goes back to being Harleen and her intelligent background as a psychiatrist before she flips back to Harley. I wanted to get this with Keisha. We were trying to, but what did you think of The Suicide Squad?
Oh, I haven't watched it yet. But
Fair enough.
I'm from what I saw of the first Suicide Squad and Birds of Prey, like a lot of people have been picking apart and stating why they didn't like it and all that. But what I enjoyed from those movies is the action sequence and the Margot Robbie's ability to, take on the role of Harley and embody her. And one of the fight scene in the cop station, just in Birds of Prey. Come on, that is an insane fight scene.
Birds of Prey is an interesting film because it seems like parts of it, like that scene in particular, was directed by it was directed more on this. I can't remember which. It was one of the John Wick directors that did it.
Oh,
I
okay,
can't
that
remember
makes
which
sense.
one. And it feels like it's one of those things that they were like, Kathy Yann's directing this film, and you're like, look, we need more of something in this movie. So they get this amazing action set piece in that film. And I like that movie. I don't like a lot of times when movies jump around in time because I feel like it's a cheat of making a linear, story. I loved Ewan McGregor. I hate that he's gone in that sense. And Kelly, I'm gonna spin this back to you. You talked about them taking chances on characters that are not known. Well, let's look at Peacemaker. We got Peacemaker in the Suicide Squad, and now we have Peacemaker the series. The only reason that series really is going is because you have John Cena, and that's why people are like, interested, because if you just pick up the character, people are like, who?
I also think HBO Max is making Warner Brothers feel a little more comfortable taking risks on the small screen, like sending things directly to streaming. So we're seeing they're going to be doing a Batgirl movie.
I have a picture in the slideshow here of the future, and Batgirl is one that is filming. We've had, pictures of her costume, and that'll be this year. We
add that back to the stream, and
it's all good. But yeah, they just, coming up, I don't have a slide for it because.
Oh, sorry. And then they also, while we wait for Tyler to come back, they also announced a Black Canary movie, and I'm so excited. I know people are naysaying it. If it's not your thing, people, that's fine.
The problem is that's the fanboy mentality. It's like as soon as you see, we're going to focus on women from comic books. It's like, oh no, why do we have to do this when we don't need it? And it's like, no. The woman already existed in the comic books. We're just allowing them to have more.
People are mad that the actress doesn't look like the comic books.
I'm not even going down that rabbit hole.
I'm sorry.
We'll leave that alone. I don't want to go down it either. It makes me angry. As a Black Canary fan, it makes me angry because I loved her in Birds of Prey. It was not exactly...
That was a great character.
It was not exactly her comic book story, but for me, that was closer to the comic book Black Canary than any other live action Black Canary.
Yeah.
And again, come at me, bros. Come
And
at me.
we've had what, 4, not counting Journey, we've had 4 Black Canaries. We had 1 on Smallville, 3 on Arrow.
More than 4. We've had 1 in Smallville, 3 on Arrow, 2
Birds of Prey
in the Birds of Prey series.
Yep.
And granted, okay, Lori Loughlin's probably actually was closest to the comic version, but she was only in 1 episode.
Just like we had Harley Quinn in 1 episode as their therapist. That I don't even think that one aired. I think that one only exists when they released it on DVD.
No, Harley was there all season.
Was she there? I haven't watched it in 7 years.
Harley
So-
was played by Mia Sara, and she was
Yeah.
a strong villain, but she wasn't dressed as Harley.
She didn't reveal her. I can't remember. It's been too long.
She was Dr. Harleen Quinzel pulling the strings behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And then she donned her Harley outfit for the last one. Spoiler
That's what I
alert
was
for this
thinking of.
like 1990s show
Hey, it came out in 2000.
or early
2?
2000s. Yes,
Because it was
thank
like
you,
that big thing. It was going to be connected to this, like Smallville and
Mhm.
Birds of Prey, which it was on Earth 2. But
Unfortunately, they didn't give it as much of a chance as they could have because fans were mad that Batman, they're like, oh, Batman would never leave Gotham. So that was the big thing that fans got hung up on. That's a
I was
whole
like, that's a mystery. Like, this is his daughter. Like, maybe he's dead. Maybe he's locked away. Maybe, like, what's, the mystery story that they're, what's
Why
going
did he
on,
leave? What's he doing?
We got Oracle, a great version of Barbara Gordon there. And so, our time's coming short. I hate it because I feel we could go forever. That's why I'm, upcoming films we have, like we were talking about, Aquaman 2 will be this year. We have Black Adam, we have The Batman, and we have the Flash movie are all coming this year.
Yes.
And we have the animated film of the Super Pets that's coming this year. And then next year we have the Shazam sequel. And back to my multiverses, Wonder Woman 1984, is post-crisis because that film feels so disjointed from all the other films. What did you ladies think of that film in a nutshell?
Oh, it wasn't my favorite. It also did not, even though it was the same director and cast, it didn't feel like a follow-up to the first Wonder Woman. It was very different in tone and quality.
The bad guy kind of seemed out of place in that film. I don't know.
Here's my pitch for you two ladies of what Tyler would have done for 1984 Wonder Woman. It would have been a film about sisterhood. It would have been a smaller scaled film. It would have been Diana working on the museum. She meets Barbara. They're in the jungle. Barbara and her form this strong friendship sisterhood, but Barbara has other intentions because she wants more. She wants to feel. She becomes the cheetah. They have a battle. And it was more in the vein of like The Wolverine, where it's a very small scaled film. It would never have been this grandiose adventure, this, Maxwell Lord magic, her on TV type thing. It would have been very much a personal film about her trying to connect to another person and create a new sisterhood.
That would have been way better.
That definitely would have been way better.
I quote 1984 to kind of like Batman 89 is like Wonder Woman 17. It's a split between director's vision and producer studio, but then it succeeds. So they give the director freedom to do what they want. And we get Batman Returns and Wonder Woman 84, where it's much more of that director's ideas and not so much.
And
they didn't hold the reins.
For me, the costume kind of reminded me of, how they're constantly releasing Batman toys. But it's like Batman would never wear anything like that. What are you doing? It just reminded me of a Wonder Woman toy that it's like, let's give her armor, but it's like no point to the reason why she'd wear it. at all.
Well, it was a nod to Kingdom Come, but it wasn't earned.
And I, as much as I love the opening scene, it definitely felt very out of place in the film. I almost feel like it would have been an awesome short film, like on a DVD extra, Blu-ray extra.
Yeah.
But it felt out of place. And we won't even go into how they brought Chris Pine, Steve back, and that whole awkwardness. I had to point something out.
Leap thing.
I had to point something out to my wife, and when I did, she was like, "Oh, ew."
Yep.
I'm like, "Yeah, it's
I'm gonna avoid talking about that because it makes me upset.
Like
it's gross.
They didn't have to do any of that. They honestly,
they made it more complicated than it needed to be.
So much more complicated. So gross. So
okay,
let's end on a more positive note.
So we have the upcoming film slate. I'm excited for Black Adam because I like The Rock. Who doesn't like The Rock? Okay. It's also new characters. We're expanding. We're going to have Hawkman in it. We're going to have Dr. Fate played by Pierce Brosnan in it.
I'm so excited.
We're going to have, Aquaman 2, which is going to be exciting. I love James Wan as a director. But what are your thoughts on The Batman? Like, I'll just say this, that it's a movie that I didn't exactly want, but I'm actually extremely excited for. I'm loving, I'm not sold on the costume, but I love the look of the Penguin. I love the look of and the feel of Gotham. I love the music I'm hearing. And I'm excited. I try to be positive over everything. So I'm excited for it. It's it's one of those, it's I would have liked to have seen an Affleck solo film. That's not what I got. I have this. I hate that we're always going back to Batman when he first starts, but this seems to have a little bit more of a fresh approach. So I'm up. What are your ladies' thoughts?
I'm willing to give Robert Pattinson a chance and see where he takes it. I'm hoping that that the directors, whoever is directing it and whoever is writing it, has full control rather than listening to the studios and what their vision is.
I really believe Matt Reeves has more creative control. It feels like that. Matt Reeves has directed the last 2 Ape films. So Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, War of the Planet of the Apes, Let Me In, Cloverfield. And I feel like there might be another movie I'm missing. I know those are 4 that's coming to mind. There might be another one, but I feel like he has control. I mean, the movie's going to be 2 hours and 55 minutes.
Okay.
So he's got to be able to, have some sort of say in where they're going. And I know Kelly, you and I wanted to get to talking about.
No, that's okay. We'll just have to do a podcast date to talk about the Long Halloween. So spoilers for anyone for
that was going to be my segment from The Batman into we're at the end of our time. Everyone, if you're watching, we've been chatting about DC films, their history, where they are, what we think. We're raising money for Valerie here at the bottom. Please go. We're at $3.95. We're putting a lot of hard work into this, and we really, the money is for a good cause to help with her Parkinson's, medical expenses and things that we really hope that people will see this, and maybe even on repeat viewings. I know I plan to keep sharing everything through the podcast that I host, the Krypton Report, and just kind of spread that information about what we're doing here, because it's been a great time. I mean, we're having fun chatting, and we've talked to a lot of great people. And we've had so much fun that Kelly and I have to go and do a podcast at some point to continue the conversation.
Absolutely. Yeah.
We can bring everybody into it.
I'd be willing to join in on this conversation again if you guys want to revisit it.
Yes.
Because I feel like we've only touched a little bit of the surface of what movies should have gotten a better chance.
So Willow, where can we find you?
You can find me all over social media except TikTok. There's my
so pretty.
There's my progress. thus far.
So good.
Anyway, so you can find me Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook is a big thing, and same with Instagram. I am the program director for the Hanging with Web program, Hanging with Web show. I also do Cryptid Crunch on Back of the Cereal Box, and I'm coming February 2nd is a new show with me and Heather Bedore. We're called The Sideshow. So
Congratulations. And what about you, Tyler?
Well, like I was saying, like you can find me at Krypton Report, anything Krypton Report on all social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. We're talking about all things. Basically, it's Superman based, but all things DC. I like to hear the sound of my own voice. So
We like
Actually,
to hear
I
the sound
don't.
of your voice too.
I don't like to hear my voice. That's why editing is so hard. I'm like, ugh.
Well, you can find me at linktree.com/PhoenixsCosplay. There you can find all my podcast stuff that I do for Back of the Cereal Box. You can find my cosplay stuff. I'm all over Instagram, Facebook. Just all my links are there. It's so easy. Keisha says, we're all amazing. Thanks, Keisha. And Keisha says, thanks to everyone who helped out. Seriously, my team is amazing. I love you all. Keisha would also love more time. Carl says, good
Yes.
show. We love you, Carl.
Thanks, Carl.
All right, so I'm going to play our video and then we're out. Thank you, everyone who has joined us this weekend. We've had a lot of fun this weekend. Thank you, everyone who donated. Please keep those donations coming. You have another, like a little over a week. Kristen also says thank you. And thank you, Kristen. Kristen is my co-chair, my MVP, my everything. This could not happen without Kristen. We love her. She's amazing. She's a little shy about coming on air. Well, she's got internet issues. That's why she hasn't come on air. But we love her. Like, literally, this could not happen without her.
thank you, Kristen.
Yes.
We love you, Kristen.
Thank you for bringing us all together.
Yes. Anyway, so everyone, you still have over a week to donate. Let's make this happen. For Valerie, we love Valerie. Get those donations in. Let us know
It's Miss
that you donated.
Tessmacher. For those who don't know her name, it's Miss Tessmacher
Miss Tessmacher.
from
Miss
Superman the movie.
Tessmacher.
So if
We
people
love
are thinking, who is she? That's who she is.
Miss Tessmacher. We love you always. Thank you for all you've done for us, Valerie. I'm going to play this video about how you can help, and then we're out. The Multiverse FunRaiser is a benefit for Oscar-nominated actress Valerie Perrine. Ms. Perrine is known for her roles in Superman, Slaughterhouse-5, Lenny, and so many more. We've teamed up with documentary director Stacey Souther to raise money for Valerie's medical expenses and other needs. Every donation and every post share gives you the chance to win super prizes. Go to the website listed for details.